Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は81日目です。It is day 81. We had a 0 day for Wanikani, so starting with Bunpro today. Have two things cherry picked from yesterday. Oh boy. Some shaky hand. Okay, warming up. Right. Teeteki IV and oh, lots of wobbly. Okay. We have Tekiken or commuter pass. Okay. Gonna be pretty quick today. Much as I want to hit up some alternative practice, got a bit of a wrap up later this evening. Let's get into our vocabulary. All right.
この花瓶は私のものです。
Oh. Less formal word. Did it? Got it? Huh. The word had a... less formal word than omitted. Not yaru suru. To use one's physical or mental power in order. Probably not using... Technically could use... Way... Talk about work. What a way to start off. It could be no. I need a non-sudo phrase that isn't yaru or sudo. Hireru doesn't work. Oh, hiraku. No, not hiraku.
遊園地で働く。
haraku. The only way that came up was because I was thinking of more like undo, which do is in like it's part of this character. Haraku. Oh, I just realized I think we could start using bookmarks. Can I immediately put a bookmark on this? I can. So then we can filter for that, right? Hold up. See if that works. We'll come back to it afterwards. I think that's how we're gonna do post. So, Hataraku kind of falls by my wayside a lot of times. I either think of it about employment in or just doing stuff. Oh, Hataraku. Okay.
銀行に行く。
Opinion. Kind of like. No. That went well. That doesn't quite. Opinion. Definitely that. The left side. I'm thinking more like, well, thinking more like personality, right? In terms of opinion. Like, okay, or it could be definitely have. Definitely E. This. Oh, it probably instead of Soul, it's probably he can.
私は政治や経済についての意見を言葉にすることが苦手だ。
We'll bookmark this one. Let's be a little generous.
私の先生は男の人です。
Definitely 50-50.
夫が妻に、どうして君は怒っているの？
I'm going off the situation. A few. How else can I express a few? Oh. Maybe.
八百屋さんで客。玉ねぎをいくつか買いたいです。
Interesting.
この茶色のシャツは誰の？
Wait. Okay.
私は今
It's more
悲
of
し
a
い。
50-50. Less tangible thing?
私はいいことをして周りの人を幸せにするつもりだ。
Oh, okay. I see.
この手作りの手袋は祖母からもらいました。
Kind of a 50-50 here. Okay.
この部屋は狭い。
Like 60-40.
あなたに会えて嬉しい。
It was I was feeling like 60-40 on that one.
先生、赤や黄色などの明るい色で絵を描きましょう。
Interesting. That sample is really in a hollow, untreated area. And possibly my recording. Driving you. More of a feeling? Can you feel with? Yeah, I didn't think so. What's another way to say? Maybe like.
このホテルからの景色はとても素敵です。
もう仕事が終わったの？
顔をよく洗う。
ストレスが溜まっているので今日はダラダラするつもりだ。
ダラダラ。Interesting. ダラダラするつもりだ。あ。Station. Different word was
私は社長と部長の秘密の会話を聞きました。
午後3時です。
私は来年で20歳になる。
外国ではその国のルールに従わなくてはいけない。
Oh, wait. That's how oh, maybe extend. Oh yeah. And then we need a about like a interrogative.
有名人より一般人の方が自由がたくさんある。
手を叩く。
最近になってステーキの値段が高くなりました。
We'll go with okay.
今日の晩ご飯は何？
That's 50-50. Oh, okay. Probably Kabu. Oops. I forgot about the transitive.
警察官が死体にシートをかぶせました。
Isemashita. This is probably gonna be a 50-50.
私は教師です。
Let's use a word that shows a fixed order here. Okay. Oh, is it because I wrote it different? No? Okay. So we can't use this because it requires that I think about sequence. Fixed order. I mean, could we just do... Okay. Huh. How do we do after with... It could be you still using the same character. Sure. No, that's... I can only think of... it could be, I mean, you just write... Toki? No, no, Naka's within. Akara would be weird. Something, maybe Soshite? No. No. Oh. Next, we could no. No. Can you? Could we create next time? No, it doesn't. Does it? Okay. Could do like after this, like それから は? I mean これから? Sequence. We got Saki for prior. I thought Ato. Okay. Maybe I'm typing Ato. The two reads, there is a use for Ato, and then there is a use for Go. But Go doesn't work here. That would be my first inclination. Relations wouldn't work. Can't do like within a range. Outer? No. Can't do these things, or maybe something that comes up next. Oh wait, we do approximate? That doesn't seem right, does it? Hold on. Oh, it could be. No, that doesn't make sense here. What? That's well then. Can I do それから? No. Continue. Here. And then, and then it's それから but maybe a number? Time or place which comes directly after the current one. kono aida. That would be like within the recent. Or cool. Can I tell you a funny joke? No, I'm unable to tell you a funny joke. Because I don't know you. Oh, maybe next? I tried next alone. Right? Oh no. I don't think I did.
7
See?
月の次は8月だ。
Let's see. Let's put a note. Onto with Ato. Go and Ato are defaults. I don't know you. Try not to gaslight other people.
弟はまだ5歳だ。
You wouldn't be saying that if I did. Maybe.
この車は丈夫なので壊れません。
But you've been following me for over a year? And what does time have to do with knowing people? Sounds like a vanity problem. Ooh. Not Joseph. Let's use the O. Casual. What is Yoku maybe? Oh.
兄は歌うのがうまい。
紅茶が欲しい。
Are they just looking for it? No, that doesn't make any sense.
クラスメートとタバコの悪い点について話す。
What is that? They just go with tobacco is enough for this? Of smoking, okay, of tobacco.
「明日は木曜日ですか？」
私の家の風呂は小さい。
Darn, if you think that measuring people's sympathy and compassion is represented by a bare bones number with minimum interactions and conversation, I think you may want to spend your time measuring it with people who have similar values. So if you are disagreeing with me here, then it's all the more proof that I don't know you and I don't want to make jokes, because jokes come from a place of deeper connection, in my opinion. So if you think that just saying that, oh yeah, you clicked a button and then you made some asinine comments here and there as a way to tell me that I can tell you a joke, here's a funny joke for you. 67. Take it to the bank. If you want to lean more and not sound like a bot, you can always simply unfollow, which that's not how YouTube works, by the way. So if you're saying follow, you're talking more like Twitch. You can unfollow, go find someone to brag about clicking on a button and not having any form of compassion whatsoever. And or I could do you the favor and simply ban you. That's also an option, so that you can live and calculate how long it took. I'm being as direct as I can, so good luck, Godspeed. You don't have to be here. And if you want to not sound like some automated response, or maybe go and talk to Yes V or something like that, that's fair enough. Don't want to sound too like hyphy here. Potential relationships, if you followed for a year, you would actually be able to demonstrate what it is that I value, let alone communicate whatever it is that you value. You clearly don't value very much that aligns with my own thoughts. So no, I don't know you. And if you keep pretending and like hiding behind your superficial ways of interaction, then yes, I'll never know you. So don't gaslight other people and say you know me. I don't know you. Let's see. Throw away. Huh. Throw away. Throw away. Thought it was K. I don't remember the ending. Kateru? No, Kateru. Not. Oh. Kateru. Kakeru. Oh, no. Huh. I'm gonna have to write something. Oh, it's Teru.
古い洋服を捨てる。
Write something. Let's put. do we have? Is that a hut? Hut. That is not a hut. Guess they're separate things. Have you? Pretty sure I do. Sound familiar. That is. Or I don't. Radical part of another thing. I think this radical might be part of another thing. Oh, introduce us to it is a cottage. Oh, not a hut, but cottage. Okay, let's see. Fingers. Su. Then we have te. Pretty sure we're doing tear. And all right.
隣町の服屋までスカートを買いに行った。
友達が亡くなって寂しいです。
Huh. I just realized that's supposed to be pepper. No, no.
「週末に友達と遊ぶ」。
All right. Okay, so let's see how this bookmark stuff goes. Should be able to go to bookmark, okay. And then I guess we're gonna matriculate them using this screen. Okay. So, hataraku. Hataraku. Iken. And deru. And keep typing sugi. Sugi. add to a deck. Oh, that's interesting. So we can then go and add them to a deck after. I think that's probably what we're gonna do at some point. So let's make... Okay. All right, let's do an active recall on those. So what do we have? First one, just no particular order. Steady. Ataraku. Ataraku. Can't picture it. Is there anything outside of it? No. Ataraku. Tsugi. Tsugi. I think it might be Tsugi. So Tsugi. And then what was our fourth one? You can, right? Tsugi. I should look at that. And edit. Ataraku. Look at Tsugi. Okay, Tsugi. All right. That's a wrap for our Bunpro session tonight. You can watch this there. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, you're feel free to pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss about things, right? Keep each other mutually motivated. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, clear my mind a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第434天 It is day 434. Got 3 characters cherry picked from yesterday. Good morning, James. Good morning to you too. Nihongo no something boon. Oh yes, yeah. It was a short section. Yeah, short lesson. Wanikani had 0 workload. Today's a 0 work day for Wanikani, and then we could have done more Bunpro shenanigans today. However, I need to wrap up Kiwami 3 today, so we have a candid conclusion thing that will probably take 3 to 4 hours. It's what I do to wrap up my thoughts. I typically record them. It's kind of like a monologue thing. Practice analytical skills and whatnot. It's kind of like a, how would I call it? A journalistic write-up. A combination of writing and speaking at the same time. I do have a new format, so in 1 more year's time, I'm probably gonna make it into like officiate the layout. So I'm changing one of the layouts for the write-up. Been doing these write-up things like the opening opinion, tentative stakes, and concluding candid conclusions. I've been like messing around with formatting and whatnot. That kind of suits my organizational skills. So I'm gonna do a change again this time to been fixing some of the sections, or not really fixing, but iterating on various number of the sections, and those things take a while. So no, not too much extra time to do things. So we did our reviews for our Bunpro, which should become less and less frequent, largely because we're not adding new lessons yet, and April is less like a week and few days away. So then we'll be cranking out another 1,200 items within the next 3 months, and we've got to iron out all of our things beforehand. Our 3 characters from yesterday, and today is our new HanziHero milestone. We'll cross over all of the HSK, formal HSK characters, which obviously, actually Kevin made a comment about this when Kevin used to post videos, like they did the whole, we're going to try to post some videos on the YouTube channel to promote the things. But that's kind of where the rough spots are with like first time devs and whatnot. It's very difficult to like expand and create PR while at the same time maintaining things. But the earlier videos, Kevin expressed something in a video. At least I think it was Kevin, not Phil. He expressed that despite having all the HSK, like being competent in all the HSK, he read books like Harry Potter, for example, and whatnot, and found that it wasn't sufficient. So this is why this was the explainer to collecting another several, like up to close to 4,000 characters. That would be 3,869. Obviously, it's probably incomplete thing, but at that time when Kevin was making this and Phil, it kind of struck me as people who are probably maybe within 10 years of me, but definitely younger than me on the younger side. So it's interesting. I don't know if they're ever going to update their developers' perspective or they have simply moved on. It's still yet to be determined because HanziHero has not been updated in getting close to half a year or more now. And that comment's come up a couple of times in the community thread. They do respond to the threads though. It exists. I don't know. But today would be the day we caress all the HSK characters. Which won't be true for Wanikani, because Wanikani they're filling it in though. Wanikani team is filling it in now. We'll see how long it takes if they decide to fill in all the N5 to N1. N1 has missing characters in Wanikani. Alright, so finally, let's see. B is... Let's be oppressed. We modified our mnemonics on no, second stroke is supposed to be longer. On rare, the top is disproportionately bigger than the bottom. Full. Full is tough to write because it's too congested. We can try to squeeze it in here. Oh, my hand slipped there. Okay, skin. The moon is the thing that kind of long, but it needs to be planned out. It'd be interesting if they develop shorthands for compressing. I understand that there is simplified characters, but yeah, this one would actually, I'm not entirely sure this one would get a simplification. There's moon, field, tiger. Tiger might have some differences. Alright, let's get into our lesson here.
丝绸
丝绸, which is silk fabric, silk.
丝绸 野蛮
Yeah, man. Just wild and barbaric. Man is a little weak. Yeah, man.
野蛮窃取
窃取, 窃 steal, 去 take. As opposed to going with like 窃偷 or 窃. What's another way to say steal? 窃抢 or 窃劫. ここを読む yes. はい、そうです。Right. 这是中文。Yes. Oh, wait. Actually, you're talking about studying abroad. No, not really. What? Hold up. What is? Oops. Can't see that one character. Yes. Should be reading, practice reading. 練習。練習。Right. 中国語を読む練習をしますか? I read every day. Like, I actually read a lot of Chinese now. I read quite often. はい。読んでいますか? 読んでいました。or 読んでいまし、no, 読んでいます。毎日に毎日に読んでいます。No. Yes. ¿Qué? No. Yeah. I'm trying to conjugate, but I'm not sure that's how you would go about it. Good enough. 每天我读中文。对，我每天读中文，读了中文。Let's see. Unfortunately, reading practice doesn't really translate to output. So gotta keep on working on that at some point. Haven't been like really hitting the output, messing around with different types of output.
窃取，取缔，
取缔。Yeah, it's pretty common to, it goes without saying that reading is a daily activity for both Japanese and Chinese. Producing the output and producing things is like on another order of magnitude less. Largely because I have to do a lot of writing in the evenings, so, and the writing is typically in English. You can always also, James, yeah, you're more than free to type within the bounds of Chinese or Japanese, I suppose. And I'll probably end up reading it and replying in English for the time being. That's the consequences of spending most of your time reading and listening. Let's see. 取缔 take and D. How did D work? The crown conclude. Take and then conclude. This one's a bit of a ban. Take and then interesting. As opposed to like stop. Using stop like 去世 去止 or 去停. You take and then put a stop to it. We got conclude, which is relatively similar. I'm guessing this is a little bit more formal. Or maybe a little bit more aggressive.
取缔， 抓痒、
抓痒。最近何を読みましたか? For me, for reading for Japanese, I've been reading Japanese comments for Kiwami 3. I read comments most of the time. So, what was a more recent Japanese? Oh, I've been reading Japanese comments on reactions to English advertisements for One Piece Season 2, the Netflix production. Specifically reading Japanese comments, I've been following a lot of the Chukugo demo? Chukugo demo. For Chukugo, it's largely reading news. Like, reading news that are from my parents' side of things. So, that's largely what we've been doing for the Chinese part. For Japanese, right now I've been reading more Japanese than Chinese in the evening, and it's because Oda-san, right? Oda-san, One Piece Oda-san, was featured on. They had a companion podcast for the One Piece cast, and the One Piece cast, there's one Japanese speaker in the One Piece cast. What's his name? Maknu? I forgot his name, but we'll just call him Mak for now. And then Inaki and Taz and Jacob, like all the other casts, they're English speakers. But they did have separate podcasts, and they're like actual people who like share their experience like backstage and like BTS stuff. So often Japanese people, this is the first time where something is happening really big that the cast is English speaking. However, then Japanese viewers, because One Piece is beloved, right, in both places, I get the chance to read comments, so I can get familiar with Japanese comments being made in reverse. And they did appear in Japan. They did actually go to Japan, like the entire cast. So it was very interesting to do that. In Chinese, it's very similar. I listen and read from Chinese content creators, and the Chinese people are international ambassadors. So they are typically and not necessarily official ambassadors. So we're not talking about government and politics things. We're talking about how Chinese and Japanese people have celebrities, and those celebrities are, quote unquote, celebrities are ambassadors. So most of the time I would read comments and stuff when English and Chinese is present in ambassadors, and those ambassadors tend to be speaking in both English and Chinese at the same time. Am I live on YouTube only or another platform? I'm live on both platforms, YouTube and Twitch. Oh yeah, other platforms. I suppose TikTok has live streams and all that stuff, but I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. Those are the only two. However, most of the conversation happens, actually, it's divided. James here right now, who's like outputting their Japanese, is the most frequent person that I talked to in the last couple months. And then there'd be one or two other people on Twitch. It's your preferred, whatever your preferred platform is. Awesome. Yeah. I've been streaming on Twitch for over 7 years, and YouTube is getting close to 2 years now. If you want to know how long it's been, the number on the title at the end of the title, the number is when I first started. So that's kind of how I keep track mentally. Okay. Anyways. You're considering HanziHero? You came across my page and amazed at my consistency? Most of the stuff I do, I'm a pretty consistent person. I think my special, like, I know skill when people think about YouTube, when you come across like YouTube and whatnot, typically there are really wonderful skills to show off, right? And you often want to showcase what your skills are. And for myself, I couldn't really find a very easy way to demonstrate it other than literally doing it. So my particular skill definitely deals with that area of consistency, and it largely deals with like skill development. So when you pick something up, it's really something. I'm not sure if it's as like amazing as it may sound. I think it's often very difficult to demonstrate online because we have lots of curated content these days. So curation content, when we have curated content, it's very difficult to demonstrate consistency. So this is a social experiment myself. It's more like a co-studying thing in which I hold myself accountable in a way that I used to do things. I don't work right now, so like I don't have a professional career that I'm obligated to. However, if I were to continue like in the field of science or something, this would be very close to what I would be doing every single day, where like every single day you're trying to learn something, you're trying to analyze something, break them down, organize it, reiterate, and then create a monthly to like biannually and annually reports, update to whoever is interested. So that is kind of what science is mechanical wise when it comes to the scholastic part. So I basically adopted it to whatever suits my fancy. So right now we're doing language learning. And it's been a long time coming. Most of my life I've been interested in acquiring knowledge, right? Knowledge is the pursuit for life, and typically this doesn't only end at the acquisition of the knowledge, but also the passage of knowledge and the dissemination of the information. So not that too dissimilar, in my opinion, to having a career in science. I often think of knowledge, the pursuit of knowledge, as it's independent of the topic, the content. It is more dependent on the person's skill set. So if there's anything I would nonchalantly mention is that it is very difficult for anyone to appreciate the skill of consistency without seeing it happen like in some way. And it is not a specialized skill. Consistency is not a specialized skill. It's actually something that is rooted and fundamental to nearly all of the success. Like it's a consistent variable in most people's success. So hopefully you find your way of being consistent. I could answer some maybe factual questions about HanziHero if you're considering it, right? Obviously I don't know you and how you're going about your decision making, but I could certainly provide things that are not subjective, like what HanziHero does and does not do. There is a 100 character trial period, so if you've ever considered HanziHero and haven't tried HanziHero, there's always that. And obviously HanziHero is a subscription based app, so or like website specifically. There has been talk about mobilizing it in a different way. However, one thing that is often keeping in mind when it comes to subscription-based website services is that at the moment it doesn't feel it's not actively being developed, so that could be factored in. You've been doing Pimsleur, okay, 30 minutes audio daily lesson and haven't touched characters yet. I see. So Pimsleur, 30 minutes audio daily. I would imagine then Pimsleur is part of like the bigger group, like Rosetta Stone, even the companies like Duolingo and whatnot. And I imagine then if it's audio only, then it would be something like Ni Hao, right? All your stuff like你现在干什么 right? Like 你可以听到我说什么 right? That type of thing. Like sorry, I'm starting to think in Japanese now. Like 你说的这是什么意思 right? Things like that. Like there's 5 levels. Currently on level 2 is mostly HSK 1. Okay, that's where you're at now. Interesting. May I ask, what is it that interests you about, like, why now and like other things? Is there anything like particularly stands out about your pursuit for Chinese? I imagine we're talking about Chinese because of the HSK one. Does Pimsleur do characters? And do they have traditional or Chinese or simplified characters? My background kind of factors into the whole Chinese thing. My parents are Chinese. They're specifically from the Fujian region. So nowadays it's kind of humorous after starting to learn Mandarin and read Mandarin. I speak like Fujianese Mandarin to my parents, so oftentimes I'm like, 学校是什么? Bang, that's not the same. So like when I speak to my parents, Fujianese is retained orally, so but I use a lot of colloquialism, and that means that whenever I have a word, that word serves multi-purpose. So when I'm referring to school, I would say class, like bang for class, but bang could be like, it's too specific. But since now I can say school, 学校, I would simply say like, oh, 我买学校意思呢? Yeah, in school 学校买but then if I use 学校 it would work, right? Like, because now I kind of speak like a mix of Mandarin Fujianese, and that's kind of interesting in the last couple of years, or the last year or two. I do have characters simplified, but it's not structured into the lessons. Oh, I see. It's supplemental. They focus on the audio portion mainly. That's fair. And you're learning Chinese as a challenge yourself. Intriguing. May I ask, prior to learning Chinese, what was your last challenge to yourself? And do you do anything professionally, like obligatorily? Is this like your voluntary challenge, or is it obligatory? Oftentimes when people challenge themselves, it makes me think that whatever they're doing that is obligatory, like you have to do things, are in check. So maybe a very successful, I don't know, journalist would take on a voluntary challenge to learn Chinese. or it could be academics, right? You might still be at university or a student of some sort, and you wanted to add the extracurricular challenge. I often find that life is particularly challenging with or without voluntary choices. So it's often I like to get to know what type of people or what kind of person is taking on the challenge of learning Chinese. So 抓痒, we have the claw, or maybe like grabbing, and then you're grabbing your itch. 抓痒, scratch an itch. You're a software engineer, okay. After college, you stopped learning and you got very bored. Oh, okay. But languages are very fun to you. You're a big traveler, spent 6 months in Southeast Asia. Very nice. And Chinese is the hardest to learn, so yeah. How did you determine that Chinese is the hardest to learn? After college, post-college, software engineer. Not surprised. Are you currently residing in a place in Southeast Asia as like a remote worker for software engineering, or are you like back? Let me see. The way you responded at the end of your sentence kinda strikes me as someone who's either the so yeah kinda reminds me of like a little bit younger, could be British or American, but definitely Western styled English when you wrote so yeah at the end. Not your personal measure, it's the hardest, it's what you've been told. Okay, fair enough. You're back in the US, but you are remote? Okay, fair enough. That's solid. I mean, I imagine you're content with your software engineer stuff, so picking up a challenge does keep the brain going, brain alive, you know, that youthful passion. I mean, alternatively, you could pick up another computer language. You know, that's always an option. I do not have a background in software engineering. I do have a background in Python, but that's about it. To use for like bootstrapping through like big data sets, maybe like a little dabbling here and there in R and MATLAB, and not really Perl. I had to read and look at a Perl script once that dealt with like a particular project from a colleague. But other than that, Python, that's as deep as it gets. It is fun learning lower languages in order to, I guess, automate menial tasks like converting specific outputs from a machine, right? Millions and billions of points into a readable ratio, and then finding all the pros and cons of double checking and troubleshooting all the limitations of the outputs that I've been making. You like to connect with people though? You want to communicate with Chinese speakers and immerse in the culture, so that's why you chose the more human-to-human challenge? Intriguing. Do you have any plans to like dive into a Chinese place? I imagine your choice in Chinese as opposed to like Japanese, Thai, Vietnamese, and whatnot might have something to do with your location in the United States. And obviously, discretion is advised, but I would say, I mean, I'm Chinese American, so if there's any statistical thing that I live by, often it is fairly more accepted that exposure to Chinese culture, like expatriately, right, like immigration wise, would be Chinese if one was raised in the United States. A more human to human challenge. From a software engineer, that sounds amazing. West Coast, okay. West Coast Chinese. You got the this is meant to be a joke, but you got the ritzy Chinese peeps. Very nice. I'm from the East Coast. So the let's ritzy Chinese peeps. It's to me it's like an immigration joke a little bit. Largely the concentration in which coast in the United States, they typically have a pre-selection for the type of Chinese exposure, and usually the East Coast came from a very specific region predominantly, and then the West Coast comes from particularly specific regions too, and you usually have the ritzier peeps in the West Coast. I have been to the West Coast twice in my life, and did visit San Francisco's Chinatown at that time. This was a long time ago though. How long ago was it? You know it's a long time when you have to think about it. 18 years ago? Dang, it's been almost half my life since I visited West Coast, like any form of Chinese area. Would you recommend HanziHero as an effective tool? I know you're on 400 plus days, so I'm assuming you enjoy it. Okay. Really quick. I got some, like, this is speed dating. We're gonna speed date. Platonic speed dating. So, I'm at 400 days. Yes. And when you're saying you're assuming that I enjoy it, that's kind of a hard thing to calculate. I usually enjoy most of the things that I do, so if there's at any point, I enjoy everything that I do most of the time. So in another way, I could tell you, well, 400 days, I can give you what 400 days represents to me here. 400 days, today is the day we cover all of HSK, by coincidence, HSK 1 through 9. All the characters are within these 400 plus days. So what is today? Today is... So 434, and it's sessions. Yeah, I know I write days. The reason why I say sessions is because there was a 5-day period in which each year I'm like away. So we took a pause on that. This is not including those 5 days. So 434 consecutive days outside of the 5 consecutive days that I'm away. So so today, including today, it took 434 days to cover the entire spectrum, the entire list of the HSK stuff. So if you're gonna go through examinations or stuff, today's the day, which is 6 times 300, 1800. It's 3,000 characters. Now, I'm not sure how you, since you've used Pimsleur, I can tell you what it's like to use HanziHero. Oh, you can still, by the way, there is a trial for HanziHero where you can use whatever the system that they're using for the first 100 characters. So there's no time limit, simply 100 characters. But to give you a ballpark of understand, like a generalization of what HanziHero represents when it comes to its effectiveness, I can't really recommend anything to someone who I don't know. However, I can tell you what it does, and then perhaps that will inform if it's effective or not. So one of the things is consistency. So oftentimes people talk about consistency, and the thing that makes their approach is they use a space repetition system. The space repetition system will do the scheduling for you, basically. Scheduling for you. So if you are someone who really are more whatever my phone tells me, if I put an agenda, mark down the calendar, that type of thing, and you're more into that, and instead of like flexibly creating your schedules and whatnot, you want something to tell you how or when to schedule your reviews and whatnot, then this immediately becomes effective because SRS will remove that need. So if you're talking about upfront efficaciousness, I would say there's more than 50% of the people believe that this is the part that is most effective, which is the SRS, or the space repetition. Being told when and where to, when to review your stuff, right? And this tool does focus on character recognition. So character itself, the Hanzi. You love structure and guidance, less autonomy in what you do, more bootcamp like. This would be, you do your reviews and you trust the process, and effectively it works at the exposure level. So when I say someone is more than 50% find this efficacious, is that they get exposure. So exposure and then consistent maintenance. This does require that you continue to use it though. This does create dependency. So at its core foundation, HanziHero will give you structure and guidance at the very basic level. Basically, you see new characters, you review the new characters, you see the new characters, you review the characters. If your output is incorrect, it will come up even more frequently. So this creates structured dependence. If that is something that you don't mind, then maintaining your characters at the fundamental level of HanziHero would require that you continue to use HanziHero to maintain your character recognition. Other than that, there's also tonality. So they use a mnemonic system, and it's a modular mnemonic system. And you mentioned bootcamp. So bootcamp, the modular mnemonic system is bootcamp. It is structured like a bootcamp. So basically, as a software engineer, I would imagine this is process-oriented modularity. So basically, you go through step one, you do something, right? And typically, they will give you a 3 parts thing, which tells you how to associate it with the tonal read of the characters, of each character. And then 2, then you create the meaning by associating a translational English word. Translational English, so it's in English. If you speak English, it's useful. Some people don't rely on English, so this site is only English. The translation, the mnemonics are constructed with English phonetics in mind, so it's not easily translatable if you are using a different language. And that question has been asked before. So it's English, and the meaning is related to the mnemonics of the 3 parts. I can illustrate this right now in these things soon. Once you get the characters, then the higher order of the characters. So now you know the higher order of the characters from the meaning. Then you combine the meanings of the characters to create a word. And this is boot camp. Basically, you have to trust the process, learn the syntax, learn the bootstrapping, and it becomes efficient over time. It applies to every single character. It scales with it keeps scaling up, and you have to become efficient with it. So if you're not into bootcamp, a lot of times that bootcamp word is very interesting because bootcamp deals with like bootstrapping, like you're practicing a mechanic over and over again. This is where this type of mnemonic system, I would say it drops fairly low. I would say 25%, approximately 25% of people would say this is the reason why they use HanziHero. Because over time, what they do is they vibe and they create a higher order way of doing it. So they would abandon the mnemonic system, which I have not. I have not abandoned the mnemonic system. I built on top of the mnemonic system. Most people, once they get a basis of their characters, they would throw it out entirely, which is the other thing. Like mnemonic systems can be intuitive over time, so you would cut corners or create a higher emergence. But these are the two main things. I can demonstrate this to you, which also, by the way, as a side note, there is simplified and traditional on this. I'm reading traditional right now. The last 400 plus days was committed to traditional as opposed to simplified. So that could be something that factors into your Pimblr related material. So to demonstrate this, this is a Hanzi, it's a character study. So you do character studies. That's the primary focus of this particular website. So character studies, you see, if you look at this, there are two parts. This part, 1, 2. So this part, it is equivalent to fingers for me. And then the right part is equivalent to a claw. So that's how you do character studies. So you're gonna end up building the first step part, like one of the parts, the first step of character recognition is a radical establishment of radicals. So that requires boot camping. You have to go through and memorize them at some point. And the association, the tether is the strength is based on translation. So if you can imagine what fingers look like, there's a chance you could see fingers here. When you think of a claw, you could kind of imagine. So they use translational means to create the initial tether, the mnemonic. So these are the mnemonic natures. And otherwise you boot camp through it, you brute force it. So then when you establish the radicals, or they call it components, but they're the same thing, then you place them together. So now these two assemble into a character. And this then goes into the process of the mnemonic. So now you have fingers and claws. So fingers and claws will then have to be in the mnemonic for this character, which is grab. This character is specifically for grabbing, a grabbing motion. So a mnemonic will be introduced that deals with using fingers and claws to grab something. Now, that is for the reading component. So the literal reading component. And usually Hanzi in Chinese have two components. There's the sound component and the writing component. So, or the reading component and the speaking component, right? Or listening, sorry. Reading and listening component. So the listening component, we're using voice samples. Typically, the nice thing about a tonal language, this is my hot take, it's a bit of a hot take. My hot take is that when it comes to a tonal language, especially Chinese, which has 4 tones, roughly speaking, 4 tones, when you synthesize, it's usually enough to capture the pitch, relative pitch, right? So, in my opinion, certainly you would have to adjust to someone's speaking voice. Like if I say 中文, I have a slight pitch preference. However, it will not create a big dissonance between not someone speaking and hearing the synthesized. It's not as much because in a tonal language, the relative pitch is very, very grossly noticeable. So their synthesis is what they're using. So for the listening, you have to enter what they're saying. So that comes in the other read. So what does this character sound like, right? What does this character sound like deals with the 3 steps. The first step is there's going to be an initial. And then the second piece of information will be the tone. And then the last part would be the final. So this is broken up into using a system called the pinging system. And pinging system is the romanticized representation of the sound in Chinese. So pinging is ping, ying. So what they do is then every initial is ascribed to a person. Every tone is ascribed to a position. And every final is associated with a place. Now, how does place and position vary? I can tell you now. So when you look at this character, so this character is going to be introduced as draw. So draw. And you can eventually visualize when they say draw, which typically shows up here on the top portion, and then the translations underneath. So when you look at draw, ZHU is the initial. This character for Zhu is George. Now, this is where the mnemonics can fall apart for other people. If you're not into boot camping, which you mentioned boot camp like, a lot of people have problems because they think of a higher order thing. So if you see this as syntax, then and you practice the syntax, then it's a non-issue. However, a lot of times people would say, well, this is a mnemonic device. I don't know who George is. They specifically picked George Costanza from Seinfeld. So oftentimes, like the younger audience, I've spoken with quite more substantial younger audience who are less syntax heavy. They are more reliant on intuition. So whenever they think about mnemonics, they rely on their intuition. So if they don't know who George Costanza is, they can't seem to encode new information about George Costanza from the mnemonics, like strictly from the mnemonics. They would have to change the characters. So you are welcome to change the characters when it comes to the mnemonics. Otherwise, this is why the success rate and efficacy of HanziHero tanks. The target audience that use this, they do not adopt new mnemonic systems. They are creatures of habit. So if it's not a character they recognize, they prefer to spend most of their time trying to rewrite everything to match whatever their mnemonics are. Otherwise, you can brute force it. I did it a different way. It's a little bit of both. But George, so then you have the tone marker. There are 4 tone markers in Chinese. We have 1. This is equivalent to 1. I'm using the vowel just to illustrate. Equivalent to 2. 3. And 4. And then there's a 5th tone, but You don't have to. That will become intuitive in to you because it's more of an exception. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So when you're writing this, like pinging, this is inputted as 1. So you write pinging in a way where you write the initial, the final, and then the number, the tone number. So 1 is equivalent to being inside something. That's why it's a position. And then the A at the end is equivalent to the auditorium. So now you bootcamp this. In the beginning, when you first starting HanziHero, you have to bootcamp through all of this. You have to understand the syntax of their mnemonic device. And then when you understand the syntax of the mnemonic device, you can alter your own downstream associations with them. So like George, you can associate George to another character of your choosing, like your favorite character that is George or something like that. And it requires an extra step, right? The syntax, you can call it like a class, right? This object can be associated with another object and then it would still work. So all of this is modular. So what happens is your mnemonic that you're going to read is George is inside the auditorium. And you can make your own mnemonic if you want, but they typically provide something. For me, I can make it up on the spot because I've bootcamped this and iterate on it quite substantially now. So George is inside the auditorium where he is helping unpack claws to hand out as advertisement for, or like something like hand out claws for, you know, patrons' fingers as a novelty for the play or something, because it's in an auditorium, so there's a play. So what happens is this is what you do 90% of the time. So the learning and exposure, the initial exposure, the encoding part deals with this. You're doing this more than 90% of the time. And that part, eventually what people do is once you solidify it, you drop the mnemonic. You drop the parts that are not necessary anymore. So at some point, you no longer look at this character through this lens, like through this process. You look at it by grooming away all the mnemonic and know that this is jaw and then this is yang. So illustrate again, like yang, you'll see 3 parts. This part, this part, and then this part. So there are 3 parts to this character. This is snot, this is sheep, this is food. Right. And then that's it for reading. And then when you know that snot, sheep, food will equal itch. So that's how the mnemonic eventually works. And then you know the sound as yang. So yang then decomposes into Yoshi. That's where the Y comes from. And then this is number 3. So 3 is basement. And then the final is ang, which is chapel. They didn't quite, what they did sometimes is that, well, there really isn't a sound that lines up with ang. So they decided to think of it as closest to angel. An angel is a one step away from chapel. So ang, the end of ang, would be chapel. So then you have all your components. So Yoshi is in the basement of the chapel doing something. So the mnemonic for this is that Yoshi is in the basement of the chapel helping the priest look to some sick sheep by transporting food so that they can recover from their sickness where they have snot all over them. And that snot is accompanied with something that is itchy. The sheep is like itchy or something like that. And that's how you get these character studies. I call these like mnemonic character studies to illustrate the system. This is not an uncommon system to do things. You probably come across something called the Hazek's Guide. I forgot what it's called, but Hazek's Guide to, I'm not sure if it was kanji or hanzi, but it's a Chinese, it involves the Chinese script. And usually it's, you understand radicals, and then you develop stories with the radicals to create their meaning. And what Kevin did was they made it more modular and also incorporated the mnemonics for the meaning to include the pinging, so then you would know how to pronounce it. I have heard of Mandarin Blueprint, which they do this too. They do promote this method. Now, the difference between Mandarin Blueprint, and HanziHero is that you are not provided examples. So Mandarin Blueprint does take a bottom up approach, and then HanziHero with the method, this method takes a top-down approach. So you are provided with examples, and then you are to intuit the structure from their examples. Mandarin Blueprint asks that you know how to build the things so that you build up. So Mandarin Blueprint requires that you do the building yourself right away. It's kind of like taking, right, like for example, like logic gates for like Python, for example. Python has a lot of logic gates, but then you suddenly do C++, right? There are less logic gates in C++, like, you know, higher, lower. Mandarin Blueprint takes a lower approach and then build up. So the thing that separates C++ and Python, like your intuition, for example, like the emergent property of creating a mnemonic, you start at the mnemonic and then you break it down and do it. Mandarin Blueprint tells you to get all the components and then build it yourself. So more like Legos versus 40K, something like that, like miniatures. Pick your favorite miniature, because like for example, like a Gundam kit, there is some level of organization already, right? Like when you're putting together a Gundam kit or your favorite 40K model, the arms and stuff come already part. They're already they already have the stuff. And then Mandarin Blueprint does the opposite. So it's super boot campy. I would say Mandarin Blueprint, if you really like the process oriented, right? If you're super process oriented, I would probably suggest giving. I haven't used Mandarin Blueprint. I saw someone demonstrate Mandarin Blueprint to me. I don't really have a preference. Like, you start somewhere and you deconstruct, and integrate, right? Like, so if your entry point is here, going up and going down, that's no problem for me. There a lot of times when someone really enjoys process-oriented things like software engineering, for example, in my opinion, going bottom up is really a very rewarding process, in my opinion. My understanding of their behavior, you like to get your Legos, right, your syntax, your really low syntax, and see what you can create with it. So you go bottom up. And that's incredibly process oriented. And then goal oriented people tend to always start at the top and they go down, like goal dominant people. So like start at the most complicated thing, which is speaking or listening to native content, for example. That is the example for language is immersion, which I think you used the word immersive. You used immerse before in cultural immersion. That's top down. And oftentimes top down, this can be exhausting. So this would be considered exhausting, right? When you try to break it down. So oftentimes you look at it at its emergent level. And HanziHero, to me, when it comes to character reading, it's almost like this. This is what HanziHero takes. They decide to start in the middle, and there is some level of building up. They have sentence reading, right? Sentence reading and listening and higher order things, and they do break down, which they kind of do it modularly so that you can swap out your initials, your finals, and whatnot. There is some sort of intuition for you to swap out the characteristic syntax, right? Mandarin Blueprint takes it even further down. They go even lower, so this might be a smaller arrow, but they really build up. So if you want to lay foundations for mnemonic building, I would say Mandarin Blueprint through the demonstration. Again, this is not my personal experience because I haven't used Mandarin Blueprint, but seeing the demonstration of what Mandarin Blueprint has, it's a lower language. So you can see it as a lower language. You like HanziHero platform? The Mandarin Blueprint UI is low-key outdated. Okay, yeah, I forgot about cosmetics. So when it comes to like design UI, there's a deep cut here for HanziHero. HanziHero is designed off of a time-tested design. It's not one-to-one, but it's a time-tested one. So I think when I was looking at the Mandarin Blueprint UI, it's not time-tested, and hence the outdated feel. I would agree with you when it comes to that. HanziHero, there's another thing called Anki, like at the Anki platform, and then other things for Japanese also use this type of structure. Earlier, or not today, by coincidence I didn't do it today. Today's a 0-0 day, but on Wanikani, lots of these like SRS related systems deal with this type of display style. So they often prioritize function over fashion, so to speak, and it's been time tested for many years, like over a decade. So this refinement and like straight to business situation can seem a lot more useful and less like current, you know, like I mean, like may seem more current. There's no stats or graphs. Yeah, clean features. Yeah, that's right. No tracking, like modernization of tracking. Exactly. And obviously you don't necessarily need the tracking, but generally speaking, when it comes to the post-internet age, when you're in the post-internet age, trackers are a dependency. So trackers are a normalized behavior. Like I'm a bit of an old hat, so with or without it, I'm okay. However, to me, that is necessary. Like that is a very welcome addition and expected standardization of modern apps or modern websites. So tools must come with adequate tracking data. Yeah. You just subscribe and I'll catch my stream in the future. Really enjoy chatting today. One last question. How hard was it for you to manage both Japanese, Chinese at once with Wanikani and HanziHero? For myself, if you're a syntax heavy person and you treat like this stuff like script, it's, to me, if you like relational stuff, like you're a very person who's like relational, you form associations very quickly. I think of it more as, if I'm using Wanikani, there's over 50% redundancy. Over 50% redundancy with HanziHero, because both Japanese and Chinese use the same script outside of like the Japanese specific things. So with that, it also means that when you're studying, if you're someone who likes to boot camp like rigidly in the process of using HanziHero overlaps with the process using Wanikani. So the idea is then, if say you spent 1 hour in Wanikani, at least 30 minutes of that may contribute to something downstream or upstream or at the same time, coincidentally, with HanziHero. So that's kind of like saying you're doing 3 hours of work, but you're actually using a higher like efficiency for that. That's my opinion. The hardness will come from how much time you want to use, in my opinion. And time is equivocated. The idea is when you're using HanziHero and you're learning Chinese, you are doing something for Wanikani as well. So my intent when I first started with both of these was that intent. And specifically, this deals with Wanikani and HanziHero. They are focused on character studies. So character studies are common between these two languages. So you're gonna find that the characters themselves will be reinforced dramatically. Now, whether you can associate or dissociate between Japanese and Chinese, that's a mix thing. I associate them. So a lot of times people spend most of their time dissociating them. Like, for example, if you can't associate Python script, right? You take Python and you're trying to associate it with the syntax of C++, and you don't see the parallelisms that go between them, like, oh, do periods get recognized, or do tab, or which one's tab oriented, that type of thing. If you can sort that out, then I would say you would be closer to me. I have no problems with that, and therefore using Wanikani and HanziHero makes both of them more effective to each other. So simultaneously it would be like, well, I'm not concerned about getting like having problems with character because the script has multiple points of failure. So they're redundancies, they're creating redundancies. Their methods are different, by the way. Their mnemonic methods are different, which offers multiple routes. Like, I can rewrite all of HanziHero's mnemonics using Wanikani's approach, and then vice versa. So what I do then is, if I have problems with Japanese, like if I have problems with the Japanese character of this, I can reinforce it with HanziHero. If I have problems the other way around, I could implement something I know about Japanese, and they kind of reflect each other. So instead of keeping instead of keeping Python separate from C++, oftentimes I ask myself, okay, I'm having trouble doing this in C++. How would I do this in Python? So that's kind of what I would say whether that sounds hard, that's probably a good way to capture what I'm doing. To me, that is why I did it. It's very synergistic. And I wanted to describe a bit of it because it could sound hard to someone else. If you don't like your Japanese mixing with your Chinese and spend the time organizing the thoughts and organizing the data, probably not that advisable. And I would say that's pretty much. You appreciate the co-relay analogies? I like to ask people a question, Osman, so that it can be relatable. So it was with my intent. It was with my intent that when I asked you about your background, I was already forming ways to use analogies so that they can be like, we can save a bit of time because I know like life is very busy. So analogies definitely go a long way. And this is what I would say. Like if you don't like your Python mixing with your C++, like a project, right? Osman, like say you have to do a project and a project requires that you use Godot, right? That's not how you spell Godot, but maybe that's how you spell it. And then part of it uses Unity, and then you have to like layer on Unreal 5, right? Like there are parts that deal with this, and then somehow you have to combine them into your like proprietary engine that takes advantage of all three meshed together. That's kind of like learning HanziHero and Wanikani at the same time. You're gonna have to juggle the nuances of them until you boot camped enough to create your own proprietary workflow. And every 100 days, so I do this thing, I do self-evaluations because this is self-study, right? So every 100 days, I actually record myself explaining my workflow, so my process in it. So the 400 day, the most recent 400 day demonstrates how I'm using HanziHero and how Wanikani and even Duolingo is where I started. The first year was Duolingo. The workflow that I took from Duolingo and I added my own like professional, like when I was working in science, I had a different work process. So I modified Duolingo. Then I take Duolingo and modify that process into HanziHero and Wanikani. And I'm using another app right now called Bunpro. And that is the same deal. So you take all your languages. This is how to get to know me a little bit. I typically take a lot of things and I try to get them to associate with each other and synergistically create a proprietary approach. So to me, my approach to Japanese and Chinese and Spanish and English and Fujianese is the same approach, where you take all of them and you integrate them. So whenever someone speaks Japanese, some days it just comes out Chinese in my head. That's perfectly all right. Sometimes when I talk, I could end up substituting words here and there based on what is available to me. So that's how I typically approach learning. So to me, this is the easiest way to do things for myself. Like learning two different languages, seeing how they're related to each other is how I stay consistent and interested. Seeing relationships between things is great. So when I was learning Python, I was learning something else at the same time. I typically don't learn things in isolation. And if you're that kind of guy, give it a try. I would love to meet another person who's doing that. If not, I would say compartmentalize. I feel like most people like to compartmentalize. So they would specialize. Basically, when you're learning Chinese, they would not English. So they would try as hard as possible to not English anything, right? Chinese is not English. For me, Chinese is English. And English is Chinese. So in every possible way, when I'm describing something, talking about something, they are tethered together. So that for me, the feeling of comprehension is when they become tethered together, not when they are successfully separated from each other. So hardest things could be the easiest things for someone. Hopefully that gives a bit lens. Again, I'm very uncomfortable in recommending things to people that I don't understand or like know. However, I tend to say what happened, and then with enough information, I trust that the other person has the competence and long existing experience to cherry pick. So I'm relying on the idea that you, an experienced software engineer who wants a challenge, already have the problem solving skills to be able to pick whatever you want, right? Yeah, you're able to form your own opinion based on that. Yes, awesome. That is the goal. Like, I rarely ever enjoy the process of telling someone what their opinion should be, or like sell, because I'm not selling these products. Like, these are also not the product that I'm selling. I'm basically selling my experience. So the best thing I can offer is to describe what has happened so far with using something. Glad to hear it. I look forward to, definitely feel free to type in Chinese or like do things in Chinese. Jane's been going on this typing in Japanese thing, and at some point in another year or two, I'm probably gonna be doing that with other people, where they simply, if you prefer to type in Japanese or prefer to type in Chinese or whatever you learn, go right ahead. We'll learn together, right? That's kind of the idea. We'll encourage each other to do so in that way. Hopefully that's good. And good luck with your day. You said you were gonna head off, so I don't want to keep you. And also, you can still try both. I think Mandarin Blueprint also has a trial, so you can. One thing I can say is, with your analytical skills, that like with the average or like whatever your level analytical skills, doing the first 100 characters in HanziHero, you'll probably be able to understand the mechanics, if the mechanics is for you. I think these tools, have to ask yourself, is the syntax good enough? If the syntax is good enough and you don't foresee any scalability problem, like to 3000, for example. 3000 is the gold number, sort of, for Chinese. And if you're looking at the syntax, you're walking through it, and you say, okay, I don't foresee this being a problem scaling to 3000, then that would be a great indicator to invest in something. I think that young, inexperienced people would be unable to reliably know if they're going to have scalability problems. So what they typically do is they would use this for a couple months, like 2 months or 3 months, then they would matriculate to something else that addresses a different component and build from there. For myself, I go through it 100% to it and then move on, and I stagger other tools along the way. So, anyways, yeah, thanks for the opportunity, by the way. I really appreciate it. This is a great opportunity whenever someone asks questions and curious. I practice, this is what I practice most of the time, trying to explain things, and it's been a pleasure. I look forward to one day, you're coming by and just swinging your Chinese around. That would be pretty boss. Your action items: 1 hour HanziHero, 1 hour Wanikani daily for a week, and see what feelings you have by the end of it. Excellent. I look forward to hearing your assessment on that. I have yet to meet someone who has decided to see if they can make that work. And at the minimum, there's no monetary investment for HanziHero or Wanikani until you pass a specific number of characters. So in both ways, the first 100 characters is like a month's time. So both Wanikani and HanziHero takes approximately 1 month on a schedule basis, because these are schedulers. SRS has schedulers involved. So it takes about a 1 month process, and you will have plenty of time to feel out if the syntax, they're dramatically different syntax. The script itself is the same. Like, these things are the same. The content itself is static between Japanese and Chinese. Their mnemonic approach, you're getting 2 for the price of 1, basically. You can see either approach of mnemonics. Wanikani uses a higher order one. So Wanikani is less modular. It should have a higher startup time. So, you know, less curve. You go right in because they use higher order mnemonics. And then HanziHero is lower order mnemonics, so it's increased in time to learn the syntax first. Right? It's kind of like C++, in my opinion, has a higher, like, it has a longer like gestation period, and Python is much earlier, but it kind of plateaus because eventually it just normalizes, right? So Python, higher language, it's more intuitive because it's closer to the thing that you're doing. Wanikani uses a mnemonic system that caters to emotions, higher order like feeling and memory techniques. HanziHero, it's kind of dry in the beginning. You're like, oh hey, remember it's this character over and over again. So you have a bit of a contrast. Good luck. I won't keep you any longer. I look forward to hearing what your experience is going to be like. This was a complete social experiment for me. Yeah, you gotta run. Yeah, take care. Take care, Osman. Good luck. It was a pleasure. Alright, we got... Chua.
抓痒，
Oh yeah. Scratch that itch. Okay.
丝绸，窃取，
野
蛮，
蛮，
抓痒，
取缔，
取缔，
Okay.
窃笑，
窃笑 steal a laugh, to snicker. Okay. Good enough. I think we're good.
窃笑，缔结，
缔结 conclude and tie up. So tie up. Concluding something.
缔结，赃物，
赃物 stolen stuff, stolen goods.
赃物，猫头鹰，
猫头鹰 猫头鹰 this you just gotta know when you gotta know. 猫头鹰 is an owl. It kind of looks like it. This is saying a cat head like eagle or Hulk. You can kind of see it. See it.
猫头鹰，发痒，
猫头鹰 was introduced in Duolingo very early because they were describing the Duolingo owl. 猫头鹰 what did they say? Probably something like 绿色 like 绿色的猫头鹰 like a green owl, right? 发痒 yep. Itch, you give off an itch.
发痒
okay.
窃笑
发痒
发痒赃
脏
物
物
猫头鹰缔结
哎
天谴
天谴 oh divine punishment 谴 doesn't strike me as punishment. It's more like I don't know. To me it would have been like 天刑 I'm not sure 天刑 is a thing. Or closer, or like 天罚 Qian is interesting. It's like divine punishment feels more like divine forsaken, like heaven forsaken by heaven or something like that. Forsaken wrath of heaven that oh yeah, okay. 天谴
天谴
Actually, what are the examples? 他觉得这是一种天谴。Okay, sure. 我不害怕天谴。人们认为什么？认为洪水是洪水，洪水是天谴，天谴的表现 manifestation 表现 interesting. Yeah, 人为 wrong tone. I thought that was 4. Yeah, 洪水是天谴的表现。Okay. Fine punishment.
无懈可击
无懈可击。无懈可击。So unable to like no laxing and unbeatable, right? No laxing, unable to beat, sort of like unable, or it's impeccable. I almost want to say invulnerable. Okay, unbeatable is kind of okay too. Invulnerable, unassailable. Impeccable. Yeah, 他的真话 no 计划他的计划十分圆表是圆表完表完美 oh no 完美 oh interesting perfect 完美 I get it. Perfect plus beautiful fair enough 无懈可击完美 How do I get perfect in one? What is the bottom thing? Bottom thing is dollar and container. We're gonna have, when this comes back around, gonna have to do something about that. 他的辩论表现趋色This might be a alternative read. I don't know yet. And then 我是科技. Oh no, 趋色 for what? Performance? Oh, outstanding. Oh, that makes sense. Out. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. 趋色. I'm not sure we have that combination. It is kind of a cute way to say outstanding though. 一场无懈可击的表演. Okay. Oh, okay. I messed up there.
无懈可击。
可击。
大白鲨。
大白鲨. Okay. Self-explanatory.
大白鲨。
Great white shark.
舔。
甜. Ooh. Okay. I can kind of see a tian in there, top right. Tian is very powerful. But it kind of also reminds me of a word, the right. This one. Tian, this is tian for like add or increase. So we already have a tian. Pretty confident it's tian. Where is tian at? Where are you? Here it is. Tian. Oh, it does have water though. Tian does have water. Yaku just popping in quickly. How's studying going? Any news on my end? It's pretty good. I just met someone who's gonna start learning Chinese and Japanese, probably both. Pretty interesting. So that's what happened in the past few minutes. Couple minutes. Last hour, maybe. Pretty neat. Software engineer as well. Software engineer, West Coast American. Took a 6-month, maybe like a 6-month remote work or a sabbatical or pleasure cruise or pleasure globe trotting in Southeast Asia. I said, did they ask you for advice around that, or did they just let you know? They asked me for advice or recommendations or something, and then you can imagine how I went about it. Oh nice. Maybe you should ask them for career advice. I mentioned it specifically because I like to I deliberately wanted to phrase all the analogies. Like I basically asked them for their background so I can swap all the analogies to something appropriate. So we talked about, like, I kind of linked script reading to like computational language, whatnot. That's how I would go about it. I basically focused on describing my own experiences and then hoping that they trust, you know, like they assured me that they formed their own opinions from what I said, which is good because that's kind of excellent. That, in my opinion, should be the way, right? Whenever someone asks advice and recommendations and whatnot, you tell them what you know and encourage them to make their own opinions. At least in my opinion. If they don't have enough time, but this person did. That's what was great about it. So when you ask like any news on my end, I met another person who stayed long enough where they were able to hear enough things to form their own opinion. And that's priceless. That's absolutely priceless. So that also means that if you ask them for career advice, you could probably have a conversation with them, if you know what I mean. That's a great way. In my opinion, it's a litmus test for many things. you have someone who's can actually process and integrate information, that's probably who you want to get career advice from, if you know what I mean. Like, if you're, how would you, for me, I don't know if this ever happens to you, which I've been really lucky in my life, so grain of salt. When I ask a question, the people that I ended up asking are people who do not tire of explaining things to me, which is great because that's kind of what you want. But I imagine you may have encountered in some time in your life where, like, hey, do you have any advice? Do good, try harder, work more, get good, and then that's all you get. You know what I mean? Like, online, I feel like because of the hustle culture and whatnot, it's like, Google it, or listen to this guy's top 10 1-minute rapid fire things, like, how do you make money really fast? Buy stock, invest correctly, profit. God, thanks for the advice. What did you do? Buy stock, get good, profit. That's kind of how I feel a lot of times about people who are more concerned about their edge, right? I'm not, if anyone else is, if you feel personally attacked, I'm sorry, I really apologize, right? Like, sort of. But if you feel personally attacked, then doesn't that just make it true? Like, you know what I mean? But anyways, that sounds like a promising avenue for them to pursue. You really just pop in. Okay, all right. Yeah, take care, Procol. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with your studies, Procol, and whatever you're having going on. Stay healthy, right? Stay healthy. You know. All right, take care, Procol. Thanks for stopping by. Health is wealth. You betcha. Both up here, and right, you know, here, right? Both here and here. Stay healthy in both. Your life is worth more. Okay. All right, so we have Tian, right? So lick. Wait, did Tian have a pump? Pretty sure it had a pump. Yeah, it had a pump. So Timmy Turner is in the basement of the pawn shop where he wishes to be able to lick the essence of heaven. You know what? That actually kind of feels fine. The wish is granted, and an old second-hand pump that is in the basement suddenly transforms and sprouts a feeder tube that goes out of the window and up into the heaven. All the way to heaven, it slowly drips a heavenly essence, and Timmy gets on his knees and licks it with his tongue and tastes like sugar. Honestly, that actually works really well with Timmy Turner. I might actually double down on how absurd this is, but it's kind of, it really does capture what a kid would wish for. I did watch Fairly Odd Parents though. He does wish for pretty ridiculous ideas. It's kind of a great combination of kids wish the darndest things or say the darndest things. All right, I got you. So licking the essence of heaven from a secondary pump. Nice. 甜嘴唇 lick one's lips. Okay, fair enough. 甜干净 lick clean, dry and clean. Okay, 甜干净. Okay, cool.
舔
Yeah.
会
会 do you look like a Quay? Not really. It's more like Gui plus food. But we did have a food that had Quay in it, did we not? I feel like there was one. No. What am I thinking of? Quay? What was that? Chief? Yeah, we don't got anything for. Let's go. So, expensive food, maybe gifting to Bowser is what we're gonna be. Actually, I think this is not listed as expensive. We're gonna use expensive. So, Koopa is in the bathroom of the beach house, where he is trying to clean up some seafood from the beach. Some expensive seafood from the beach to be gifted to his boss and overlord Bowser, who is currently on vacation. And sunbathing on the beach outside. Okay, cool. Play. Let's go. Gift. 馈赠 makes sense. 反馈. Interesting. Feedback is considered a gift. That's kind of neat. All right.
会
Okay. 天
天谴
Whoops. Wrong tone.
会 大白鲨
哇，无懈可击。
无懈可击
Yes, kind of weak. Okay. Have to go over it.
舔
Alright, what's our 5 characters?
懒
Lan. That does look like a lan. Complete with silk. Maybe a silk cable. The glass is in the basement of the pawn shop where he's working with a jailer and the walking eye shore, or keeping an eye, to make a silk cable. It is a cable because even though it is silk, it is an ancient secondhand elvish silk that is like steel. They twist it together, slowly forming a cable that the jailer hopes to use for better detain. Good enough. Lan. Really? Lancha? Okay. Alright.
懒
I thought it might use like a different type.
馋
Chan? What? Wait. Wasn't the other thing Chan? No, Chan was the other thing. Was it fingers? There's the full right side is the same, but was it fingers? It's fingers. Chan. Alright. Glutinous. Chan. Alright. It could just be the same dude. The same rabbit. Charlie Brown is inside the pawn shop on lunch break. He has a stack of food on the display counter that is glutinously eating. A rabbit comes up and starts to nibble out the food with his mouth, but Charlie is so gluttonous. Oh no, it's not glutinous, it's gluttonous. I just realized gluttonously and gluttonously is, oh, I didn't even consider. Oh, gluten has an E, right? This is gluttonous. Gluttonous. A rabbit comes up and starts nibbling at the food with his mouth, but Charlie is so gluttonous that he takes a second-hand dagger and okay, that's unnecessary. Alright, Charlie Brown is inside the on shop. Right, on lunch break. He has a stack of food. He is hoping to gluttonously consume. However, a rabbit shows up and tries to nibble on the food with his mouth. Charlie instead of fighting, he takes out a dagger and cuts some of the food to give to the rabbit. Unfortunately, the rabbit was so gluttonous that it consumed most of the food, leaving Charlie with barely anything. Alright, sorry Charlie. He has to be unlucky. That's kind of the theme. Changjue. Okay, makes sense. Glutton. Yin Yan? Yin Chang? Interesting. Gluttonous of the eyes to covet something. I would think
Han
it might all Chan. Not Chang. Chang. Instead of envy, covet. Gluttonous. Okay.
Han
Chan? To win or to wind? To wind around. I just realized wind and win are spelled the same way too. Oh, today I had a really fun thing. Oh, maybe James might find it interesting later down the road. I was when I was conjugating adjectives in Japanese, right? Like you don't conjugate in Chinese, but when I was conjugating adjectives in Japanese, I started thinking about what do English do with like adjectives and nouns that is really weird. And I realized that, dude, plurals and counting, whenever I thought about, oh yeah, you know, you're counting and you have to add S or not S and whatnot, I thought about it and I'm like, yo, English is pretty whack as well. Like for example, one yarn, for example. Let's just say one yarn, right? But then do you say two yarns? Yawns. Sorry, that's yarn. I don't know why I wrote yawn and said yarn. Two yawns. But if you say two yawns, two yawns something, it's actually two yawn. But if you say zero, it's zero yawns, not zero yawn. I should have chose the better thing, like one apple, right? And then two apples. But it's zero apples. But two apple pie. And that's when it starts getting like, oh, well that kind of sucks too. Whenever I think about like counters, so you have a counter and then you have to like possibly modify the adjective for a noun, but if you have different scenarios that create counting and idiosyncrasies, like this in my opinion is like, you know it when you know it. Like whenever I would think, okay, well, a Japanese person will be explaining their counters and whatnot and their adjectives and how a counter of an adjective, right? A counter of an adjective of a noun works in a specific way, but this doesn't work in a specific way. But imagine explaining to someone like, it's 1 apple. Oh yeah, that's 2 apples. But there's definitely 0 apples, not 0 apple. If you say 0 apple, that's weird. But it's not 2 apples pies, it's 2 apple pie. And you can't say, like, for example, oh, there are 2 apples in the pie by saying 2 apples pies. That's still wonky. Still wonky. Alright. Anyways. Chan. Do I have anything with... Wait, what is this supposed to be? What are they breaking this up to? Oh, are they combining... How are you breaking this up? Okay, I see the soil and you break it up. Interesting. As opposed to womb? Wait, what's going on here? Is that not womb? What's womb like? Oh, no, wait. That's HanziHero. Not HanziHero. That's Wanikani. Wait, then what is shroom? What is a mushroom? No, is that not a mushroom? Oh, it has 1 extra stroke. So wait, they decide to use Chinese mile and soil. Oh, because of the bottom soil. Oh, I see how it works. I got you. We're not using Chinese mile. We're using hometown, and we're just gonna pivot to Chinese mile. So, let's see. All right, Charlie Brown is inside the pawn shop. Where in his hometown. Now next. In his hometown, which is leg, which is within walking distance by leg. He found some he is trying to sell some silk. He found wound around some, I don't know, some piping, some wood found at a nearby shack that was slightly dirty, dusty, slightly soiled. So I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe unfortunately he found out it was totally worthless. Okay. Jill, okay. But that's what Jill looked like. Yesterday I had a mistaken identity between the two Jills. The Jill for hold tight, then entangle. Chang Rao. Okay. Wait, what time? 7 p.m. Chang Rao. Go around in one round, okay.
蝉 冰
Bing, another Bing. What was yesterday's Bing? Yesterday's Bing was Water's Edge. Okay. We're using guess for this. So Bigfoot's front of infirmary where he trying to help infirmary. He is best to offer the visitors or to distribute medical silk to any incoming the abundant medical silk garments to the abundant visitors. Who hesitantly accepts as they enter treatment. Okay. Here's this Bigfoot. Bing Wu Cai Bing Fen. Okay. 5 colored abundant fun disorder? Interesting.
Bing
What the use case is that? Whoops.
Bing
Bing. That does not look like Bing. What is the closest thing for conjoined twins? Closest I can think of is like ooh. No. Peng. Yeah, Peng. I was gonna say Nong, but Peng. Yeah, Pooh. Pooh is my go-to for interesting things side by side. We could retroactively side by side these. Interesting. Side by side lineup. Lineup is the thing. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Interesting. No examples. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the English Manor, taking a sauna. Taking a sauna. Anyway, suddenly 2 aristocrats, conjoined twins, come in literally side by side. Bigfoot is not sure who is more strange, him or the conjoined twins. I guess it is hard to compare them side by side. Yeah. All right, I'll take it.
Bing 懒
Heck. Has something. Oh.
蝉，冰，病，
Oh.
蝉，
Alright. Good. Alright, reviews. Dang, when I digress, my energy disappeared. Poured a lot of energy in. Okay. Freebies. Or freebie.
纸，
Wait. Hmm.
电， 垮，
Okay. True. Right, true.
局，关，
I'm not sure.
词，公，治，
Or like control, govern. Go on. What? Oh, I felt pretty okay with that one. I thought I felt good with that one. Whoops. I meant to type chin there. Tall.
字，曹，拢，
I lost it. I have no idea. That is so gone. What? Oh man, I thought that was poor. Oh, pa. Pa, not poor. Oh no. I think that's rut. How did the fairy connect? I think I asked the same question as well. Hmm.
矮
Man, I really thought this was haze something. I YOLO this?
萌
Oh, it is. Okay. No, the other one has mouth. So
急 贪
oh no, wait, that's paralysis. So what happened here? Huh.
撤
Oops, not route, rut.
意
What the E?
浅 怕 治 贪
Okay. Yo, what? Oh.
缩 锤
I swear it's like.
好
Oh, okay. It is. Okay.
懒
Hmm.
知
No.
错
What? Oh, wait.
杀电
That's kind of rough.
尾
Slowly disappearing. Say what?
背
Okay.
叠
Oh, I hear thunderstorm, lightning storm. So if I cut out, that's what happened. Oh. What? I didn't know that was Shang. Oh, Shen. Shen, not Shang. Oh, it is this character. Wow, they're so different.
急
Yeah, they're so different. Oh, okay. Sad and silent and lonely. Oh, okay, I gotta see it though. Loneliness, lonely in the silence. Okay, I see. And there is loneliness with that too.
放
That's Jian. Yellow?
运
What was Ying? Oh no.
那
No, it's gone. No.
仿 握 呼 掺
Take by arm. Take by the arm. Yeah. Gotta stop. Cease and desist.
尖
Oh. Wait. Could have sworn it was. So is it Ling? Okay, Mountain Pass. Okay, it's fine. It's linked with the other summit. Or yeah,
岭
Ling. Okay. EP. But I ended up using Holler.
夸 请
Oh, acres, not acres. 100 acres.
龙 会
What? Hui is cool. Interesting.
提玉愁胡从将兵
What? Oh, Kung.
宁
What? Oh, Chang. What does that have to do with it? Like a container, as a pointer, covered in silk. Split open. Oh, split open. Bad. It's new. We'll give it a 1 or 2 more goes.
卵 先 公
Oops.
战 坑
What? Sure. Sure. Oh, gee.
肾
What is that? Oh no.
苏
Shortbread. Yep, that's exactly it.
转
It's not Xiao. Oh wait. I don't know what that is.
罗
Yo, what? Oh no. Huh. What? It's not Chi. What? Oh no, I don't know what that is either. Huh. Oh.
脚
Rip.
杆
I want to say it's like some sort of stick, but I don't know. Let's go with like pole or it's a stick of some sort, a shaft. Okay, okay, it's fine. Oh, is it? Oh no, it's not. Yes. Oh. This.
抄
YOLO?
流
YOLO? Okay. 智
智
YOLO? Okay, that didn't work. Let's think about this for a moment. Let's see here.
一
Depend on. Okay. All right. That's pretty all right. It's kind of. It was a little bit rough near the end, but we're good to go. Yo, what? Hopefully my power doesn't go out. There's a storm today. Excuse me. Why is that stone thing weak? Because it's Zelda.
搞砸
你为什么总是搞砸一切？
Mess up. That's fine.
脚凳子
我需要买一个新的脚蹬子。
不屑
他不懈的精神让所有人感动。
肉粽
他们自己做了肉粽。
钞票
这张钞票是假的。
旗帜
每个团队都有自己的旗帜。
全歼
敌军在突袭中被全歼。
They should take total annihilation. Total annihilation. No, totally. That sounds real.
“罐子
我用罐子来储存茶叶。
笔电
请帮我换一对新的笔电。
瀑布
我们去看了一个美丽的瀑布。
Yo, what? You. Which one's the one with the page? Oh.
颤抖
他听到坏消息时，声音开始颤抖。
矫正，
你需要矫正姿势。
溶解，
盐可以在水中溶解。
砂糖，
砂糖溶解在水里。
捣乱，
小孩子在客厅捣乱。
嗯
溜床，
学校附近有6幢大楼。
偷窥，
他发现有人偷窥他。
老鹰，
我看见一只老鹰在天空中飞翔。
求饶，
敌人在战场上求饶。
南纬，
南极洲位于南纬90度。
Oh, wrong tone.
通气，
他因犯罪被通缉。
Or, I guess, order of arrest, or arrest order of arrest. Oops, I wrote button.
束缚，
自由是没有束缚的状态。
缅甸，
我想去缅甸旅游。
砖窑，
他们设计了一个更高效的砖窑。
辖区，
辖区内有许多学校。
饶恕，
希望你能饶恕他的过错。
涂抹，
小猫把泥巴涂抹在地板上。
Those are two very weak ones.
挚友，
他是我的挚友。
Yo, what? Oh, 拼音。
拼音，
他已经学会拼音了。
Of all the things, that's such a coincidence. 拼音。How did ping work? Here, piecing, okay. What? Oh, 敌人。
敌人，溶液，
实验中需要使用溶液。
That's a mispronunciation. It happens from time to time.
“淌血”，
鼻子突然淌血，他赶紧找纸巾。
十戒，
遵守十诫是信徒的责任。
政坛，
他在政坛上的演讲很有影响力。
What? 一缕
一缕烟，
他看着一缕烟消失在空气中。
迅骑，
迅骑开始了。
城堡，
城堡里有很多房间。
Yellow.
雪碧，
我在超市买了一瓶雪碧。
Oh, heckin' Sprite. What is that?
鱼塘，
鱼塘的水非常清澈。
Oh no, wait. Fish pond. Lee.
鱼钩，
鱼钩被卡在石头里。
It's a fish hook. Same difference. Sorry.
奴隶，
他曾经是一个奴隶。
晚饭，
你想现在吃晚饭吗？
舒适，
我感到非常舒适。
Oh, I totally just about faced there. Oh man. That kind of felt rough. Ah! Okay, sorry.
筹码，
这个秘密成了他的筹码。
筹码。Okay. Oma is kind of weak.
佐证，
法官要求提供更多的佐证。
渴求，
他渴求成功。
敷药，
他在伤口上敷药以防止感染。
你呢？
每月2次，你呢？
我
运河，
运河开行了。
For now, yeah, okay. It's okay. Hey, sorry, you wanted to now pop back in to ask you something, if that's alright? Alright, sure. Go for it. Hmm. What? That's not full container in doggo.我们的也Oh, breakthrough. Right? Probably breakthrough. Yeah, and then suddenly 突破 or yes 突破
在乎
你真的在乎这件事吗？
在乎 probably like care. Yeah, care. Your friend said to you all video games are fundamentally, for the most part, different cooldown timings. Do I agree? What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. I'm not even sure what I'm agreeing with there. Whoops. 宁静
食物
我需要更多食物。
Your friend has a way of sounding like a physicist, but not like a physicist. Kidding, but that. Have you're familiar with the phrase reductio absurdum, right? That's what that phrase reminds me of. Reductio absurdum, where someone used like it's not absurd for them. Like for me, it's an example of reductio absurdum. Hang on, let me see. Reductio ad absurdum. Yeah. Sorry, I missed the middle part. So reductio ad absurdum. Like to me, I would use that example as an example of that. You think it was saying that the cooldown mechanic for actions within video games is the fundamental basis for all video games? Yeah. That would be an example of if your friend truly believed that's some profound finding, I would say that it is a great example of reductio ab absurdum. So I would not agree with that. You could. Here's a great example of what that person just said. You know, video games is pretty much hitting buttons on a controller. You know, video games are pretty much watching pixels light up on a screen. Life is pretty much protons, neutrons, and electrons. Memory is it's pretty much protons and neutrons. He said this towards the end of a short rant about Overwatch. I'm not surprised. Reductio ab absurdum. You reduce the argument of the emergent level of Overwatch ability cooldowns to and reduce it so that it can be generalizable to everything else with inexperience. So for example, shoot 'em up games. We'll do 2D shoot 'em up games. Cooldowns or spam. We could use like Vampire Survivors instead. Let's do Vampire Survivors. Yeah, you think that any attempt to objectively assert the percent of importance a component of something such as this is generally arbitrary. Yeah, it really is. I feel his pain though. I understand the need to do that. I do understand that. Like, how would I say this? To project the importance of something that's important to them. Like for me, it sounds like the thing that's fixated by the person is the cooldowns. Like for example, like life is basically an RPG game. Is it? Like for me, I would sympathize by agreeing with the person and then trying to see it from their perspective. Do I fundamentally agree with them? The answer is yes and no. No, I don't fundamentally agree with them if I'm not looking at it at the same emergent level. Yes, I agree with them if I entertain the idea that I'm trying to empathize with them. Everything can be anything, or everything can be everything, provided with the right emotional motivations, in my opinion. Right? That's how you can be agreeable to them. But yes, I would say that everything is everything. I agree with them. You spoke as if you caught on to where that statement came from by my friend before I even said it, that he said it after a rant. Kudos. Hear me out. I don't know how old your friend is, but it goes without saying that I've had this conversation many times before. The context itself has changed for sure. Like for example, it's not that far away from that's okay, everyone hates me anyways. You see what I mean? Like, so this person experienced hate, so then that means that everyone hates them. That's kind of like the idea. Have we had this conversation before? We might have had this conversation before in a different context, but like the context themselves do not remove the importance of the motivation behind the person. Like you do feel these things. Like when you want to, what was the other idiom? When you make a big deal of everything, then everything is a big deal. I've had that conversation before. Do you remember anything from the first conversation we had? About what? About which? The Overwatch thing, or we may have had this conversation before. About which part? Just anything about our first conversation, our very first conversation? That's a good question. Probably not. It's within the conversations that we already have. So like most of our first conversation persists somewhere in our existing conversations, but I don't know which like the specifics of it. Yeah, I rarely ever keep track of that type of time. Makes for a very interesting conversation when someone else does remember it. It would be interesting. I don't know where it is. Maybe we could find out, like, in a recording session. The only thing you remember was nebulous. You taught me the meaning of that word. Oh, nebulous? Nebulous came up in our first conversation? That's crazy. It's kind of humorous that later on we went to talk about physics, and nebula is like the root word of nebulous. Like, that's how I remember the word nebulous. I probably said the same thing when you were asking me what nebulous was. I probably said nebula as well. Yeah, like the only reason I know the word nebulous is Star Trek. Star Trek is when I learned nebulous, because a nebula is nebulous. And then I remember we talked about physics on multiple occasions, so it's interesting that nebulous did not come up as a tie-in for physics, like astrophysics. Yeah, wait. So the fundamental, hear me out. But is nebula nebulous? I don't know. Is it? Gaseous forms tend to be nebulous, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're figuratively appreciably, like from a human perspective. But if it was quantified, and it's quantifiable, right? Like gas is quantifiable, so it could be. You could say Jupiter is nebulous, yeah, with a lot of nebulous gases, right? Like it's constantly in a state of flux, right? Nebulous has the innate definition of being in flux. So when you think about gaseous forms, they tend to be, from a human perspective, nebulous, while comparable to like a solid, something that is less like dynamic. However, from a science standpoint, gases aren't nebulous because they're quantifiable. They simply have a lot of space, right? So that's kind of an interesting question, honestly. But is a nebula nebulous? Well, if you can quantifiably, estimate or measure the volume of like a space, then it's not nebulous in the sense that it's undefinable or like it's hard to define, which is the common use for me for using the word nebulous. Nebulous is, in terms of like colloquialism, a nebulous thing is hard to define, but a gas is also nebulous in its space. So nebulous is this is kind of ironic because using more complex words is supposed to lead to specificity, but nebulous in itself is not that specific. Something that is in a state of flux can be nebulous. Something that exists with a lot of space is also nebulous. Something that's undetermined is a bit nebulous. And then something that is not necessarily undetermined but hard to understand is also nebulous. Yeah, nebulous itself is not specific, basically. Solids and liquids are far more similar than either are in gas, in your opinion? That's fair. That's fair. The funny thing is when you ask, but is a nebula nebulous? And I start thinking about science, right? Like being able to identify a volume of space. Like, for example, if you take a jar and you close it, what's in the jar, you can make a logical argument it's not nebulous. As in, like, if you ask someone colloquially, like you close a jar, right? You ask someone what's in the jar, they wouldn't qualify as nebulous despite it has a nebulous nature to it, right? It's a play on your perspective, because you would say, well, it's air. There's nothing really nebulous about that. And the whole idea of qualifying it as air is like, well, what do you think is air? And then they'll go and, quantify it, and then you can measure it, and then it's not nebulous if you know what it is. But at the same time, gas itself is often referred to as nebulous because of its state of flux. So it's moving around and it's very fluid, and then things that are solid don't move around as much. But solid things can be nebulous. You know what I mean? Like a mystery metal is nebulous. You don't know what it is yet. So that's an interesting thought. Like I don't think I've ever, when you said you could say Jupiter is nebulous, that's when it really I started questioning, like, it's interesting. Nebulous is a subjective word, right? Like what I mean is you don't typically find it in like some sort of quantitative discussions. Where I see the word nebulous comes up is through interpretation of data. So like a conclusion, right? A conclusion or some sort of personal opinion about the data, but you don't quantify the nebulosity. I'm making up words now, like the nebulousness of something. Yeah, in that scenario, the technicality, nebulous nature to it is something you shouldn't consider in most social situations. Yeah, you got nothing left in my coffee tin. Well, technically you have air in there. Exactly. That's when you get really technical. And we are maybe like two or three discussions back, we talked about pedantic, right? Becoming pedantic. Whenever someone says like, well, technically you have air in the jar, and it's like, all right, well, can you tell me what air is if you want to be specific? Because air is, that's not concise enough. Like, I know when I have coffee in the tin. Do you know what's in air? It's like, oh, Mr. Smarty Pants, what kind of air do I have in the can? Tell me. I know when I don't have coffee in the tin, but do you know what kind of air I have in my tin? But then that begs the question, is it the scenario itself that causes the question statement to be nebulous, or the words used to ask the state? Probably both. But I would say, for me personally, my tendency is a subjective assertion of its certainty. Like how certain it is when I use the term nebulous. So saying that I have air in there is not a nebulous statement. And then saying that I don't have no more, like my coffee tin doesn't have anything in it anymore, like solids, any solid, is a nebulous statement. So because it's nebulous, it can be subjected to scrutiny, right? Like pedantic scrutiny. When a state is like colloquially definitive, like for example, gravity exists, would not necessarily be nebulous, but it would be a general statement, right? Like general statements do not necessarily have to be nebulous. So the level of certainty is in play with the statement. Not that you can still point it out. You can still point it out if you want. You feel like this line of conversation will end up crashing into our previous line of conversation about the unending nature of logic? Absolutely. Since we rely on logic most of the time, Procol, when we're having discussions, it will ultimately become about crabs, origins, and why. Yes, I agree. It either feeds back on itself, or we would make it into a cyclic argument. And that's kind of when, honestly, for me, is a natural place to stop. Like, you if not intuitively, analytically, when something reaches a forever, no, not really forever, but what I mean is it creates a stopping point. So there's always a natural stopping point because you go through habitually, both intuitively or analytically. So whenever we reach a certain line of conversation, it either becomes intuitive or said in a way. So over time, you kind of just get the feeling of like, yeah, all right, let's change the subject, right? I'm not sure if you plan how to change subjects. I typically plan to change subjects around the other person. Otherwise, once it gets into the realm of like cyclic arguments, when you double back or you regress and forget, like, the other person I'm speaking to forget the original premise, like they've strayed so far away from the original premise, then that's a natural place to stop with that particular line of conversation. Telltale sign. So not forever. Most of the time is never forever. That's kind of a weird phrase, never forever.
如此
情况就是如此。
I kind of wish we could not repeat the chats we had, and I mean repeat in a general sense. Do you get that feeling? You kind of wish. Our chats always seem to fall into a box, if you understand what I mean. That's an interesting thought. I don't empathize with that. I don't think I've ever said the same thing twice. And what I mean by that is, if you're using you mean repeat in a more general sense, I mean I don't say the same thing twice in a general sense, ever. This is reductio ab absurdum again, where if you place it in a general enough sense, everything is everything. So like, it stinks that we use logical reasoning for all our chats. In a general sense, all the chats will be very similar and in a box because they all are tied with logic. So you could feel the same if you want, but I rarely have ever tread the same path twice. And that's coming from nuance as opposed to general sense. So when we step back far enough, I feel like most things are in a box. It's like saying two humans converse. Why don't we converse as not human? General enough. For myself, when you say you kind of wish we could not repeat the same chats, do you feel like you do not have growth from repeating the same chats? Do you think you are having the same ideas over and over again? I rarely ever entertain the same ideas over again. That's also contributes to the idea that it's very difficult for me to remember any particular specific instance of something again, which is because my memory is always consolidating. What about how your previous statement links to the predictability of our conversation, as I think that's closer to what I'm trying to say? Is it predictable? Like, did you predict the very specific way I executed the same general sense of what you feel is the same idea? Like, for example, the very specific example that you probably say is, yeah, you remember when I said, I probably talked about nebulas again, right? But we were talking about the first time, so it's not the same thing anymore. You definitely think we both have grown due to and not due to our conversation. That's fair enough. But you just asked, what about that other statement, that the predictability? And I said that, oh yeah, the first time when about nebulas, it's probably nebula. I probably said the same thing, but saying that I said the same thing as I said the first time is not the same thing that I said the first time. You see what I mean? Like, regardless of how much iteration happens prior, it's never going to be the same thing. Like, it's rarely ever going to be the identical same thing. However, if you step back and generalize, so a good example would be, you said, oh, I remember the first time about nebulous. You asked me what the nebulous thing is. And then I was like, oh, hey, yeah, it's kind of interesting that when you talked about this nebula didn't come back. But this is the example. I know what you're talking about. So you were asking about the first time, a conversation, and then you introduced nebulous, and I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, I think I also, I said something along that dealt with nebula, and I'm like, I probably said it the first time too. I refer to the nebula, but you have no recollection whether the nature of how I introduced nebula. And then also, this very loop couldn't exist without the first time. So like saying and reflecting on our first conversation is not the same as saying the same thing like the first time. So like when I said, oh, hey, nebulous, where I got the idea from nebulous is nebula. And then I said to myself, which is a direct example to support your theory, oh, I probably mentioned that the first time too that we met. That would be a confirmation that the first time happened. But it's not possible to be the same. Do you think I was saying they were the same thing? No, I was telling you that when you generalize enough, everything can be the same thing. It can feel the same regardless of if it is the same thing or not. So when you said, what about, you said, I kind of wish we could not repeat the chats we have. We can't ever repeat the chats we have. They are dependent on the chats we had prior. So like, but you said you mean repeat in a more general sense, do you get the feeling that we constantly chat inside a box? We don't. Because the box keeps growing. Like, if what you're quantifying is, if our box is all the possibilities of permutations. So like this box has all our potential probabilities. You're thinking that our conversations operate in this box, no matter what. Like it can't go beyond this box. And my comment is that if you're general enough, general sense, if this box includes all the possibilities, then I agree with you. It kind of feels the same. We typically feel the same. Do you believe our conversations are predictable? I believe the conversations that we engage in are predictable. Yes. I'm sorry you didn't, but I'm fairly sure that in a previous conversation we had, you said that our conversation were. For me, yes. It's predictable. But what does that have to do with being the same? Because it's predictable, it's unlikely to be the same. Because our actions would change with that knowledge. Like you can choose with that knowledge to change it. This is a paradox to me. Like the thing you're suggesting is a paradox. So in order for things to not be predictable, also requires a level of predictability. If you know what I mean. So like, if you're asking me, do I find our conversations predictable? I would say yes, to the degree that we can have a predictable conversation. And it is this degree of predictability that we can also choose to get outside of the box. So if we're talking inside a box, right? And we are unaware of what the boundaries of the boxes are, how can you be outside of a box? You specify repeat to mean it's more generally, yeah. And you actually never said our conversation was the same. I never said you did. And I think your use of repeat lines up with predictability. I agree. So specifically remembered, again, predictability. I said that I did read that, and I never said you said the same. Sorry, you may have said the same in the context of my other comment. Yes. No. I said the same in the word general. My comment about the word general. When something is generalized far enough, it can feel the same. And it was regarding your comment that you said it often feels the same. Like, we could repeat the chats we had. Do you get, like, it feels the same. It seems to feel the same. So that's my comment. Like, when you say, oh, if we keep repeating and we're inside a box, that could be generalized to feeling the same, because you're wishing you could not repeat the chats. And I was making the assertion that despite repeating most things, it is not the same. Like, I'm arguing that it is literally not the same. It can't possibly be the same. So, like, I'm not refuting what you're saying. I'm actually possibly asserting what you're saying. The only way one can possibly know that something is unpredictable, or you're doing something different, requires a level of predictability. One of us has to be predictable. So, for example, like, do you think I'm predictable? Well, it's hard to tell. Assertion and is desertion. Desertion? I wonder what desertion is. Is the willful, unauthorized abandonment of duty, allegiance, or obligation? Oh, wait. To desert a war? Oh, interesting. Wait, then what is assertion? How does that work? Oh no, wait, they're not supposed to be meant to be antonyms, huh? Assertion is desertion. Interesting. Oh, because of the predictability and unpredictability? Is that why you're saying assertion is desertion? I'm actually not sure where assertion and desertion fits in conversation. Hear me out. Hear me out. So, for me, you think your behavior on stream is predictable? You have no clue about off stream, as you know. You've seen, yeah, I've said that I behave differently. Now, the question is, when you ask, you wish, right? You said you wish. You wish not to repeat. That's the key word here, not to repeat, right? Like, you mentioned a desire that we could not repeat chats, right? I was trying to illustrate that you and I have possibly, there's a potential that we feel differently about repeating in chat. Oh, it just rhymed. Oh, I see. You wished that we could not repeat chats, and then you were asking if I know what you mean. If I understand what you mean, like, our chats always seem to fall into a box, and the question is, right? Do I make my conversation predictable? You expressed the desire to not repeat chats. The thing is, we can make it not repeat chats, right? So both of us can participate in chats that are deliberately not to be predictable. So whenever someone says I'm predictable on stream, what is the intent of being predictable? For myself, when I am behaving predictably, it's far more welcoming than behaving unpredictably. And for myself, I often tell people that obviously I don't behave the same off stream because I'm no longer interacting with someone. So when someone is predictable, I also behave predictably. It is, in my opinion, that one must have very strong unconditional trust before you behave unpredictably, right? Spontaneously. It requires a very large barrier, in my opinion, personally. There's a very large threshold to be unpredictable. So, in a way, you could argue that our predictability is building up to the chance of having unpredictable conversations. And where can we get unpredictable conversations? Shared experiences. But right now we don't have shared experiences, right? As in, like, what's one that was related to before? Subnautica. Oh, which, by the way, Subnautica is slated. The court ruled in favor of the devs, so now Krafton has to rehire the devs, and then Subnautica 2 is going to early access in May. So that happened, by the way, overnight. And yeah, so the court basically, they're like, Krafton, that's a bit BS, it's lowly. Did they get the bonus? Yes, they get an extension for the bonus. The bonus is going to be extended all the way till like either it was like late this year. So as long as they reach the goal, yeah. So the rule of law so far, I guess you can appeal. I guess like Krafton could appeal and try to challenge it, but the lawsuit, or that like lawsuit in general, ruled in favor of the directors. So the directors are gonna come back too. They have to be hired back. Now, you know, there's still, I don't speak legalese, right? Like, I'm not a law thing. There could be a way they could like still oust the thing after the deal is up and whatnot. But for now, yeah, the directors have to come back. They have to be hired back onto Subnautica 2, and May is the early access period that's gonna go. And they have like somewhere till like September or the end of the year to meet the bonus, which, given how viral this is, I can't see how they're not going to meet this. And this can happen too. I don't know if you've heard these things before, but when it comes to this type of legality, a lot of times you can watch companies decide to divorce themselves from things. So if they meet the bonus, right, they can technically buy themselves out. So I don't know what's moving forward, but there is a very possible chance that in order to save PR from like the bigger publisher and themselves, there is a chance they can buy themselves out and become Player Unknown again. Or not Player Unknown, but Unknown Worlds. I think that was the studio that they went by. Sorry, Player Unknown is Krafton. I think it's like Unknown Worlds was what they were called, or something before they were purchased. So if they are successful enough, there is a chance that to wash the PR and whatnot and all of that, there might be a chance that they can buy themselves out, which then they would become an indie developer again with their IP, right? So see how that works out. Anyways, I'm glad that made your day. I didn't know if you kept up with it. When I heard the news, I was like, oh, Procall would be really excited about this, because you mentioned that you were going to play with your cousin, and I would love to hear how your playing experience is going to be. Anyways, where were we on the off stream thing? I maybe pro call, if this is like a silver lining or something. We have predictable conversations, and if you think that I'm predictable, for me, it's by intent. I think overall, when it comes to gambling with like building trust, right? When you're building trust, it's difficult to build based on unpredictability, right? Unpredictability will destroy, it can often destroy and erode things. So yes, it sounds like it could possibly become boring, so to speak, or maybe like there's I iterate on predictability. So occasionally I would throw unpredictability in it, but it's very small. So when you say I'm mostly predictable, or on stream I am predictable, actually most of the time it's about an 80%, 20% how predictable I am. And that's kind of, I do the 80-20 all the time, right? So if you pay attention to the 20%, you'll probably know what those moments are. Hard to build on unpredictability, yet on a well-established relationship. Yeah, unpredictability can be a strong way to strengthen the relationship. It can, if it is overcome. And it's a much lower success rate. So I'm not saying it can't happen. We're talking about weighing, we're not choosing the best case scenario versus the worst case scenario. We're picking the likelihood of something. So just because in unpredictability can strengthen relationships, it can more likely destroy the relationship first. In my opinion, it is more likely that it will destroy the relationship over yeah, like the cliche, you're not a true married couple until you've been through that argument. Yeah, and it's very specific, and I got one deeper for that. That argument is built on the idea that you have predictable behaviors that build up enough trust in order to have that argument become successful. That is the classical like task when someone says, oh, whoa, it builds strong bonds, it reinforces. Yes, because it's a ordered response. So like there is trust that is tested by unpredictability. Now, if you're asking what are the opportunities that unpredictability was the source of all the trust that then builds their ability to have even heightened more unpredictability, that is called an unstable relationship. Because unpredictability correlates with instability. So it's both. They both exist. One can happen and the other can happen too. However, stability and unpredictability are at odds with each other, typically. It is a stable relationship on which instability, like unpredictable things, can strengthen. It is not an unstable relationship in which you build through unpredictability to make that stable relationship more unstable. You're trying to build stability from the unpredictability. So it's constantly gravitating towards being more stable. And stability is a reflection of predictability. Now, novelty creates new challenges to that stability, which offsets like boredom, right? complacency and whatnot. And those are the romanticism, at least in my opinion, the romanticized portions of most people's relationships, because it's great. It's great to have those things punctuated and sporadically through your life because they're the most memorable. But it is built on a bedrock of stability, which typically leads to kind of in the box, boring routines. And for me, those, we don't necessarily have the same conversation every single time. The challenge here is, do we remember the nuances of how they're different the second time, or the third time, or the fourth time? I don't know. I'll let you decide. I'm not saying the same thing every single time, so, or I'm not repeating myself. I don't see it as repeating myself. I haven't really repeated the same thing, or like a similar thing, or repeat something that I have done before. It is built upon what I have done before. You would posit that it could be applied to oneself and overcoming their isolated mental obstacles. You can, to me, it's very difficult to overcome any obstacles without a bedrock of stability. That is playing luck. So, like, overcoming adversity to me, like, for example, overcoming adversity, right? Is rarely successful due to the aspect of spuriousness. Or nebulous factors. No, I'm kidding. That's a stretch. That's ham over fist. But a spuriousness. This is my personal belief, so I don't have any hardcore evidence. My consistency in overcoming adversity, or attributing, like, trying to isolate mental obstacles or overcome obstacles, is built on a bedrock of consistency or predictability. Logic is a representation of this concept, and like observational skills, what have you, those are typically built upon in a way to address unpredictable things. So like some days I'm down, it's built, like, my ability to handle or adjust to that is built on things that have predictable outcomes. So like, I gained weight, so now I have to lose weight. Overcoming that, like, mental obstacle, it trivializes the unpredictability of that occurrence, because I know that I have predictable and consistent logical observations and actions that I can use to test what happens when I apply them. I'm not saying they have predictable outcomes. I'm talking about the actions that I have are predictable. So then I can test them against something that is unpredictable and see what happens. So I can test them. And the more these things you have, the more hopefulness goes up, in my opinion. So that is where we tie it back to the relational strength of people. So how strong our relationships, in my opinion, are built on the hopefulness. And that hopefulness is correlated with the bedrock of consistent behavior that you can use. The moment you run out of ideas, or you run out of predictable things you can do, then you lead into the spuriousness, which still can work. Like, what I mean is, it can still happen. Like, luck in spuriousness can still work out, and that still leads to hopefulness. So hopefulness is still attached to the idea that it can still happen. To me, you don't necessarily have to solely rely on spuriousness of luck. And this is what I mean by it's both, for sure. Like, I'm not denying that it can happen. I just don't rely on it. Like, I genuinely do not see repeating something as wasteful. Largely maybe because I don't repeat myself. Yeah, I don't often repeat myself in the same way. Someone asked me this a while ago. I get this a lot when streaming. So streaming, whenever I have to meet someone, right? When I meet someone for the first time, which is today, by the way. Today was the day that I met Osman Yusuf. Stream, met first. Like, whether they're real or not, for example, like all that stuff. Met for the first time. There's often this conversation, like, I know you probably answered this a bunch of times. Like, I know you said this probably 100 times over. And my response typically is, yeah, I will probably give you an iteration of what I've said 100 times over. So whenever you say, like, how often do I repeat things? In the sense of what you were saying about, like, do you feel like you wish we could repeat? I think the amount of things that we repeat is like a small volume of how often I quote unquote repeat something. So, and the repeating part has to do with how well you generalize. If you're generalizing the idea, then I actually, on any given year, I would have repeated the same idea at least 100 times. And it is on this bedrock that I feel that I'm not wasting my time. So the irony here, in my opinion, or like you and I maybe have a slightly reflexively different thing, is that this is the most valuable thing that I have when it comes to talking to people. It's kind of the opposite. When that topic comes up consistently is the opportunity for me to iterate on it. And then because of that, any unpredictable thing that comes up, I know when it's unpredictable. I know when we're going into uncharted territory, largely because it's built on a bedrock of predictable things. So whenever like we're going off, you know, we're derailing, like for example, suddenly we enter a shouting match somehow, like we get into a shouting match, then we would know it's probably outside of our realm. But like it will slowly, our box will slowly get bigger, despite right now, if we think our box is this small, right, we can still be inside a bigger box from our perspective. But to our older self, so this is our past, and maybe we can say this is our present. So to our present self, we could make the argument that we're still inside the box. But in our past, you know, anachronistically, if we brought our past to our current present, then they would be exploring a box that is not possibly present without the past. So in a way, if you're general enough, you can always imagine yourself inside a box, which is kind of funny because that's how your friend make the argument that the fundamentals of video games is basically having cooldown. So if their confirmation of the box is that cooldowns exist and all of the games fit in here, then simply what's outside the box, right? Outside the box is a game without cooldowns, right? Always a way, yes, always a way to link everything together. So again, like, why do they always link together? Because I can appeal to your logic. Like, that's kind of what I mean by I have predictable ways to say things, because I don't want to make the other person feel like they shouldn't follow along. Like, for example, here's an unpredictable thing that happens in a relationship. Like, let's just say a platonic relationship between friends. when you like, let's say you say hi, and then one day I'm just like, dude, shut up. Right? And then you're like, what? Was it something I did? It's like, no, just shut up. Right? And just saying shut up, by the way, I think could turn off a lot of people, like it could take people by surprise, because I don't actually say this word. Like I don't say this phrase at all. Like in normal conversation, I do not tell people to shut up. So just the moment of saying shut up makes me feel kind of weird. And the idea is like in a platonic relationship, right? Like when you're trying to gain consistency, these things will occur when they occur. The thing is, do we want to promote it to occur just because we can? And my focus oftentimes is like, if we're gonna repeat something, we better connect it to everything else that we have. The reason why we do that is so then we can choose to expand. And so in a way, I'm kind of achieving, or I'm kind of inching towards what you're saying about like, do you ever have this wish that we shouldn't be repeating the same things, right? Because then we can explore new things. Our horizons and our knowledge can expand. And I'm like, it's kind of expanding. The thing is, it's not by leaps and bounds. So like hustling along, like we're not expanding out of the box by leaps and bounds. And that is for me intentional. It's very intentional. I could sit here and challenge you each day on your notions. Like whenever like we meet again, like next time when we meet, I could challenge you to see if your box is as big as mine, or my box is as small as yours, or your box is as big as mine. We could do it that way. The idea is then, would that create the platonic problem, or the relationship problem, where someone speaks, right? Where someone speaks, and then the other one is not following. Because if it's not following, then you're no longer having a form of communication, in my opinion. Like then communication, quote unquote, breaks down. Can you challenge me? And I challenge, okay, can you challenge me to challenge you next time you join stream? It doesn't take much to deviate away from my predictability. So yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna be real with you though. Just ignoring you would probably challenge you. Right? Like I'm incredibly, in a way you haven't challenged me before. Yeah, I would just ignore you. I would take the most, if the challenge is to do something, I would take my most predictable behavior and I would remove it. Which, for the record, I don't like challenging people's friendships. Right? Like what I mean is, the goal is to not challenge each other in friendship. But it could be an interesting experiment. Like, I would simply ignore you. Or alternatively, I could just be short with you. I'm overly like enthusiastic and whatnot. I tend to try to like, I think you've messed it up by telling me. No, well, that's the idea. It means that I'm not going to do that. I'm only telling you what I'm not going to do. Yeah, that's part of the plan. I only tell you what I'm not going to do. Because I think low-hanging fruit. this would be a low-hanging fruit, right? Earnestly, I feel like this is... People use this strategy, by the way, Procall. Like, what I mean is, if you ever think about the cliche, like, oh, just ignore that person, they'll get the message, right? This is a very common strategy. It's like avoidant behavior is a very common strategy. If it were vice versa, do you think you could challenge me easily? You mean like me having your same experiences, or you mean like me, you're the streamer, but I have all my experiences, and then you have your experiences, like, in a way? I don't know what your stream would be like with your experiences. That's interesting to think about. Like, so much would change if it was vice versa. Or are you talking about me putting yourself in your shoes, which then it would be the same outcome? Wait, I'm a little confused about if it were vice versa. So do you mean like, what are we changing? No, if you challenge, if I challenge you to challenge me next time we interact. Oh, okay. Do you think it would be hard to challenge me? No, not really. Because we only have to go outside the box. Here's my thought about this. You have to go outside your box to talk to me. The job's already done. Like, it's already done. Like, if you go outside the box, I would go outside the box. Because my accommodation would be, so, like, for example, you're gonna talk about, I don't know, just say like you hate Overwatch. I mean, I don't even know if you hate Overwatch or not. Say you hate Overwatch in ways like you hate playing Overwatch with your friend. Now, all of a sudden, right? And then we haven't talked about that or something like that, right? You hate Mondays, James? Wait, is today Monday? Oh yeah, it's Monday for you, because you said good morning when I was starting, so you're Mondaying. I think so. James tripping you up again. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Procall's name is James, by the way, James. And anyway, so Procall, let's say you tomorrow, the next time, you suddenly say you hate your friend because Overwatch sucks, right? And it was over the argument about cooldown, which would completely be outside the box because you seem far more reasonable. That would be outside of the realm of possibilities, like likelihood, like where you would get into an argument in which you hate your friend because you couldn't understand their general projection of their cooldown argument. The first thing I would do would then to behave in a predictable way to try to understand this. So in a way, I would go outside of the box with you. We would be talking about uncharted territories. However, my behavior will still be predictable because I'm trying to empathize. So the strategy will still be there. Maybe if your goal is to say like, you're trying to give me something that I can't empathize with, well then I would simply state that I can't empathize with you. That's interesting. Actually, yeah, feel free. You can attempt to do so too. I'm not entirely sure, like the whole idea of being challenging someone has removed the mystique of challenging someone. So earlier you said that I think you messed up by telling me. So in order for the challenge to happen, the challenge has to be declared. And because there's a challenge, I can work around that. You know what I mean? So the only way you can probably know for sure for yourself is you can challenge me when there is no intent of a challenge. So, which that means you just behave in an unpredictable way, and that can still happen, right? Like maybe something really good happened to you, and you just wanted to share how like I chose a good thing. Let's not use fear mongering. So let's say you suddenly win the lottery. You won the lottery, right? And then now you just like you suddenly like I have to tell someone. Would I know how to behave in that, right? Because I chose lottery not because it's pretty comical, but because it's a rare event. It's an event that might be once in a lifetime. So you tell me that you're a lottery winner. Would I react differently? Or like be like a unstable or something? It goes back to the idea that I've built consistency to address these things. So it would be really interesting to know if I do in fact lose my cool or something like that. I can tell you when I do lose my cool, or like have genuine reactions and whatnot that are less predictable, and that's when we share the experience. So like maybe if we both bought a lottery ticket and we both won the lottery ticket, like we shared that one lottery ticket and it happened, that would create something that is possibly unpredictable. But generally speaking, if we're like scholarly talking to each other, probably a fun challenge to do, sort of. But I'm not sure. This hasn't ever happened before. Sorry, you may hop off stream for a bit, or maybe for the night. I don't know whether you'll come back. But obviously, still listening to the rest of what you have to say. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, go right ahead. I think if X is your power, what are you without it? Do you know that quote? If X is your power, what are you without it? Do I know that quote? I'm not entirely sure if I know that quote, but it reminds me of identity. I don't know who would use X in a quote, but this reminds me of identity. Do you identify as the power? Like it's a challenge to identity. And I'm waiting for you to expound upon it because I'm not entirely sure what your intent is. If X is your power. It's a new meme trend of AI generated videos featuring a skeleton and Socrates. Oh, interesting. In which Socrates is usually rage baiting, saying things such as my previous comment. Ooh, that's pretty rage baity. This is very rage baity. For people who identify, it's very bizarre, to be honest. I think it's so the Socratic method is like the Socratic method when challenging like the current I don't know what you call it, the current image, like the identity of a person. That sounds like a really fun social experiment. Like for someone, like if someone asked me, if I took away your experience in communication, right? What are you without it? I'm like, I'm the rest of me. So if you get rage baited, right? If you get rage baited by like a comment like this, if they took away your power, and then your concern is immediate, like they get angry because they only have a few powers, like the one power. And my question is, what power would you take away? Right? Would you take away my power to speak? Okay. I guess I'm using my eyes and ears now. Right. This is you know what is funny about this? This reminds me of those ultimatum questions, which happens for kids a lot of times, where like they have very few things that they value. And then what they do is they challenge a stranger or someone else or someone they know, like, what happens when you take it away? So like, for example, if they notice in a friend that the friend values their Pokemon collection, or, you know, like their Pokemon cards, right? What happens when they take it away? That type of situation. What if I take away my power to perceive and you were just left with the raw input? Then I would only know how to raw input, so I wouldn't perceive that I lost anything. I would be an ignorant bumpkin who wouldn't be able to perceive anything. Like, what I mean is, I'm not doing a commentary on what I would be if I still could perceive what I lost. You took away my ability to perceive, so I wouldn't feel anything. I wouldn't know what I lost. Right? So, I don't know what I would be. It would be interesting. The absolute level of ignorance bliss, yeah. So like for me, I wouldn't be any, like, my argument. Oh, here's a fun argument. Someone would say something like, would you be happier? Would you be more happy? Right? If you lost X, if X was taken away, would you be happier? Is usually the comment, the subtext of the challenging quote. The challenge is, does the other person, to me, this is the common challenge. The challenge is when someone asks you that question. Now they're using ChatGPT to do this or something. You're challenging your self-esteem, is basically, in my opinion, and you're challenging your understanding of the other person. So and there's pride on the line. So when someone says, what happens if X was your power and it was taken away? So the X that they choose is something that they think they understand about the other person, right? Because they're going to say that person's predictable. They know what it is. So they're going to challenge that person and say, I bet I know this person really well. I'm going to take what I think that person values, take it away, and ask them, how would you feel then? And then if that person responds the way this person thinks, then their self-esteem goes up. But if that person responds differently, they would challenge it even more. So oftentimes that's the common, in my opinion. Now you can do it with ChatGPT, so you don't really need to do it with another person. So like, for example, if someone really wanted to challenge me, they would challenge how much they know about me. And it's a great exercise. That's what I mean by the identity thing. The identity and power thing. Oftentimes friends, very close friends, can participate in this exercise to really know each other. Like, what could you take away from me that you think I value a lot? And the one that you thought about is, what if you took my ability to perceive? And my first thought was, well, then I'll just be an ignorant bumpkin. And the idea then would be like, would you be upset? And it's like, how could I be upset if I can't perceive anything? And what the heck is a bumpkin? What? A bumpkin? It's a pumpkin misspelled. I'm just kidding. It's not a pumpkin misspelled. You've heard bupkis? Oh, it's a pumpkin, but it's misspelled. It's a rustic person who, like a country bumpkin. A country bumpkin. It's a play on, to me, I don't actually know what the origin is of bumpkin, but to me is you're a pumpkin, but you're a bumpkin because you don't know any wiser. It's a bumpkin. Actually, let me see what the origin of bumpkin is. It's a disparaging term for an unsophisticated, awkward person from a rural area. Yeah, often called a country bumpkin, right? Originated, 16th century. Likely from Dutch. Okay. Little tree or small barrel. Okay. Well, there you have it. I thought of it as, if you misspell pumpkin, a bumpkin would say bumpkin instead of pumpkin. So I would be, I would be a blissful bumpkin, basically. And it would be the objective thing to say, right? Now, would I be upset? Like, someone would say, like, do I value my ability to perceive? Like, the challenge is, what if you took away my ability to perceive? It tells me a lot about how much value that is for both of us. It explains to you that you understand that my ability to perceive is an asset that you feel that should be valuable to me or might be valuable to you. And that is a great exercise for strengthening relationships. You ask challenging questions in order to see, like, it's almost asking, what do you think you value about me? So you would challenge me by removing the thing that you value about me and that you think I have value in. So, like, if I lost the ability to perceive, the reality is, objectively, I wouldn't be able to perceive the loss anymore. However, if I was, like, evaluating what that means to me, like, now, with the power of perception, then it's very telling that you chose perception as opposed to, like, what if I took away your science experience? And I'm like, then I probably do a lot more art. So for me, I think there's a lot to be said about these challenges. You're trying to challenge me in a way that you're trying to take me out of my elements. And I think one of the kind of downs, you might argue, like, maybe like this is a, dear me, we talked about this. Again, we talked about this, but now we have a new context where maybe there's a Peterson effect going on. Like, and hear me out, I've already given many examples of when I would break down. I've often shared my vulnerabilities many times over. It's interesting that when you said, what if I challenge you to challenge me next time? Those specific weaknesses did not come right to your, like, right mind, which, hear me out, I think that's really, to me, unintentionally flattering, because you're trying to take away my strongest assets. But weaknesses are typically built on the things that are not often used. So what's a great way to challenge me? Like, if I were my devil's advocate, if someone needs to throw me Hilter, right? All you have to do is say how disgusted you are with everyone else. That would throw me off. Now you can't use this example anymore, but if you come to me and you say something incredibly uncharacteristically hateful about the world around you, that would throw me off. Because I don't believe in that type of thing. Like, if you suddenly become an incredibly malicious, vile person that is unprovoked violence, that would probably throw me off. Because I believe one of my weaknesses, in my opinion, one of my very glaringly naive faults are all my tenets. So my tenets are unconditional. They're irrational. So you can attack my irrationality. So if anyone could challenge me, is that someone comes in and they say something that can harm someone else with no provocation, I would be pretty speechless. Like I would have problems dealing with that because I can't appeal to someone's rationality. So in a way, I can probably disarm myself fairly easily, but I don't think it's as hard as you think. So to be fairly honest, when someone's focusing, you focus on the things they don't do very often. You'll probably destabilize them very quickly. And I already talked about many things I don't do very often. Like, for example, saying a lot of hateful things. I don't do that very often. So if you do that, then I would likely not have too much of a response. Like, what I mean is it would throw me off. So my responses would become unpredictable. So you play against the opposites if you want to challenge someone, at least in my opinion. And that's kind of what people do. They choose a weakness that they understand that other person has, and they attack their weakness. I still think it's quite flattering that you ended up choosing to take away a strong asset as opposed to a attack a weak asset. Like, what happens if you took my ability away to empathize? Boy howdy. That would be interesting. Like, I identify with my empathy. So to really tackle one of the valuable things is to see what my weaknesses are. Then you're truly attacking my weaknesses. I chose communication, and obviously I chose something that I didn't identify as because it was intentional, for that matter. You can take away my communication, but then you have alternatives to communication. Perception is kind of a funny one. You choose to order pizza at 3 a.m. Good for you. Are you gonna be okay when you choose to order at 3 a.m.? Skills? What did you order? What are you eating? What type of pizza? Oh, probably you haven't eaten all day. Hopefully your stomach is okay. Like your stomach settles down. Not eating the whole day and then suddenly going for the pizza. Hopefully your stomach handles that. Pepperoni, solid choice. Solid choice. Enjoy your pizza. Thanks for sharing. It might seem like I'm talking to no one here. Procall already said that he might doze off or something. It's pretty typical. It was either that or sleeping with no food. Oof. That's a tough choice. Yeah. Long day skills. What caused you to not eat the whole day and then ordering pizza at 3 a.m.? Had to ride a 7-hour train back to the dorm. Came back tired, slept, and then woke up a couple hours ago. Okay. Dorm, huh? University? Are you at university? You don't happen to know the person I'm talking to, do you? Or is this a random coincidence? Because protocol kind of has a large commute. I obviously I'm picking a jab. I was talking to someone earlier, but they're probably like on their way to dozing off and whatnot. So I'm gonna finish up here. Interesting. University. What are you studying? What are you studying?
请进，
请进来喝杯茶。
Medicine. Oh, well now. Are you late enough in your studies that you have started considering residency or something? Or are we talking about like pre-med? Pre-med, or are you in medical school now? Practitioner or like maybe clinician? Or it could be maybe a PhD in some sort of pharmacology related thing, or even pharmacology itself as a separate discipline. Are GPs a thing over there? General practitioner? Yes, they are. Yeah, indeed. Well, here it is different. You just finish high school and go straight to uni 5 years and then 2 years residency. I mean, that sounds about right. Yeah, I see. So no pre-med stuff. Interesting. It's kind of like baked in. Oh no, wait, you go straight to uni 5 years. Oh no, that's pre-med. Then you become a GP after that. You can do masters to pick up profession. That's fair. So you don't have to go to med school, you go straight to... So there's an acceleration between pre-med and med school. Interesting. I don't know enough. I'm not trained in medicine. Here, you need to pass the boards. So it's undergrad. Undergrad is pre-med, so 4 years. Then you apply to med school. Med school then has boards, so you must become board certified. Then that allows you to become then get matched up for residency. And then a specialization happens post residence. So maybe tack on another 4 years or something. And several $100,000 USDs of student loans. This is like a third party accounting. I did not study in medicine. So I'm specifically just talking from a third party perspective. Is the GP office where you go if you have small health issues? Yeah, it's the one where it's the person closest that keeps track of all your medical records. The person that does all the preventive care. So the general practitioner is also responsible for all your preventive care. Yes, as well as the small issues. But typically, the general practitioner is the medical upkeep person, the person that keeps track of all your medical records and your preventional care. So they're the ones who see you most often, with or without issue, like whether you have issues or not. That's what the general practitioner is. Yes. Same board stuff here, just without the pre-med process. I see. Intriguing. That's quite accelerated. It almost reminds me of like how the Indian, what I heard about the Hindi system. But obviously, I'm not insisting that you're in there. But I had a couple people that I met internationally who talked about like other systems elsewhere outside before they considered. My colleagues were in PhD programs, but most of them had considered some sort of medical degree as opposed to a PhD in some selective science field, right? And we often compare and contrast our origin of like choices. I grew up in the United States, so what I described was basically in undergrad still trying to decide if they wanted to go to med school. That's as far as I got. This system is pretty common in Finland, yeah, Middle East and Egypt, yeah. Fair enough. That sounds about right. Yeah. And I ended up not going to med school. And that's as far as I got when it comes to like the perception of what requires to be a medical practitioner. I am not a medical practitioner in any field whatsoever. I imagine then you're in your 5-year periods and you're in that 5-year period right now. It's a very I don't know where you are, but it's a very honorable pursuit in life. Yeah, it's odd, to be honest. Having to finish school, then going pre-med and relearning what you took in high school is odd. You're still first year. Why do you think relearning what you learned in high school is odd? I have a very strong investment in people who think that you don't need to relearn or maintain and use recontextualize foundations from an experience standpoint. Waste of time while you could be actually learning medicine. That's exactly what I thought you were gonna say. Interesting. Well, I do appreciate that bit of input. I probably, that sound like, to me, if I had to say something, that sounds like a first year college student. I sounded like that. Yeah. So I could like channel my 19-year-old self and say like I can definitely appreciate where you're coming from. The medicine journey is a long road. I much rather work at 26 than by working at 30. That's a cyclic argument. Skills. If the medicine journey is long, it's irrelevant whether you worked at 26 or at 30 because the medicine journey is long and ever growing. So I could use the same axiom that you use to counter argue you. You decided that arbitrarily 4 years would be a long period, but despite having the perception that a medical journey is long. Hear me out. When you become 26 or 30 or like whatever part, I would love to hear your perspective again. When you reach that age, it would be really interesting to see how, or if not, your perspective changes as you get older with more experience. No, not your point. What I meant is it is long. I wouldn't want it to be longer type of thing. I know what you meant. And your medical journey is continuous. So it is always going to be 30 years that long. Like what I mean is whether you choose to where you spend it, it's all part of your medical journey. It's a long road. Like Procol is having probably deja vu now. Procol actually has this. We literally had this discussion 4 days ago when he was talking about spending 1 extra year to take an internship to delay his duration in education. So graduating in a specific amount of time as opposed to delaying his education to gain 1 year of experience elsewhere, right? And literally this discussion, which for the record, I want to contextualize this. I'm 39, so I'm postdoctoral. And if I were to ask myself when I was 18, he would be cheering you on right now. He would definitely most tell you that there is no point ever to use wisdom and experience to reevaluate the raw value of a content. So like your knowledge, as opposed to thinking about it. But which do I prefer? Yeah, I see you, Procol. You're harking back to it. So for me, I can't wait to hear what you do at 26 years old. It will be really awesome to hear the results. Kudos. Again, regardless of what you do, it's an incredibly admirable pursuit. Like, I obviously did not become a doctor, so I still can't tell you what it would be like working at 30 as a practitioner of medicine. What I was doing when I was 30 was I was finalizing my thesis. Yeah, I was finalizing my thesis. It was like the last year of my thesis. Getting ready for like the thesis defense. That's when I was 30. I have a PhD. Oh, here, have you ever watched the YouTube guy, the career ladder guy? He showed up on my like YouTube feed recently, and someone who was a PhD holder, when that guy said like, do you work with people? Do you touch people? And they're like, well, no. It's like, okay, do you have a degree? And then they're like, yeah, I have 2 degrees. And they're like, okay, so is it a medical? Are you a doctor? And that person said like, well, not the useful doctor, not the doctor that do things. And my first thought is like, dude, that's exactly when you said you have a PhD, you're a doctor, right? My first inclination was like, well, not the useful doctor. Because I'm not even working in science anymore. What I'm speaking about here and talking about experiences and like analytical and behavioral things, that's the PhD. That's, to me, that's what makes someone PhD and not a doctor, right? Like the thing is, I'm so curious when is it when you can procall and skills in 5 years, like 10 years or something, however you want. If you come back and tell me that I was like blowing smoke up your butt and whatnot, and say that there is no merit to understanding that knowledge is not the dictation of one's value in education, I would love to hear it, because then I would actually know that I was wrong. But typically, when I think about a 19-year-old or like someone who's first going into college, the very first thing they can think about is that education is valued based on its raw knowledge input, like the internet knowledge input, the like if you know so much information. And ultimately, that information is trivialized by one's ability to use it as a form of experience. So whenever someone says, I'd rather work at 26 rather than 30, you're gonna work when you're gonna work. And being in education doesn't equate to the experience you're going to use with that knowledge. So when you're working at 26 or when you're working at 30, the value of when you work is not proportional. It's rarely proportional to the knowledge you're either reviewing or maintaining. It's how you use that knowledge. So it'll be really interesting to hear if that perspective is still true later down the line. Like, I don't remember most of the things I studied in undergrad. That's because they're not based on my experience, and then you could say that's a waste of time. It's like, no, that stuff led to who I am now. So curating and understanding the value of that knowledge required that I had to do those things in the first place. So it's not that it's a waste of time, in my opinion, it's that it's different. it's different that you don't have to go through the pre-med cycle. But you will not be one of those people who went through a pre-med cycle. You don't suddenly become more superior or inferior or have different appreciation, like have a better appreciation because you didn't do a pre-med cycle. It would be a different person. So then in the future, when someone asks, like, hey, you're a doctor, how did that sounds logical and all, but living life at 26 or waiting another 4 years, well, it just sounds poorly. You're saying waiting. See, that's a 19-year-old in my opinion. So again, when you're 26, I look forward to your perspective. But when you're saying you're at 26 and you're saying that a person who's waiting at 26, they're waiting. That's a limitation of experience. People don't wait at 26 to 30, whether they are starting their career, quote unquote, starting their career or not. It is that at 26, you value something that is considered waiting between 26 and 30. Like when you ask me, was my undergrad valuable at 26? I would agree with you. It's a waste of time if I had to do the undergrad. But now I'm 39. And my experiences, if you ask me what do I refer to a lot with the lessons and wisdom and experience that I gravitate towards, undergrad comes up more often. So whether you know the value of your things, I'm not saying you're gonna counter argue me or like who's right, who's wrong. The idea is, it sounds poorly to you, I accept that. My commentary is, it'll be interesting to hear what you think when you're 26 and when you're 30. For myself, usually the people that I talk to, when they are able to evaluate and reevaluate things that they have done, it's not so clear cut. It is very clear cut when someone has limited experience. And I look forward to hearing that. Obviously, if we never meet again, that's perfectly fine too, but I really appreciate the candor. It does sound poorly from your perspective, I would say. I would probably agree with you when I was 19 as well. Like, I thought about graduating early when I was 19. Most of my classmates, when I was like, so during 19, most of my classmates, my colleagues, said that general education is a waste of time. This is the United States system. So you have to do general education for the first 2 years-ish. And usually they would take a pragmatic stance. So like, why do general education when you could be studying real things? Or things that are germane to their professions. That's usually the motivation behind accelerated programs, right? Like, the UK also has abbreviated programs. So does every other country out of the United States. And then the so-called general education period, or even the pre-med period. When you're thinking about pre-med, it's usually anything outside the medical school or medicine is considered general education. So my colleagues, typically most of them wanted to become doctors as well. And usually you have many arguments, like general education is just a cost sink, right? Basically, why pay for education that you're not going to use? I've heard that before. And general education is a waste of time because you're not studying real things, right? And the real things deal with the thing that you care about. So only the things you care about are real things. Whether you can appreciate that they are fake things or real things is limited, is based on the perspective of your life. So it does sound like whatever it is that you value is clearly not those 4 years, and you're choosing, and I hope that it continues to be true. So then when you become 26, you're like, huh, look, I was right. And I would love to hear that you were right, and you are very happy at 26 or 30 or whenever, right? This is not a competition about seeing who is wrong, but more so I look forward to hearing what it's like when you get older. What do you think is the difference between you and your viewers in terms of what makes them someone that wants to watch stream, especially my stream? I'm assuming you don't watch stream. Me? Or... hold up, let me click on this. What is this? Man, food delivery servers in Egypt are so bad, they make you want to eat brick walls. Okay. Brick walls are very specific. Oh, wait.
Can you fly this plane and land it?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
That's a good one. What separates me, okay, someone that doesn't watch streams, and your viewer, someone that does watch it? I do watch streams though. However, there might be still a difference. I do watch streams though. I watch streams when I encounter someone. So like, for example, at this moment, in this evening, no pressure to skills, but since skills have sat around and was able to offer me their privileged time, in the evening I would check if they stream or they post content and whatnot, and learn a little bit about them if they already have something available. So oftentimes that's how I end up watching streams. Sometimes other people have extracurricular activities, so that's how I came to watching streams. I don't typically watch streams in the sense of being served streams. So like when the algorithm tells me like, hey, this should be interesting to you, and I'm like, how'd you know? I usually don't watch those streams, but I would watch like summaries of those things on YouTube or something. So not streams, but like other content involved in it. I do leave my phones on to track what I'm speaking about. So today I'm not going to be surprised if YouTube serves me a couple reels on a medicine, probably, and then like the juxtaposition between the Egyptian medicine program and the American, or the generalized American medical system. Because the reason why I say generalized is I'm not sure how national or domestic Egyptian the medical program is, but in the United States it's like it varies substantially from state to state. Issue things. Yeah. 19. So spry. For the record, if I haven't already said, thanks for sharing skills. May I ask, do I collect Pokemon cards? I do not. I have a long story short, the TLDR is I used to collect Pokemon cards, like when there used to be the first iteration of TCG. Before that, I used to play Magic the Gathering. I also play many forms of CCG, but I don't collect things most of the time. I use them. Wait, is Pokemon card collection a thing in Egypt? Sad, you always thought every 30-ish American has a Pokemon Holy Grail. Is there Pokemon card collection? I mean, not every 30-ish American has a PhD either. And then usually not every 30-ish American is an Asian American with Asian parents who come from China. It isn't common in Egypt. No, just a personal hobby. I see, I see. I do have to admit, though, that is a really funny generalization that is statistically true. Like, it's hard to deny that. I wouldn't even say 30-ish. I more would say like Gen Alpha because they're parents. So like a 30-ish person who has a Gen Alpha child who use that as a collective way to create a holy grail of Pokemon Pokemon card collection. The expensive cardboard collector, as some might joke about it. I joke about it quite a bit. For myself, I don't like materialism. Like, what I mean is I don't like materialism for myself. I'm okay with other people's materialism. And in fact, it makes it very predictable. Harken back to the earlier conversation with Protocol. It makes it a lot more predictable in order to offer like gifts and whatnot to people who are more materialistic. I'm a minimalist, mostly. Like a superficial, we'll call it an enthusiastic minimalist. So the things I collect is probably the closest thing would be digital goods, largely because it's convenient that they don't take up physical space, or they don't consume physical space or consume physical material. Statistically, I'm in the minority in many things. So if you're gonna use the whole like generalization, feel free. There's no reason you shouldn't. And also, it is a fun topic of discussion. Like, I recently revealed that I'm Chinese American. So you could argue like, oh, but every 30-year-old Chinese American would know how to play an instrument, right? Do you play piano or violin? And I would say a little both. Actually, I play more violin than I play piano. That kind of thing. Or something like, yeah, most 30-ish-year-old Chinese Americans probably practice a form of martial arts, right? That would be correct. I did practice a form of martial arts. And it is the martial arts of the Asian persuasion. Not Kung Fu, but I did Taekwondo. That kind of thing, right? So you can, we do this really fun game oftentimes for like, how stereotypical are you? Because I think it generally is pretty fun to find out how stereotypical from other people's perspectives. So what I mean is, Procall is not from the United States. Procall is from the UK. We have a Malaysian dude. I don't know where James is from, actually. Do I? So most of the time, I don't often interact with other Americans, actually. So it's fun to challenge those stereotypes. Like Egypt, I don't have any stereotypes for Egypt. I know I'm too uncultured for understanding, so that's why I'm asking about your like medical system and whatnot, because I haven't crossed paths with someone in which I needed to invest in understanding Egyptian systems. The most understanding that I have is probably German systems, German, Japanese, whatever censored information about mainland China, Norwegian, and the British system outside of the continental United States. How? Most common one is that you go to uni by a camel. Do you? I have no idea. Honestly, I've never seen a camel in my life. So no, I mean, that would be pretty wicked awesome if you did go by a camel. You meant like stereotype? I didn't know if Egyptians use camels as a form of transportation. Yeah, it would be a tough call for me. I'm not really well versed in those things. Oh, sand pyramids, bro? I mean, I understand that Egypt has pyramids and there's sand. but there are more forms of transportation than camels. Like, are you insisting that I would make generalizations and stereotypes out of like Indiana Jones or like Arabian Nights of some sort, or like that's Hollywood? I have a question to you. I have a question for you. What type of people you typically interact with online? Ooh, that's where stereotypes are from? Not really. Not on the internet. The internet is it's post Hollywood. Most of the stereotypes now are reinforced by NetSpeak. My question to you is, how often, like, what is the type of people you typically interact with online? Being a being a 19-year-old first-year university student on a medical track, that's kind of interesting to hear. What type of people do you typically interact with? Do you think this is normal? Pepperoni pizza in Egypt. Intriguing. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a typo.
突破，
我们的研究获得重大突破。
Actually, how many languages do you know? Well, you don't really live on the internet, just like 20 to 30 minutes on lives, and you don't got time to really interact much. In your real life, though, you were born in Kuwait, lived there with your whole life, so this is your first year actually in Egypt, so you're kind of in a cultural shock, therefore you're keeping to yourself. Oh, okay. You don't really live on the internet, but that's not an excuse to gaslight someone thinking that's where stereotypes are coming from. Doesn't that deliberately disqualify you from understanding where stereotypes are coming from? But anyways, you don't have time to interact much. Fair enough. Online, that's fair. Oh, yeah, true. But you don't interact with people online very much. In your real life, you're born in Kuwait, so now you're interacting with Egyptians. How's the language situation? Like, how do you communicate in... I don't actually know how the language situation works between Kuwait and Egypt. That's fascinating that you're born in Kuwait and this is your first year in Egypt, and you were able to process that Hollywood is where stereotypes come from. I'm genuinely curious how Kuwait understands Hollywood. Both your parents are Egyptian and they raised you to speak in an Egyptian accent, but there's always Kuwait slang that's thrown in. I see. What is the perception of Hollywood influence in Kuwait right now? Or in Egypt? What is the closest thing to Egypt that I know when it comes to Hollywood? There was something recent, and I can't seem to remember it. There was something recent though. I think it's a documentary. Don't quite recall. It's okay, it's fine. It's probably some documentary. What is this? So you speak Egyptian. I don't even know what that means. What is that? Like, what is Egyptian? No, you speak Arabic in an Egyptian accent. Okay. Yeah. See, I don't even know what the languages are at the moment. Interesting. And then I imagine you're using English because that's a common language for studies? Or how'd you go about your English? Or sort of making it about language learning because that's kind of what I spend most of my time doing lately.
"国王
他是西班牙的国王。
Old school life was in Arabic, but your dad was passionate about teaching you English. Intriguing. From a young age. And in uni, you do study English, so you guess it worked out both ways. Neat. Your father doesn't happen to be a medical professional as well, does he? Interesting. You're first generation doctor? Ah, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Guess the monarch. A monarch or a king, okay.
药店
我昨天去药店买了一些感冒药。
I have a question. Oh, both your parents were Egyptian, actually. That does explain. I was about to ask, why study medicine in Egypt? And I'm like, well, I mean, your parents are Egyptian, so I suppose that could be a reasoning. Nian Fei. Oh, Nian Bei. Like 一年杯 or 几年 wait, how to nian, whoops, like 2 instead of 4. 反抗 no?
反抗
学生反抗了校长的决定。
Or revolt. Fair enough.
寻求
他寻求新的工作机会。
Or request. Yes, seek request. Or seek permission. Well, you did want to study in Kuwait, but they made it so it's more your people first. So they made it so they only limit it to Kuwaitis. Oh. Interesting. So, let me get this straight. Because your parents are Egyptian, they made Kuwaiti first. So is that why the problem, why it said it's only limited to Kuwaitis? Because your parents are Egyptian? And then because of that, you ended up studying in Egypt. Is it the same in Egypt where like so fascinating.
"反之亦然。
学习能提高信心，反之亦然。
Vice versa? 反之亦然。5 uni, yeah, 2 residency, 1 mandatory army, 2 government work, like for government hospitals, more of a learning period. Then you can either do boards for professional or master straight away. Okay. Very nationalistic. Alright. I might have to just boost this review, these reviews until later so I can record my Kiwami 3 wrap up. Let's see. That's not it. Yeah, so unlike America or the UK, where if you're born, they can instantly take their... If you are born, then you instantly take their passport Kuwait as it is only at... Unlike America or the UK, where if you're born there, you instantly take their passports. Kuwait has it only ethnically Kuwait kids can carry. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so you're not nationalized where you're born. Fair enough. I'm not entirely sure if the rest checks out, like if it's like if that means that you're insisting that it's not challenging to afterwards, like not having parents that are ethnically from the United States. Like for example, I was born and raised in the United States and I'm an American citizen, but I don't necessarily think that would mean that the rest of it is going to be like I'm an American and I have all the privileges of an American being second generation. That kind of thing is more acceptable here. It actually comes with pros and cons. So I suppose for your sake, I assume most of that is negative, which is what makes it sound like that contrast is assuming that it's better or somehow being nationalized in, like, I can't speak for the UK, but in the United States, it makes it any easier or harder being nationalized. The current geopolitics, like the current geopolitic landscape right now would suggest that is a great boon to have like citizenship where you're born, as opposed to having your parents dictate where you're nationalized. What am I looking at? I feel like we've been down this road. But at least you have the validation of being a citizen, regardless if you feel like a true American or not. That's not true. But again, I was referring to that. That's projecting from someone who doesn't live in the United States. But in Kuwait, from the day you are born, no matter how long you live there, you'll always be treated a foreigner. If you conflict where it happened between a citizen and a foreigner, say goodbye to your Kuwait visa. That's fair. But you would be overreaching if you think that it has something to do with feeling like an American and then having the validation of a citizenship when your parents are not American. That would be very, very trite. And it would also be very appropriate coming from someone who grew up in a nationalistic country. To think that in the United States, they behave nationalistically. Right? It takes a nationalistic person to think that having citizenship doesn't give you any hardships with being nationalized, because you're assuming that in the United States, it's nationalistic. Like, it's solely nationalistic. It does sound like it sucks, though. That I'm not sure if you identify. You were talking about like how I felt, like feel like a true American, etc. It sounds like it sucks that maybe you feel like you want to be considered a Kuwaiti. Is that what I'm getting at? But you can't, right? I've talked about my social identity before, my like ethnicity, and it's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. Being born to multiple nationalities and ethnicities, the way you rectify that is to identify as something that many are not. No, not at all. It's just a very racist country, and while it was a privileged life, you always felt discriminated against. Yeah. That I can relate with. For part of my life. That, like, I'm not entirely sure what your impressions are, but when I was 19, one of the earliest time periods, one of the earliest points in my life that I felt like there was some semblance of camaraderie when it comes to my background and my appearance was when I left the nest and went to college. So like, since you're 19, the first 18 years of my life had privileges, so to speak. So possibly because my parents were earning money. Right, they were starting their business and whatnot, but it's largely discrimination and racism that I experienced. I'm not saying this as something that's regretful, or like I'm not out to like pitchfork anyone here. It's part of the experience. Like, one of the realities is that when you appear different, whether you have validation for credentials or citizenship or something, the human condition still exists. So if you appear different, act different, you still encounter discrimination and racism. Just like right now, right? Like, that's how you... It's not that they're malicious or anything. Like, I understand you could argue that the country that you came from might be malicious and whatnot. That's definitely your perspective. However, sometimes xenophobia, racism, and discrimination is coming from a perspective that you're different. You're different than the others. So when you're thinking about young people, like kids, might not be the same. My kids have a sense of innocence. Younger people have a sense of innocence. So I rarely ever think about. We can also respond differently to our discrimination, right? Like our upbringing. I grew up with some like people now who are adults as well who decide to take a different perspective. They decide to like hold guilt against the other people. For myself, I took a different perspective. I generally end up trying to understand what is it that makes them act the way they are around me when I was younger. So yeah, I grew up around that. I was born American, but I'm not a real American to Americans, and I'm not real Chinese to a Chinese person. So, but hear me out, since the United States is not necessarily a nationalistic in that way, so to speak, in various areas in the United States, I could definitely say that most of them are probably not malicious. They're not malicious in nature, but more like they're not used to it. They're not used to having a Asian American sit in a class full of like black kids. But it doesn't change that just because I was born an American citizen, the basic human stuff doesn't occur. So I actually can empathize with you about that part. How I choose to wield that information is usually for more camaraderie. Your order just arrived. 2 hours? Good luck with your studies. Definitely nice chat. Nice chat. I thank you for the candor. Good luck. Enjoy your pizza. Good luck with your medical career. Good luck with uni. Again, 6 years from now, I would love to hear like what it's like. Yeah. Good luck with everything with your life if I don't hear from you. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. 2 grain stalks. Next to Jong. Oh.
秒钟，
比赛还剩15秒钟。
Alright, I need to really take a quick bathroom break. We had too many conversations today, so I'll be right back. Dang, my bladder. Sorry, too much information. My bladder. Okay. €19. Okay. 那我也想。哦。嗯。What? I have two conflicting results there.纪念什么？纪念碑。
纪念碑，学生们参观了战争纪念碑。
逗号，
这个逗号放错了位置。
放错了位置。Comma? Dude, 逗号, what the? Okay, so I think the left side is incorrect. Oh, no, wait. It's not.
齿轮，
这个齿轮太旧了。
齿轮? Oh, a gear. What? Oh man, 就摘. Okay. Dude, what is happening? Liao Zhuo? No, wait. Nah, 我想. Oh, 盲想. The heck is 盲想? That doesn't seem right. 事情不会那时间那 Are you late on Discord? Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, this is thinking absurd, right? So delusional, yeah. Absurd thinking, but it would be Wang, yeah, Wang Xia. Okay. I was thinking of something else when I go on. I have no idea, Procall. However, the thing is, the reason why I said that it might take longer is because the way the person described their licensing, you get your qualifications earlier. So, like, it's kind of ironic, but I might actually think that person gets more experience for a lower qualification requirement. Like, what I mean is they get lower qualifications on paper, like less authority and things. I don't know if that is a reflection of quality, but for a longer amount of time. So it's actually kind of ironic when someone tells me like, oh, you spend less time in education. It sounds like you spend more time in education with a lower qualification, because like the way medical degrees work in the United States, you are certified. You don't choose by the time you go through the same amount of time. So it's kind of like right, when someone says they're going to do like 5 years, but what is that equivalent to? What is that qualification? Is that like a BS or an MS, or is that an MD or whatnot? But based on what that person was saying, it sounds like they went through all that period so they can practice. But practice doesn't mean you have the same qualifications. So it's interesting that it could easily equate. So, you know, you can equate systems, but the qualifications are different. That would imply that some are more qualified and some are less qualified. Like, despite having the 4-year pre-med cycle, board certification happens at a specific time, and it's shorter than what those numbers were adding up in comparison. And they mentioned that only then do they then specialize in something. You have already specialized and have your final title by the time that time is up. So it's kind of hard to even know what that means anymore. Also, obviously, Procall will probably talk about this. We'll probably talk about this a lot over the years. Age and wisdom and experience really does end up changing a person's perspective on the value of knowledge. And I was trying to be as sensitive as I can, because I have to remember that I'm not 19 anymore. Just like when I get older and then you get older, time is equivalent. Time is an equalizer, right? So like you can never get, like, it's not like you can ever catch up to me. We are going to be equal distance from it, but we can have this conversation, and then in 10 years time you would be, you know, in that place and I would be in a different place in our lives, and we can then start to build that reflection. It's kind of like reminiscing with your father, right? Reminiscing with your parents. What a lot of things your parents say that you can't possibly like appreciate now may become apparent in the future, with a lack of with a little tiny of a pun there in the middle. So for myself, I try to think about myself and stay connected with my younger self. I earnestly believe that when I was going off to college, I would say 8 out of maybe 7, I would say 7 out of 10 students believe that if it's not practical knowledge, it's a waste of time. And to this day, I still have to hear that each and every day. Like when someone says like, oh, well, I don't understand why I have problems with this. And then they're like, I like this subject, I'm doing well here. And then later on down the road, the subject that they like, they have a problem with. And my first thought is like, do you not see that it's the same problem? Like, in my opinion, like they're related. And those are the values that may or may not become apparent. And they may never have value, because if you live a privileged life and you get lucky, in my opinion, you don't have to see the value in most things. So I was being as agreeable as I could, where the same problem when they said it wasn't a problem, yes. So like, for example, to me, because my focus, right, when it comes to education, And this is not necessary to be happy. I want to really emphasize this. It's not necessary to do this. In education, I think of it as experience acquiring knowledge. That is the skill. That is the skill of education. Your experience in acquiring knowledge. So if you spend most of your time acquiring a specific type of knowledge, right? That also means you learn the least about acquiring knowledge. You may never need this. You may never need to divest how to acquire different types of knowledge. But the idea, the value system, when someone says general education is a waste of time, right? And I've said this before. When you say something is a waste of time, you have to qualify that you know what is it supposed to do. Like, you have to qualify that you know what the intent is. So then you can refute it. So if the person was 19 years old and they come up to me and say, it's a waste of time because I do believe that in my current field, I do not require an alternative or be challenged in any way of acquiring knowledge that I don't find practical and finding how to use it. I would say, yes, you have told me what Gen Ed is, so pre-med, and you refuted it excellently. That comes from a perspective that is older than that person. So like, my response would be like, wow, that's a really deep, like a deeper understanding of this. You were able to refute the understanding of something. Do you have experience in it? If you don't, then your parents must have really promoted something. Like, that's why I asked if their parents were a professional, like a doctor, right? Because that wisdom can still be parted down through the practice of someone else who's in that. So whenever someone tells me that it's a waste of time and they don't qualify that they understand what is it that is a waste of time, then my first inclination is, okay, so it's an emotional response, in my opinion. And I got to think back to myself, it's like, could I see it from their perspective? And that's kind of what I mean by that. So like, for example, that problem, the same problem situation that I was giving, there's a person who learns how to do software engineering, for example. Software engineering is a really common one. And then they decided, oh, okay, I want to challenge myself. So they finally decide to, I'm not using the person I just met. That person is very different because I don't know that person, but I'm using a hypothetical. So a person, they focus on the acquisition of software, right? Software knowledge, because everything towards this software would mean it's not a waste of time, it's productive. But then later down the road, this person's like, oh, you know what? Now I need to learn about biology, because the software that I'm making deals with biology and it would be a great opportunity. But during that time, that's when they have to divest. So when they divest, it would challenge them to see how to acquire that information. Now, if you're lucky in life, the way you acquired your original knowledge is the same way that's sufficient to acquire the next one, the divesting. So then technically you don't have to divest, right? So it's not a problem until it's a problem. You don't see problems if problems never happen. You also don't see problems if you never encounter them, or you choose not to address them. So deficiencies are only apparent when you get challenged in life. So to me, that was the intent. And I'm not saying it's successful, but the intent of general education and the intent of reviewing right, is to double check. And oftentimes the second time you go back through your material, if you choose to do the same thing again, if you think it's the same thing, it's our theme for today, Procol. The idea of, are you repeating the same thing, or are you repeating the action, which could be the same, but the outcomes and the iteration of it does not end up being the same because you are no longer the same person, right? Like, does going back to your first project, for example, you have a project, you made it in when you were 19 years old. When you're 25 and you go back to your first project, is it still the same thing? It's a great litmus test, because if you go back and you say, oh yeah, I do the same thing all over again. Like right now, it's like that's the best I can do. I knew I did the best back then and it still holds up now. That would be a person who didn't need to change. They don't need to adjust or divest anything. Everything worked out, which can happen. It can happen in professional careers. It is unlikely to happen, in my opinion, personally, that when you work in a challenging profession, that it would not change the way you think about fundamentals and thinking outside the box and when information is useful. I would agree if the person was some sort of niche craftsman, right, that has a long history of refinement and no like recurring new things or changing over time, things that are very salient, like an artisan. And that's not that because they're better or worse, it's because it requires that much dedication to specialize in something. But when I think about a medical professional who becomes a medical professional and they are able to intently keep this opinion, I'm personally, that's kind of weird, because imagine going to a professional like a like a general practitioner, and they're like, oh, you have a cough, here's a treatment for cough, it's always this is the only way, like that's the only thing, it's right by the books, I only learned this is the treatment for the cause, I don't have to listen to you or do anything, this is the solution. So for me, the thing that I was looking for is what would change my mind about an inexperienced person. An experienced person would likely say, well, I wouldn't know the value of this because I don't have to do it. However, the track that I am on, I understand how to maximize the value of the experience I can gain from my education. That's it. It isn't like a sudden projection or trivialization of experiences you don't have. That's arrogance, foolhardy, and young. So it's bold. And I find that, I don't find that offensive. I find that very charming. It's charming that the person came up and like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm sticking to it. Like very strong, like, very strong opinions and all that. And obviously interacting with me, I'm an old fart. So compared to that, I'm an old fart when it comes to when someone says something like, oh, do you collect something? No, I don't. I can tell you all the things that I do adhere to quote unquote stereotypes, but it's rarely ever the expectation of someone who is less experienced at the moment, right? The whole idea, here's a fun paradox in the interaction. The person says that they spend like 20 to 30 minutes online. They rarely have any online interactions, but somehow they could overreach easily on how to speak or project social norms online. You see what I mean? So, that's young. That's very young. It's youthful, where you could process that being online for 20 to 30 minutes is sufficient to overreach and tell someone what is normal on a medium that they spend very little time on. That is someone who, in my opinion, who believes that information equates to experience. And I'm going to tell you now, if you want me to admit something, and I fully admit, when I was a teenager, I was an arrogant kid, like an incredibly arrogant kid. Experience is what shapes my humility and my empathy and compassion and lack of like assertion. Like when I get older, as I learn more about my education and the world, things became less and less certain. It became less and less easy to determine. So phrases like a waste of time becomes, what can I do with it? Maybe I can prove the null hypothesis that it's not a waste of time. So that's kind of what I expect to statistically likely happen if our wonderful friend that came by, who's starting their career, like starting their life in a professional career, I like to think that when they are 26 or 30 or whenever they're going to become an official medical professional, I want to talk to that person again. If I'm still alive, obviously, because there's a chance I might not be alive anymore. But it would be very interesting to see how that perspective changes. I genuinely believe when you go into education in a very specific professional career that deals with problem solving and critical thinking, that you often do not speak like that, or you do not trivialize things so easily. I could be wrong, because there are wonderfully intelligent people who are terrifyingly arrogant and prideful in the world of, like, you know, what you hear, right? What you hear. There are actors, maybe they're minority actors, who can be incredibly arrogant and prideful despite knowing so much. I think knowledge, education, and experience humbles a singular human being very gradually, possibly. Sometimes it, like you said, the challenges, Procal, like being challenged of what you know. Like if you challenge me and you suddenly caught me off guard, it's an incredibly abrupt, humbling experience. That's where I agree with you. Great strength and growth can come from. It also becomes less and less often when you become older, because generally, they understand that you don't understand everything. When you get older, the information just keeps piling up. Your experience keeps piling up. You can live in ignorant bliss if you want, and like have no perception of reality, right? Like you don't have to have like you don't have to be cultured or a wide thinking to be happy. So like, yes, that person could totally grow up and be a local doctor in their location where they don't have to interact with other things that could like dramatically jolt them into understanding how wide the world is around them, for better or for worse. But to my knowledge, that's kind of interesting because it goes with all the other things they said about like somehow validation of citizenship and mask this. Like I'm fairly open about my childhood, and whether I feel or not, those are two different things. Feeling like you belong to a sense of people doesn't mean this, and like the way you behave doesn't create contrast and discrimination, racism. So it's spoken with very real, like exacting language, and oftentimes, in my opinion, it does come from being around people who have exacting views. So if you're from a nationalistic country or a monocultural country is what I typically refer to it as, because nationalistic can be a little bit politically provocative as opposed to monocultural, right? Monocultural sounds a little bit muted, taken from my scientific perspective, I suppose. It's interesting that the very first thing that that person projected is that somehow being born a citizen doesn't somehow lightens up racism and discrimination, especially when you're in a country that it's more likely to happen. Like, what I mean is, it feels very rough being the minority in a nationalistic country, but how frequently it occurs is if you're 0 or 1s, it's very strong. However, how many different types of discrimination and racism that I've experienced, maybe not to the severity, but the quantity is higher. I would argue that the quantity was probably a lot higher. With a diverse country, you are more likely to encounter varying aspects of discrimination. And that could pave my perspective. Like, to them, it's incredibly severe. Discrimination and racism is incredibly severe, and I need to be sensitive about that. But to me, racism comes in many faces, many different conflicts of interest, possibly not to the same severity. And then that picture, that kind of affects the way I respond to racism and discrimination. Since it's lower in severity, but I have many versions of it, or encounter many versions of it, maybe that's why I'm a bit softer in my voice, right? It could all, you know, this is all tied up to being older as well and whatnot. So it's interesting. It's neat. I hope I live long enough to have another discussion with the same person. I like seeing people grow and change, but the older I get, the unlikely that will be a possibility. You know, I'm getting like a bit sentimental, but my time to follow people and see them grow up is becoming less and less possible as I grow older. So grab them while you can, right? Grab them while you can. Let's see. I know sometimes you say, like, listen, Maku, you're not even 40 yet. People change slowly, or people don't change slowly. It takes a long time. Like, another 10 years is like probably a minimum time to see how experiences changes. So you got not too many generations left in my own health. At most, I'm good for another 2 generations, maybe, if I'm lucky. That would be like 13, so 26 years. Like another 30, 2 generations, roughly speaking. That's how much I have left. Oh, I'm starting to sound like a fatalist here. Trying not to sound too morbid here. It's a privilege. It's a privilege. Okay, so what's happening here? I feel like we're going with... probably Chu Chi. Oh, I think it's too mixed up. It's fine. I gotta complete this. So then I go and record my Kiwami thing. What? Oh, Wanxiang. The heck?
磁卡
这张磁卡不能用了。
取息
取期后，生活可能会改变。
Wait, is that just not wife? Like a wife? Okay, fine. I'm trying to think of the top portion. How did that end up being wife? We'll come back around.
妄想，
你这是妄想，事情不会那么简单。
Or like delusional. Okay. Yeah. What?
压榨，
他们正在压榨橄榄油。
Boy. Why do I think it's... That doesn't seem right. No. Why does this seem right? Oh, it's not. Hmm.
怀孕，
她刚刚发现自己怀孕了。
What? Oh, that K instead of H. Something makes them type 韵律。
韵律，
这首诗的韵律非常和谐。
And all rhymes, yeah. So poetic meter. Oh, rhymes is. How am I gonna get rhyme? So guard or stand. No guard. Rhyme. I'm gonna have to take. How to go about that?
绳索，
那条船上有很多绳索。
橙色，
他画了一个橙色的太阳。
喉咙，
我的喉咙很痛。
寓所，
他们住在一间小寓所。
No, but it kind of sounds like it. I didn't realize how much that sounds like bathroom. Okay. That's kind of humorous.
救灾，
救灾工作需要各方通力合作。
Yo, what? Hmm. Tongue. Oh no. I'm having a block. 长主生长主妇
称肠主妇，
他吃的撑场主妇，动都动不了。
It's really full, like very full. Hmm.
俯视，
他从桥上俯视河流。
Okay. Oh, that's oh, wait. Ah, I've got the H. What does that mean though? Wait. Yeah. I think. Pole. Oh no. Yeah, 侧. And then leading them. Oh, 牵侧. That's to involve them. What was that? The caterpillar on the crown of the... Wait. That?
牵扯，
Yeah,
他不想
牵扯。
牵扯到任何麻烦。
左翼，
他的思想比较偏向左翼。
Heck? That not like... Okay. Alright. Go with 倡议，
倡议，
这是一个糟糕的倡议。
倡议。Like free talk, smooth talk, freely, purple. Wait, oh no, that's initiate. I think that's initiate. Initiate discussion. I'm okay with. Okay.
.尖锐，
这个工具有一个尖锐的头。
Oh, pointed.
防汛，
政府制定了防汛计划。
What? Oh.
沧桑，
沧桑的岁月
Vicissitudes.
让我们更加珍惜现在。
Oh, it's a C. Totally misspelled that so terribly. 哇，
浊水，
他们在浊水中游泳。
打仗，
打仗需要勇气。
下棋，
他每天都会下棋。
下棋。Oh, maybe it's not. No. Okay. Oh, 会，是，地会. Yeah. How did 会 work? Taboo? We're gonna pass on the last couple. Come back. Oh, wait.
韩国，
韩国是东亚的一个国家。
忌讳，
长辈通常有很多忌讳。
Actually, I might want to change 会. Can I change up the right? Is that why I'm not remembering tan hide in this? No. I'll come back to that. I think that needs it's an alteration. It's really not great.
共鸣，
这首歌词让年轻人产生共鸣。
What?
汤匙，
这个汤匙太小了。
See you soon.
天罗地网，
警方设下了天罗地网，让罪犯无处可逃。
穴位，
背部的穴位能缓解腰酸。
Or position? I guess position. Doesn't have to be cave or mountain involved.
开膛，
他开膛了那条鱼。
马粪，
马粪可以帮助提高土壤的营养。
What is happening here?
捶打，
工人正在用锤子捶打铁板。
Oops. Thump, thump, thump. Pretty sure. Oh no, it's acupuncture. We're skipping acupuncture. Don't need.
无辜，
不要冤枉无辜的人。
Nope.
奢侈，
我不习惯奢侈的生活。
拧开，
他用力把瓶盖拧开了。
大厦，
大厦里有很多公司办公室。
Or tall buildings. Oh. Acupoint. Skipping. We're definitely skipping that one though. No, let's try to write another one for that. What is it? What was it? Wait. Let's go look at the... Alright. So, now I'm like way over my budget. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do it in hours, probably. Okay. We got Tien. No. Tien. Ding. Ding. Chan. Wait. What is all that? It was like something about Chang? Again? Yeah, I think so. Chu Di. Che Xiao. Your heck. Lijie. Mao Tou Ying. Tian Qian. 大白鲨，太阳， 吃 heck 吃愁也有也蛮抓痒商务Wu something I can't, there's no way I can read that. Something about impeccable, right? So Wu I need the characters. So not lax. 不屑可及。Itch. All right, real quick. Jimmy, basement, pawn shop. Wish to lick the heavens with his tongue by wishing a pump that legitimately pierces the heavens in the basement. Second-hand pump. That might not last. Legolas, basement, pawn shop. Maybe putting together a silk cable. Silk made of elvish silk. So that the jailer was able to keep an eye on things. Better keep an eye on things. By tying up keeps Bart, no, not Bart. Bigfoot, front of infirmary, trying to help out. Hang out. Asked to distribute an abundance of silk medical garbs to all the guests. Start visiting. And we have Bigfoot again. Bathroom, English manor. Taking a bath. Enjoying twins. Come in. Side by side comparison. They're both weird. Okay. Charlie Brown. Inside pawn shop. About to enjoy his food during lunch. And a rabbit approached. A rabbit approached. Try to sneaky peeky his stack of food. Charlie actually breaks out a dagger and tries to share it with the gluttonous rabbit. Unfortunately, the rabbit just inhaled everything. Koopa, bathroom, beach house. Barring a bunch of seafood. Expensive seafood, huh? Right, yeah. All as a gift to their overlord Bowser. Okay. Washing it off in the bathroom. And we have... what do we have left? Charlie Brown again. Going into the pawn shop. Seeing if he could sell a piece of silk. Slightly dirty with dirt. Was found at a nearby shack in his hometown. That like wound around wood or something. Alright, so we got Yun. Yun. How did Yun work? I'm gonna say something like this. Oh no, wait, is it moon or is it shellfish? Oh, this mean again? Rhymes. I think it's no, it's shellfish. Okay. Ooh, the left side is something too. I don't know what I wrote for this. And then Hui. Hui has an overlap with something. Taboo. Oh, tan hide. Oops. I forgot what's underneath. Is it like this? And then, oh no, I don't know what tan hide is. Oh. This mouth. What does this remind me of? Way. I'm thinking of a way. I don't know which way I'm thinking of. I know that's a pun. Alright. Quickly get these. Okay. Oh, it's alarm. That's why I couldn't. Oh, it's alarm. Yeah, it's already simplified. Maybe Yugi's in the bathroom. Do I have any Yuans I can... Nope. In the infirmary. Oh no, maybe. Where he is carrying, right? Carrying. alarm for some of the members of the medical staff to help with the patients. To get into a, oh my gosh, rhythm. Meter, verse, yeah. Like rhyming rhythm to keep consistent with their rehabilitation from shadow sickness. With his friends that fallen that's bad. That's really bad. How does Hui work? We did taboo. Yeah, okay. Hulk was in Hulk. I thought of this as Way. Why do I think of this as Way? Probably the tan hides. Defend? It's not that strong. Alright, well, we gotta strengthen it, I suppose. Oh, because then bathroom the beach house where he is. He heard word of a taboo about very specific animals and high that is exceptional, valuable poachers. In the back. Wire. Wire. Taboo. And hide. Yeah, those two are tough for a reason. All right. I think that's just going to be how that's go for now. All right. So it's 11 p.m. I'm going to try to do our next recording session. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. As always, if you're going to watch this later, 谢谢. You're more than welcome to come on by. Right. Yep. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. Today I had the opportunity to meet someone. Meet someone who's giving it a go. Both HanziHero and Wanikani actually quite ambitious. I'm looking forward to hearing how those things turn out, exchanging ideas and whatnot. Maybe the person was humoring me, but I would certainly love to see how that goes. Compare notes. Love the idea. I was able to practice explaining HanziHero and maybe offer some quick takes and whatnot. And then we spiraled into a conversation about generalizations, like reductio ad absurdum, right? And then it went into a lot of other things. And had the privilege of meeting someone that I'm not entirely sure I'll have the privilege to hear from again. But good luck to that person. About kind of covered a bit about medical school, medical system, which I technically do not have any personal experience about. But it did also have some tie into multiculturalism, which is a pretty typical theme here. It is kind of interesting that despite being very obviously multicultural, you can kind of see that growing up in a monocultural environment can lead to very maybe ironic or like the pot calling the kettle black situation, where the behavior towards another person who is potentially also multicultural, it kind of tracks. So maybe I will have the privilege from on and off of a progress report. Again, not getting any younger, but it would be nice to hear how people change or maybe don't change at all, minorly. Until then, you're always welcome to come on by Yap. Occasionally, update, share in each other's achievements, keep each other motivated. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I have one more thing to do at the end of the day, so I'm gonna take a quick break, walk around, kind of stretch a little bit, and then we'll start to wrap up I have like a really big experiment or like a practice thing that I wanted to change today, so I'm gonna spend the next 3 or 4 hours trying to wrap that up. Yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back to our basically our end candid conclusion section of Kiwami 3. It's our 18th session. I was like fiddling around with maybe I could put the soundtrack, the Kiwami 3 soundtrack in the back, but I thought against it because there's a chance that there'll be like copyright and there'll be muting issues because a lot of the tracks have lyrics and singers, so we're gonna avoid that for now. So welcome to another candid conclusion. We reached the end of another video game project. This time it took 2 months because of language learning, and I have decided to try to do I've been thinking about how I can change up these formats in order to like best suit future projects and whatnot. And I've reorganized some of the sections. These will be true for any time I need to start a new project, which is opening opinion section. Long prolonged projects will have tentative takes, and also these end of projects, candid conclusions, are going to follow similar formats. I've been working over the last like 2 or 3 years to kind of strike a balance of these things. So we're gonna give it a go again. And at some point, I'm gonna try to break these up and chapter them and whatnot. It's a it's a learning process that we have here. So let's go right into it. So how we're gonna do this? We're gonna use white to outline stuff. So as most things, I wanted to start. This is the candid conclusion section. So at the end of each project, I want to do a bit of self-reflection and maybe offer my observations and particular subjective pattern recognition things to share about the game as a form of self-evaluation reflection that maybe others can partake or chime in and contribute to the discussion. So these candid conclusions come in three positions. I think we're gonna do kind of a we're gonna do an RGB color. I haven't really decided on this part. So the first one, I usually start with the first section as facts, like by the numbers, but I think we're gonna change it up now. This is gonna be called the This is gonna be called the factors. So we're gonna have factors. That is going to be the section 1, and factors are now going to be things that during the process of playing this game and also before playing this game and everything else, these are stuff that are typically observations. So observations, and from now on they're going to be represented by a Likert scale, sort of like a rough Likert. Trying to figure out how to spell Likert, actually. There's a T in it. So they're going to be represented by a Likert scale in a way. And they usually represent, the observations represent the kind of a versus B situation that is relevant, that I find that is relevant, or I've seen in things like social media, right? So these are the facts that we're going to do, and they're called factors. So this is pretty much the most objective section. And that's where I feel is a good balance of where the internet comes in and they want to be interested. They want to see, is this game good or bad? Is this game trash or buy? Or is this game hard or easy? So it's going to be observations expressed in a Likert scale, comparing A versus B that are like classically at odds with each other. So they're like inversely related when it comes to talking about this game. What they are, we'll go over them. And then we have our second section. Our second section is going to be represented in blue. And that is the archetype section. So we're going to call it the archetypes. This is still what I'm referring. This has been very useful for me. An archetype section is about behavioral correlations that I observe. So this is a bit subjective because it goes through a filter. And what I mean by behavioral correlations are these are hypothetical like coinciding factors. So hypothetical coinciding factors. So I introduce the factors, and then there are hypothetical things that coincide or correlate, and these are going to represent kind of like different perspectives that I notice. Overall perspectives. And this will be contrasting, at least comparing and contrasting. We're going to say at least 3 groups. No, 2 groups. We'll say at least 2 groups, which will be revealed in a bit. And then our very last section, which I'm going to highlight in green. This is personal. So this would be my personal commentary. This deals with like my hot takes, right? Hot takes, opinions, as well as where I sit in reference to the like my hot takes, opinions, and where my biases are when it comes to the above, right? And that's where all my rant will be happening as well. So let's get to it, shall we? And this will provide a very I'm like working up the explainer again. This should provide a very streamlined experience where if you're staying for the factors. Hello again, Beth. Hello. So my attempt is that I needed to streamline the first. So this will be an inaugural for the factors thing. I've adjusted the archetypes. The personal section I practice a lot, right? Like I have hot takes, opinions, biases. That's my usual yap. That's these are the yap section, and I have a lot of commentary and yap, right? Commentary. So that will be color coded in green. Archetypes are something I practice a lot. I look at people's opinions, I look at population statistics, and then look at reviews, large body of data, and I try to create archetypes. The archetypes is to be a little bit more, instead of trying to predict every single individual's preferences and whatnot, like on a one-to-one basis, it's not scalable, it's not realistic. So I often offer my personal opinions when asked. I don't usually project my personal opinions, with the exception of these situations, right? So this is the opportunity that I have made for myself to offer my personal opinions on the archetypes. And archetypes are existing perspectives. So for example, the existing perspective of Resident Evil 9 Requiem is that it's an awesome game. That is an archetype. It's what is trending, it's coinciding, and then what the people that say Resident Evil 9 is good, what trends with that archetype. It's not to point fingers at any particular individual. It's how I evaluate so that I can give a more nuanced, but also it's a compromise between trying to generalize everyone, you know, trying to present universal truths like, oh, a good game is a good game, that type of thing. That's very reductive. So I tried to pick at least 2 controversial archetypes, or like archetypes that are at odds with each other, at least 2, and then talk about the developers, or what I think the developer perspective is, and then my personal perspective. So there's at least 4 groups, but technically 2 large groups. Mine is like the third, and then the developer, what I think the developer is aiming for. And then the factors is where most people, like, I needed to work on this section because my facts, my observations are kind of like all over the place sometimes, and it's hard to organize. So now we're doing it this way, where we're gonna streamline it a bit, where I highlight the factors that are at both ends. So for example, game difficulty. There's hard and easy, and then a line in between. And that's how we're going to do it. We're going to list factors that are germane or relevant to the conversation in social media about this game. Because what I think about when I think about people looking at the beginning of any like review or early impressions or something, they're specifically looking for these things. Like, is it good? Is it bad? Is it actiony, or is it slow? Is it fast? And I'm going to highlight the very specific factors that are mentioned most regularly. So these are facts. These have been mentioned incredibly often. Whether how important they are, that's down to the archetypes. Archetypes are when you determine whether they are important or not to specific groups, and then personally, right? So we're going to try to highlight that. And this will create a really, hopefully, a nicer, neater presentation. And I've been working on this for some time after, but I forgot how long I've started this. Maybe like 20-ish games back. And we've gone through many iterations of this. So the first fact that comes up a lot when speaking about Kiwami 3 is preservation. Oh, wrong color. So it's often about preservation. On the one end, and innovation on the other end. Preservation and innovation. Today's update 100% your 28 questions on Rensho. Nice. Grammar quiz. Awesome. Congrats. That progress. So we have preservation and innovation. And you're still just managing casual form conjugations enough to get a second hanko in Wagotabi. Are there 3 hankos now? I think I've only gone up to the second one. I'm not sure if there was a third one. I'm not sure how far in they were on the third one. Interesting. There's preservation and innovation. It looks like it. Ooh, exciting. There's also volume. So volume would be, let's just say we're gonna go with kitchen sink. Oh no. Addition versus consolidation. Or a better word would be, yeah, consolidation. It kind of ties with the next one. Another controversial factor that comes up in Kiwami discussion is complexity. Versus streamline. Then we also have how did I say this? It's kind of on preservation and innovation, but it deals with its story content. So I'm gonna throw in my hat on this one too. Language. So there's also language. Language would be, we're gonna say, Japanese only. This is kind of a setup. Japanese only or multilingual. That's something that does come up, but in a different context. So I'll weigh in on that in a bit. There is also, how am I going to say this? Dark. So dark, maybe like dark themed. What's another word for dark? Serious. We're gonna say serious in the sense of the theme versus kind of like casual. I don't know. Lighter, well, brighter. Right. Serious and bright. Actually, darker is probably gonna be the way here. Another one is difficulty. So we got like hardcore, and softcore. It's probably not the greatest word, but we'll go with it. We're scratching the barrel now. It's kind of going from most frequent to bottom. And then we have also age. So like let's just say visual. So high fidelity. We'll say high fidelity. And not necessarily high fidelity, but budget. All right, budget or sufficient. I think this might make up for most of the stuff. Kind of want to make these lines similar to each other. Music kind of comes into play too. Music, I would say heavy versus easy listening. And I think that might be decent enough. I think we should, the complexity and streamline deals with mechanical depth. And then hardcore and softcore, got that. Did we get volume, addition, and consolidation? Okay. There's also timelines. So canon and we're gonna call it spin-offs. It's kind of a moot point near the end. All right, so these are the factors that I want to cover. They're not quite the most they're not quite the quite the words that people use. I will chime in with my personal things about these. So preservation is keep it the same. Right. Innovation would be change it. Addition would be everything. Addition is about like have 100% of everything and then add new stuff on top and add on top. These are kind of like the phrases you would hear. And consolidation would be trim, right? Trim the fat, just the meat. Right. Then for complexity is more mechanics. More mechanics, the better. Just enough. Not overly complicated, right? This is self-explanatory, Japanese only. Focus equals quality. Accessibility. And diversity. This is going to become a very relevant talking point. Darker, like, violence. Right? Violence, death, consequences. Brighter would be like hopeful, redemption. Then when it comes to hardcore, like difficult. Right? Difficult achievements. And softcore would be like lenient or forgiving. A vibe. high fidelity would be good graphics, animation, right? That's usually phrase. The budget would be like good enough, use imagination. Heavy and easy listening, right, like rock, saturation, hype. Easy listening would be kind of like often it's eclectic. Eclectic mix. And then we have canon and spin-off. So canon is like adding to existing. And spin-off is different direction. So I basically highlighted a bunch of things that I hear a lot when regarding these. So now we want to talk about the archetypes. There are two major archetypes that are constantly in two major perspectives. Maybe I should change the name to perspectives. There are two major perspectives. We have the perspective of the legacy player. Change different. So we have the legacy player on the one hand, and then we have the new, right, newish, we're gonna say newish player. They're not necessarily on one side, but newish player. Or the prospective player. I think that's also valid. Prospective player. And in order to facilitate this, we're gonna use this scale. So in the perspective of the legacy player, it's very strong, and these are quite legacy players. I feel like they gravitate towards preservation when it comes to Kiwami, this game. So I would say they lean towards preservation over innovation. Obviously in an ideal world, it would be like right down the middle, but I don't think so. I think they actually lean towards preservation. And when it comes to legacy players, it's all about the addition to things. A consolidation seems as a cheapening effect of legacy, right? That's what the trend that I've gathered from. And then when it comes to most of these games, especially the combat-oriented game, complexity is king. More mechanics, more styles, more challenges. That's the idea of a legacy player. Like, these are prospective. The two largest groups are either legacy players or the prospective newer player. Anywhere in between is still not that consistent. So in my opinion, when RGG was making this game, that's what they're aiming for. They're trying to bridge between a legacy player and a prospective new player. At most, a new player that's played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2, right? And of course, legacy players are naturally Japanese only, because not necessarily because they don't care about other languages. That's overreaching. Typically, it's because the legacy of this game was in Japanese only at that time, and it's a long legacy, a very long legacy. And because they are also legacy players of this, there's a huge enrichment for darkness. So you want dark themes, dark tones, consequences, brutality. That type of thing was what the Kiryu saga leaned towards. I don't necessarily think they even gravitate towards any form of brightness in general. And when it comes to difficulty achievements, I think it's it's somewhere here. It's not like full stop, let's just make this incompletable because of some skill level issue. It's often like a combination of feeling powerful, like a power trip, and difficulty. And often it's also completionist oriented. And when it comes to graphics, I think the legacy player is understanding. So it's somewhere here where they're not expecting you to like pull out a 5090, like a 5090 to run. There's a balance. There's an appreciation for like trying to hold the fidelity. However, it's kind of leaning on like they're hoping that it would increase in fidelity over time, right? What you call it, when it comes to music, it's heavily weighted on the rock side, because if you're a legacy player, you are very synonymous with the age-old stuff as opposed to the eclectic stuff that's going on now, reflective of its time. It's a lot on the heavier side. And then obviously legacy players will without a doubt favor canon, right? So to me, these are the things that I feel would represent the target audience on the particular issues that came up, which is the idea of these various factors, right? When it comes to language, the story, the mechanics, the tone, the music, the visuals. One of the biggest audiences would be gravitating. These are deliberate because they're bipolar in general. I pick two perspectives that tend to be bipolar, right? Because the internet is either you're in group 1 or you're in group 2. You're either yes or you're no. But I wanted to present it as a Likert because sometimes it's like a lean, but not so much. In this case, what this is, I'm trying to represent here is that the Yakuza Legacy player, the one that is looking to play Kiwami 3, is really kind of niche. It's incredibly niche still, right? So what is the newish player? Let's say we put ourselves in the mind of the Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2 aspect, right? At most, or someone who's completely uninitiated and they want to play Kiwami 3, which is not quite the target audience in my opinion. It's going to be very rare that is going to break into that. So when we're talking about newish players, we're talking probably in the concept that this newish player is probably coming from Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. So without opening up that can of worms, I understand what is in Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2, and they do bring these up measurably in the review session. So often, if you're playing Yakuza 1, Kiwami 2 in that order, they don't follow technical specs technically, but Kiwami 1, Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1 did follow Yakuza 0, technically speaking, on a technological development cycle. And then Kiwami 2 did follow Kiwami 1. And then Kiwami 3 does follow Kiwami 2 in development cycle. So, like, in the development order, this is still the development order. So when you're thinking about you're coming from a newish player, typically the thing is more innovation. So they lean towards more innovation. Like, what is the next new thing? Like this new title, it's gonna produce something. Because Yakuza 0 was noticeably different from Kiwami 1, despite like their shared legacy. Maybe the combat is kind of, but what is expected is with everyone. You put a lot of thoughts into these parameters. Yeah, these usually take quite a long time to disseminate. I wish I could be a little faster, so I'm kind of working on representing them a little bit quicker. But yes, this is what goes on in my head. This is when I talk to someone, like someone comes to me and they would say what their opinions are. This is how I organize the information. Like, okay, so how can I talk to this person? That's basically what I think about, because I don't want to sound like I don't care about the person. So immediately, like, this is not a very specific person, right? We're not talking about specific people. That's prejudice. If you act and presume these are true about the person, that is prejudice, right? It's kind of discriminatory. What I use is I organize as much information as I can, and then when I talk to someone, I get to learn and tweak what the representative body is. That's how I offer quote unquote advice or recommendation. When someone asks me, do you have any advice or recommendation? I usually ask, can you tell me something about yourself? The more you can tell me in a short amount of period of time, the more I have already prepped myself for these. So before I write these reviews and I even go into the game, I actually do the same thing going into a project. So what happens is then I have a semblance where to start. And then it is up to the person, every individual person, to verify these things. Because a real person, you know, like a person that's can be a combination of these things. So what I'm trying to do is I provide an archetype. These archetypes will line up. As in, if you're a newish player to Kiwami 3, you are likely going to lean towards these things. So it's a representation. So it's kind of like a slider, you know, like when you're playing a video game. I'm representing this way because it kind of looks like a video game as well. This type of representation is a little bit more dynamic than the representation of saying, oh, you're either a preservationist or you're an innovator. You're either one. That's not true. It's on a slider, really, right? Because you can be a mix of all these. So for this, when it comes to consolidation, usually Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2, all of them had, they are typically more used to lean, high, like resolved content, because Yakuza 0 had a lot of content in it for sure. It actually might have had too much for a newish player. And then Kiwami 1 was fairly lean. It was very lean compared to Yakuza 0. Then Kiwami 2 was even leaner than Kiwami 1. So relatively speaking, it would be very normal for a newish player to lean towards consolidation. Because it's not, they've already developed an idea of not quite saying, oh, just give me everything in the kitchen sink. I want to play this game for 600 hours. Yakuza 0 is one of the longest titles in the series, and for completion it's like 130 hours, like casual. Kiwami 1 is 30 hours, and then Kiwami 2 is like 20 hours. So Kiwami 3 for me, and then when I was data mining and looking at other sources, it sits around 30 hours. So typically it's about trimming the fat and consolidating to have different experiences. So going from Yakuza 1 to Kiwami 1 to Kiwami 2 to Kiwami 3, all of the aspects are different. So it's not about adding on top of something. The substantial number is nearly all of them are very different from each other. So it's kind of like a variety. So if you're coming from the perspective of newest player, Yakuza 0 doesn't quite play like Kiwami 1 despite having the same system. And then Kiwami 1 plays nothing like Kiwami 2. And then Kiwami 2 is still on the same engine technically as Kiwami 3, but it doesn't play like it anymore. So most of the time, if you're starting with this in this role, you lean towards innovation and you lean towards consolidation. Basically, you want a package that's around 30 hours because arguably Yakuza 0 for completion rates is very low. It drops off at like 20 hours max. So they're hitting somewhere around 20 to 30 hours. So any beyond that can be superfluous. It can be irrelevant to a newish player. They want the satisfaction of completing the game and also giving the skippy, the innovation. So that's why they lean towards the opposite side of this. Obviously, this is suggesting that they still want preservation and addition if they can perceive it. But it's really not about that because there are no precedents for it. Like, they haven't played Yakuza 3 Remastered. So naturally, you wouldn't know what you're missing unless you're getting your information from legacy players. The moment a newish player says, hey, what do you think I should learn? What do you think makes Kiwami 3 better? Oh no, Yakuza 3 Remastered is better. It's like, but I'm talking about Kiwami 3. That's why these discussions are at odds with each other. In fact, oftentimes I feel like the newish player, outside of some political stuff, do not line up with legacy players. There are other games where the legacy player and the newish player lines up. And that's when games really are great because they're not divisive. This game is incredibly divisive and it's dealing with its legacy a lot of times, where the perspective is coming from. So in terms of the newest player, oftentimes actually streamlining is kind of a big deal, largely because it has to play smoothly. It has to be enough to not overstay its welcome. That is the newer player population. When you are a legacy player, you can't get enough of this. Like, you're invested, right? Like for me, I'm a legacy player, right, in this regards. So if they added like 14 different styles, like they put every single fighting style they've ever iterated into this game, I'm all for it. When you're a newer player, you're like, all right, well, it's around 30 hours, right? Meanwhile, you're like looking at a 300-hour game. It's like, I'm not gonna use like 90% of this. Can you like just make 2 styles very good? Like put all your efforts into 2 styles and then not like give me like 15 styles of which 13 of them I don't even play. Like, I'm not gonna play the game that long. That is why Streamline, they have to meet a combination. And then when it comes to newish players, without a doubt, it's a lean towards multilingual because there's no predilection yet. And oftentimes, despite what the vocal minority is, and this is also true about like media right now, like movies, televisions, the really loud people are, in my opinion, are the minority. They are the ones where like, this is the way it should be. This is how it is. It's always been this way. While I do feel that SEGA and RGG of SEGA understands that in order to reach a larger audience, and an audience that are far more eclectic than it used to be, like back in the day when Yakuza 3 Remaster came out, their audience were probably largely English speakers and or Japanese people who are already invested in the idea of whether they can comprehend Japanese, or the idea of it only sounds authentic that way. Nowadays, RGG is trying to expand, and due to the rising popularity of the current games, which do deal with multilingualism, including the languages of the largest market, is also catering to the idea that they will likely have newish players that do not have, they can gain accessibility through multilingualism. It is specifically said in a couple interviews that that's their goal. So how's this true? I'm not going to play Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2 yet again, but they retroactively added English and Chinese, I think to 0. I'm not sure about 1. 1 got a refresh, and 2 also got a refresh. So they're systematically catching up Chinese, English, and Japanese. But Japanese was already there, so they're retroactively adding Chinese and Japanese to all of their titles as they're going. There's still 4 and 5 that requires that TLC. So that's kind of what they're trying to do, or they're replacing them because they want the game to be represented in multiple languages, right? They're coming up soon. But for now, the newish player would often find that if they can see their game in their other languages, it's fantastic. It's an extra thing that is wonderful to see. If you don't like, if you're wondering, oh man, RGG must be really, no, see, let's just talk about CDPR, like Cyberpunk 2077. It has 9 languages, right? So that's kind of the idea. Like, it is very humbling and awesome to have these, but it does come with diminished return. And that's that the legacy player could care less. And what their largest audience is still technically their legacy players. The newish players are starting to outnumber them. That's why the swaying of the design choices, in my opinion, is creating divisiveness. Now, when it comes to the newish player, we're talking about Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. It's still on the darker side. Honestly, it's still on the darker side, but I would say that it's about here, right? It's about here where they're expecting. Yakuza Kiwami 3 is when things start kind of getting a little goofy, and the dark tones are going away and going towards whimsical. So I don't think it takes these to create the darkness in it. I think you have to take into account that the sheer volume of a legacy player is they played through and it was a different time. I think newer players nowadays are proliferated and exposed to a brighter, balanced stories, like stories that have edges, like elements of hope and inconsequentialness and power tripping that doesn't involve like the really heavier tones of their time. So I genuinely do believe that if you do a doom and gloom game, you will probably appeal to a very specific subset of the larger market. And newish players, while they still lean towards dark, this is one aspect that I feel newish players and legacy players will likely agree on. They lean towards the same side. Now, when it comes to hardcore and softcore, Yakuza 0 is pretty hardcore. Kiwami 1 just backed it up a little, like just backed up a bit. And Kiwami 2 backed up really far. So ultimately, when I think about like how hardcore and softcore things, usually newish players are going to lean towards softcore. A bit lenient, it's more about the vibe, completing the story. Not that far apart, but usually people tend to be a balanced approach. We're not talking about like to provide a contrast. We're not talking about Elden Ring, for example, or like a FromSoft game where the legacy players would slap to one side. In fact, new players alike would expect that. They go into a FromSoft game expecting to get slapped. I don't think this is the case for either legacy player, or there's a lean towards difficulty because there's a legacy of being difficult to complete. Not necessarily all tied with gameplay. Newish players now, if you played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, still on the softcore side. When it comes to budget sufficiencies, I don't think there's enough realization of what RGG can do or can't do comparing. So oftentimes I feel RGG is seen as a AA developer because their budget is restricted, and oftentimes the setting is that you're going from Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1 to the Dragon Engine, Kiwami 2 and Kiwami 3, and I think they're very representative of each other. So they're a little bit more lenient on the graphical fidelity of things, because I don't think RGG would present any more than that. And even the legacy player would say like, yeah, it's ailing, you know, it's a aging system, but it's been like that, so we know it. There's not a strong precedence that suddenly RGG is gonna break out an Unreal 5 title for Like a Dragon or something like that, right? Then we have the easy listening heavy. I think newish players may like the music that is in Yakuza 0, like Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. I think it's a little bit more so that they have balanced taste. Because if I had to take a category of other games, nowadays games have hybrid albums. It's about, oh, what would they sound next? What would be the next sound, kind of thing, as opposed to specifically catering to a very specific genre of music. Quite a little bit more eclectic. This part is, we're getting like to the weaker things, and then we have a really controversial one. So in most cases, when you think about the newer game, they are balanced, because anything is new. There's no canon to hold on to. You don't need to do canon, so they're both open to, oh, okay, so this is how it was, or sure, whatever I'm playing is whatever I'm playing, so it would be in the spin-off category, so they would be neutral, right? Now, where is this all going? Well, there's obviously a third group, and the third group is right in the middle, and that's RGG. And this, I'm gonna put RGG in quotes, this is my interpretation from the game. Like, where do I think RGG and SEGA end up on this game, to give you like a relative idea of how like turned off you might be. So if you're a legacy player and you haven't picked up Kiwami 3 yet, right? And if you're a newish player and you're just waiting it out and on a good sales, you know, like a little later in the year, there's gonna be discounts or something like that. You just haven't gotten around to playing it because there are other games, right? Plenty of other games. I think RGG, where RGG hit was, RGG did end up hitting over here. Not quite legacy, but they were aiming for preservation. They leaned away from innovation. They did a little bit more than a legacy player would like, so to speak. And when it comes to addition and consolidation, they consolidated. They actually, if I were to take into the weight of this, they might have consolidated a bit more than what a newish player would expect. So there might be less-ish content than even newish player who played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2 kind of expected more volume, right? However, it's about the quality, right? And the quality is what they were aiming at. In terms of the complexity and streamlining, there was far more streamlining. Like, in fact, I would say even more so streamlining than the newish player would expect. I actually think someone who played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2 would expect a little bit more depth than what they had. So, like, 2 styles, 2.5 styles is a little underwhelming given Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and then Kiwami 2 was a dragon switch, and that was divisive because of the streamlining. And then multilingualism, I think they nailed it on top. So they share a line with newish players at the expense of the very verbal legacy player who could care less. Like, it's not that there are even bad actors who would go out of my way. I experience this on a daily basis, actually, when I'm playing the later titles, where there are even bad actors who would go out to like pitchfork other people for playing it in different languages. It doesn't happen too often. They are bad actors. Legacy players simply are apathetic. They don't care if it's in English or in Chinese. What they might slightly care about is how much resources does that take. Like, if you focused on Japanese only, you can liberate your resources to put back into the game instead of putting in another language. I'm not saying this to demonize them or vilify them. I'm saying these are pragmatic rationales, right? If you're working on a game to multi-dub it, that also costs resources. So when someone only cares about one medium, then any medium that they're paying for, right? If you're paying for, this does happen. It's happening now, where this multilingualism, you have people who argue that because of this, the directors, for example, the director's cut of Yakuza 0 got a price bump. It is also true with all of the other ones. So they repackaged and then delist. It's a very controversial move. They delist the old ones, despite being the same package, but with two languages on top. And even reasonable legacy players, not even the bad actors, would voice like, well, what's the point? Like, Japanese is the only thing you want. Like, why would you give another reason to milk other people and cause double purchasing if all the only difference is another dub language, right? So I can sympathize with that for sure, because you delist the old ones, right? So that's kind of a rough spot that I totally like concede to, despite it increasing accessibility. So now let's go back to where our SEGA is. When it comes to the current RGG, this is one of the most divisive ones, and oftentimes most of RGG's choices when they are writing is leaning on the brighter side of things. They're a little bit wackier. Things are not permanent. There's less consequences, and it's to provide a more casual simi like thing where you're not getting beaten over the head with fatalism, deterministic violence, like racism and discrimination. It's more, how you say, PG-13, right? It's a bit brighter, whimsical, and that is one of the strongest divisive points. So you're kind of starting to, I'm illustrating all the thumbs downs and all the divisive points that you collect in reviews without pointing to any specific details. Like, I'm not gonna go and quote someone who's like giving RGG like they're garbage because they only like to create and write zany stuff instead of having people like beat each other brutally and whatnot. These are the vivid examples of most of the reviews. And the distance between SEGA's perspective and the legacy players represent that division. So oftentimes the newish players are okay with with Kiwami 3 because it kind of aligns in their alignment. But like, for example, preservation, innovation, that is a common criticism of this game, where there wasn't enough preservation of like all of the stuff that they expect. So that is a common criticism for both parties. So these are the negatives. So these are when you get thumbs down. the either player, it doesn't resonate with most of the players, right? Because these represent. This one is divisive, right? So whenever you see Sega leaning towards one where there's a split, it creates division. That's why, in my opinion, this title has been incredibly divisive. But the strongest, hardest parts are when both of these are on the opposite side of Sega. Having Kiwami 3 have campier additions was not as well received as keeping the darkness in the game series. So like double downing on the darker tones of the game. If they added more story elements, they would be darker in nature, as opposed to brighter zany, because it contrasts with the legacy of Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. At least that's kind of how I see it. And when it comes to the hardcore, softcore, Sega has gone far to the, like, RGG has gone way towards the other end. It's to the point where you can hear comments from people who play any amount of Yakuza games, especially the ones where this is another divisive point, where it's like, well, you kind of just sneeze and sleep through the gameplay because none of that is engaging anymore. It feels like they're rehashing the same things and you just simply press one button, auto win buttons and stuff, right? And even the newish players can give it a pass. A lot of the newish players can give it a pass because, alright, I mean, like, I'm not really looking for it. But I don't think it's overlooked by legacy players. Where, like, oh, give me some of the trials or push the combat to a punishing amount. Like, nowadays, you just chalk up and chug back health pots it's everywhere, right? There's no resetting or difficulty. That's kind of one of the things. And for me, this is a contentious point. I think Sega, from the past entries and whatnot, this is obviously Sega's budget. So this is a Kiwami is a budget off-season effort, and that's not bad or good. Is that it's not the canonical Like a Dragon 9. Like a Dragon 9, the budget is going to be as high fidelity as possible. So this is a way to go back and touch up something else with a budget-minded, streamlined consolidation approach. They're trying to update Yakuza 3, 4, and 5 in that way. And I don't think they were trying to hide that. Like, Pirate Yakuza is also a budget sufficient oriented title. Like a Dragon Gaiden is also. So oftentimes there is a lean for legacy players, and that creates a conflict of interest. Like, oh, well, how can you treat Yakuza 3 remastered like this? You should have spent more time when making the characters pay attention. They look kind of ugly and it looks like they didn't put enough budget in it. It still can happen because we love these games, right? We, the people who have already invested, they kind of hope that RGG has all the budget in the world to do so, right? So it can be a little diminishing when, despite the reality that it is a budget sufficient game title. And here is a little bit of a tough part. So heavy and easy listening, I don't think they've actually, when I'm thinking about the music, I actually think they're somewhere in the middle, because the remixes or like the edits and inserts, I don't feel the heaviness and the of the old stuff. I think there has been some remix, some removals, and oftentimes it's pretty eclectic. And occasionally you have one that resonates with you, and then the next one. Even more so that I would actually argue maybe it's not even here. It's like slightly to the right. Why do I think it's slightly to the right in the easy listening department? Because oftentimes when you have pieces that are incredibly easy listening, you also don't hear them too often. They're like background music. So when I mean heavy, I also mean like hyped. as maybe this might be nostalgia talking, but oftentimes when you think of the mainline games or like the older games, they center around very iconic music, and that iconic music hits really hard. When I was playing this game, I didn't quite notice the background music outside of one or two tracks. Now, there is a chance that Yakuza 3 Remastered was very similar. My nostalgia is telling me that it wasn't quite that unnoticeable. So whatever the EQing or the mixing was, it made the game less about the music. In the game itself, like when you're going to battle and whatnot. Like for example, yesterday I was playing P5X, and the basic music background of a stage is like legitimately iconic. Like it's so hard, like, oh man, I really like this track, holy. And that's just one level. So maybe it might be the sheen that's kind of needs some buffering, but they didn't up the music game. The music game was sufficient. It was very easy listening. It's sufficient to complement the background. In fact, I can't I think Mine's track, like on the top, which doesn't last very long if you're like in combat, you can't pay attention, that there are very specific tracks that are still wonderfully heavy, as in noticeably iconic. But the vast majority of the music mixing is easy listening, so it serves as background music. It belongs in the background. Like a good pair of contrasts for what constitutes as heavy music, like heavy and impactful, is that when you play Clear Up Scare, you go into a new area and the music just slaps you in the face, like, yeah, I'm in a new area now. And then you go into a new boss, the music slaps you in the face, like, yeah, this is a new boss, a new type of encounter. And you encounter a new character, the music still slaps you in the face, right? Because the character has his own theme. Again, we have to keep in mind, easy listening is also budget friendly. Like, they're not going to go back and remix a lot of things. Another great example, I'm going to start my Persona Legacy soon. Persona 3 Reloaded legitimately is going to get an update where they add new musical tracks to the game. So like, it is possible to invest and double down on music. That's not where RGG was aiming for, right? They were aiming for some easy listening, sufficient, maybe add one or two tracks or remix one or two tracks and touch it up. That's kind of why, in my opinion, when you see the reviews, music comes up as well. A legacy player would say like, dude, the music sounds so generic, like what happened to it? Like, there's even a mod to mod in the old music from the Yakuza 3 Remastered. So I like to believe, even though I haven't played Yakuza 3 Remastered, that it was a little too easy listening. Easy listening is like playing, I don't know, your Minecraft game, right? Maybe not Minecraft. Let's not pick on Minecraft. Like, you're playing a game and you're fighting, but you knew there was music in the background, but you didn't remember what it sounded like. That is easy listening, because easy listening is, it's not obtrusive, it doesn't distract you, sufficient. And that's kind of how I felt about it. It's not true for when I played through the Yakuza games before, especially like Judgment and stuff. Like, sometimes I would pause the game and I would simply just listen to the music. And I'm quite avid about music. I mean, my last stream was literally talking about the 2 or 3 karaoke tracks over and over again. So, be it as it may, easy listening. And then here's a wild thing, right? Now, it's kind of hard. They did stick with canon. I think for the most part, they did stick with canon. but Sega had an intent, and they were having an intent to spin off. Like, the canon, while the canon was largely preservation, so like Sega was trying to aim for preservation of the story, all of that, in my opinion, served for the idea of spinning off. And it's pretty clear now with like interviews and whatnot that the whole idea is to spin off. And that is one of the most controversial. So if you're looking at this chart here, right, we can definitely come to highlight what are the most controversial points in this game, especially in the review. It was not the same. So one of the loudest things are not the same. Right? Another very controversial point, but slightly not as big. Like this would be like one of the bigger ones. So we're gonna give this like 3 stars. Addition was like 2 stars. 2 stars of intensity, which is why'd you cut things? Things were cut, right? You're supposed to be adding on top 100% and more. So the idea is the combination of addition and preservation is that all of Yakuza 3 Remastered should still be in that game, in this game, and then you add on top of it. So the basic lining is that everything in Yakuza 3 should have been in this game, and then you add, and it didn't happen. That's one of the biggest criticisms of the divisiveness of those who would say, I don't like this game, right? And then complexity is a really big one, but not so much in terms of like overall. I would say newest players are pretty much overall satisfied. So it's a double star, which is like, why, dude, the game only has two styles? The heck, dude? Where's my 4 styles or 6 styles? Or why is Mine's section so weak and vanilla and streamlined, right? So these make up the bulk of the divisiveness. And then this one has faded. This one has largely faded. It's a 1 star. And it's self-explanatory. We've already made a comment about the director's cut and whatnot. It's a 1 star. You can hear it attached to these things occasionally, but generally this is the main dissatisfaction most of the time. And this one is a triple star. The whole idea is that the Kiryu saga is darker than the Kasuga saga, but a lot of the Kasuga mentality that comes from their recent designs was used as a counter argument against their brighter things, right? So in this case, it's like, can we stop talking about rainbows? Where's the grittiness, right? Where's the grittiness? In fact, this is so strong that many people would crack jokes about Nagoshi's next title, which is Gang of Dragons. Right on the head, right? Gang of Dragons. And they were already saying like, yup, I'm out. I'm gonna go play a serious gritty game that Nagoshi will bring in Gang of Dragons, right? So people were hungry for a darker additional, so like darker additional thing that adds to like additional darker elements added to the preservation on top of what is available. And one of the biggest criticism that's consistent is the idea that Sega is a little bit brighter now. Like RTG has a bit of a brighter spin. In fact, all the additions that were there are brighter. They are less gritty. They are a little whimsy. Nearly all of the addition is slightly more whimsier and less dark. Like Mine's like Dark Tides, like contrary to the title Dark Tides was not as dark as it could have been. In my opinion, they could have leaned harder, but it was balanced, and it was balanced with brightness despite the dire situations, right? It's very new aged Casca saga thing. I haven't wrote my opinions yet, so we'll see how controversial it is. How it contrasts with the others. So when it comes to hardness, right? I think this was a pass. This is I think it's more like a 1-star, where 1-star hate, and the consequence is the idea is, well, the combat is simplified, it's streamlined, there's not a lot of complexity, so then there's no difficulty. Like, let's just say there's no challenge. That is a criticism that is less, has waned off, like it has been weaned off recently. This used to be a really big contentious point. Nearly every Yakuza game kept getting quote-unquote easier to complete, more vibey, more like softcore, right? Softcore. And I think since then there has been laxing of that. And then when it comes to fidelity, 1-star. Actually, this it's pretty passable. Most people can understand that things cost money. You can still use your imagination. It's about the vocal performance, and that's fair enough, right? And when it comes to music, this is starting to become a thing where, like, where's the hard-hitting tracks? And I think newer players can definitely appreciate that, given the Yakuza 0 soundtrack. I'm not sure about Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. I think Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 pretty interesting. Yakuza 5 is like, that stuff slaps. So anyway, and then this is the last contention point. This is 3 stars. Canon, despite 99, like nearly 95% or more of the story staying strictly, right, preserved up here, it is what they decide to change for a potential spin-off that created like retcon. How they approached it is, it was borderline retcon, like for those who are vocal. Borderline retcon in order to create the spin-off, like Mine's thing, which I talked about many times, so I don't have to belabor the part. A retcon would insist that it was made clear somehow through the characters, and then now it no longer is clear. It was often when a character falls out of like a screen or something, it was never really clear. Like, even in Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, these things are part of the dramatic nature of this type of writing. And besides that, it's still the most divisive thing is they changed minimally, but those minimal changes dealt with the idea of taking a new direction, and that created incredible conversations and divisiveness. The biggest topics are, right, the 3. It didn't preserve everything so that you can add on top of it. Like, leave things untouched because legacy players like legacy. So leave things untouched, add on top of it. That didn't really happen. It happened mostly for the preservation, but there was lack of addition. Right, just a complete lack of addition. And then the addition was not dark. It was just not dark. It felt like it's out of place. It contrasts with Kiwami, like the sequence. Like Kiryu Saga is typically a lot darker, on the darker side. Solemn, defeatist, fatalism, nihilistic, and then the retcon. Right. All the others, I would say, come in different flavors that aren't as dramatic. Now we come down to the last one, right? So where do I sit on this? And usually people ask me about my opinions every once in a while when they care about it. And you can kind of already gathered where I was by my commentary on this. So, I have played every single modern Yakuza Like a Dragon game. And actually I've been keep up on it. The only, when I say modern, is because I haven't played Ishin, which is like a parallel universe in feudal Japan situation, and then there's the spin-off that I don't have access to, right? But outside of that, every particular thing that's related to this, I've played multiple times, multiple dubs, and tried my best to keep most of that information in, right? And I've been doing this routine for nearly all of them. And where do I sit on this? For me, I'm gonna be real. This was a mixed bag for me too. When it comes to games, I'm actually pro innovation. So I'm like far right on innovation. If you tossed everything out and then went with a different direction, I'm good to go. When it comes to like innovation first. So if someone is saying, where do I fall on this continuum? I fall in the far towards innovation. I understand preservation, but preservation exists already for me, right? You have to take it from my standpoint. I own the game. I played Yakuza 3 Remastered. I don't want to play it again. Like I'm okay with preserving its nature, but it is not how I evaluate video games. I don't evaluate something on how much same it is, like how same it is. I typically like when I can tell the developer, I'm a minority, you can see this, like I'm not even aligned with any of these 3 lines, which represent certain interest, right? Like maybe the SEGA's investment and then the 2 major groups. I'm not even aligned with them. So I'm a minority when it comes to these things, and it's an extreme one. The more extreme you are, the more minority you are, right? If you're super heavy innovation, there are gonna be less people with you. And there's no stretch of the imagination that someone would come up to me and say like, yeah, it doesn't matter if they preserve the things. This is a remake after all, right? Like just remake the whole thing. Or like do an entirely different combat system. Change up all the mini games. I'm for that. That's my personal preference. When I play a video game, I like to buy and tell RGG that go wild. If my word mean anything, which it doesn't mean that much because I represent minority group, do and be creative as much as you want. You are not to be shackled by continuity or something like that, because I don't like the idea that I am the burden that restricts their creativity, because I like buying games of which I cannot create myself. If I wanted to preserve things, it would definitely not be to preserve things I already know, because that to me is boring. It means I'm buying the same thing again. What legacy players, in my opinion, want is they want to buy everything, they want to have everything and also buy all the innovation. So they want RGG to produce everything again, and on top of that, give them $70 of value of innovation. So they want both, the cake and eat it. And for myself, I'm willing to give up preservation. Like if you don't have enough resources to preserve the legacy of Yakuza 3 Remastered, unfortunately again it got delisted, but keep that on the list and change it all up, which is how it sounds like they're going to do it in the next game after Kiwami 3, the not Yakuza 4, possibly. But I'm pro innovation. And when it comes to a consolidation edition, honestly, I'm right down the middle. Because if you consolidate, it's got to be new things. If you're doing addition, oftentimes that they are adding volume, and all volume, easy way to add volume is to add all the old stuff back. I don't want to play all the old stuff, so it's kind of a mix. You want to consolidate the old stuff and give it the best. Like, you want to trim the old stuff. If it has 100, like one of the arguments is, if it has 119 sub stories, I want 30. Like I expected like 20 of the finest consolidations of the 119 sub stories, and then that's great. It's great. It's streamlined. It trims the fat. And then when you consolidate, you also leave room for new stuff, which they did throw in a few new stuff, but it kind of felt like they spent more time preserving. So it's an ebb and flow. I'm in the middle here. Now, when it comes to complexity and streamlining, in the middle. In the middle, maybe I would say I would lean towards a little bit of complexity, largely because it would allow them to innovate on something. But not too far from the middle. I think over complexity is a more of a representation of someone who identifies as a Like a Dragon player. I don't identify as an RGG only playing game. There are tons of other games, and they vary in complexity and streamlining. I can appreciate that streamlining will help me appreciate the meat, not the fat of the stuff. So I still consider myself relatively a casual Like a Dragon player. And if you think this is hardcore, like if someone says like, oh, you talk about Like a Dragon a lot, it's like, I talk about things that I like a lot, and Like a Dragon barely eclipse how much hours I put into other things. Like, I'm quite a hardcore person per se, in the sense that I try my best to enjoy and understand the things I choose to do. So in a way, you could take it with a grain of salt. Some people's complexity is not my complexity, but I would like to think that the legacy player is still more hardcore than me. They want to sink like 600 hours into playing the game in 14 different styles and then see how much they can juggle combo into things. I've seen it. It exists. And kudos to those guys, especially Yakuza 0 content, right? Fair enough. And also like Judgment, like Lost Judgment stuff. For myself, no compromise. Multilingualism. It's part of one of the biggest reasons why I buy these games. Actually, that's why it lines up so well. It's pretty much a little bit to the right of SEGA. So the winner, the reason why I'm playing this game now, like in this moment, and doing all the reviews and stuff, is because of language learning. So, to me, RGG missed with innovation. They missed with consolidation balance. They missed with complexity lean, but they hit for multilingual stuff. Like, whenever someone talks to me outside of Kiwami 3, I'd be language learning. So oftentimes the conversation is, oh, what have you been doing other than that? Oh, I've been playing Kiwami 3. It's like, oh yeah? It's like, why play Kiwami 3? It's like, it has multiple languages. It has the 2 languages that I am working on. That's the conversation starter, right? So that's where Sega's got the reason why I bought the game, just to clarify, so that people don't get the wrong idea when someone stops in and say like, dude, ew, like English, and I'm like, yeah, there's also Chinese. Do you think Chinese is ew too? Like, it's important to me. So when someone trivializes the most important aspect of buying these games when I'm playing them, I hope that's not surprising anymore. And for me here, when it comes to darker and brighter, I actually lean towards slight brightness. I'm a very hopeful person. So Sega still hits pretty well. Kasuga Saga, I lean towards Kasuga Saga. Hopeful, redemption. In fact, I'll probably put this slightly closer to where Sega is. Some of the zany stuff is pushing it a little further down, but this is also a reason I look forward to. I look forward to the brighter redemption arc ideas, like where people are hopeful, they make mistakes, and they come back stronger. Like I love the comeback story, right? The path of redemption, changes, experiences make a better person. That's where I like when someone decides to say, like, hear me out. I and enter these arguments sometimes when someone says, oh yeah, the whole weight of it is this person decide to take their life, and like, sorry, a little censorship there, they're like sacrifice themselves, right? They sacrifice themselves. Like, well, I mean, they could have done more with their life instead of sacrifice themselves. That's usually what I mean by it's a counterbalance. When people say that a sacrifice is incredibly meaningful, so is redemption, so is continuing to live. So those who are at odds are individuals who prefer the darkness because they see it as a virtual character, right? The virtual character, you reap what you sow, vengeance beget vengeance, eye for an eye. And then some people would say things like, oh, well, that's more authentic to the thing. I get it. I concede. That doesn't mean that I feel any better watching it happen, right? Like, someone not getting a second chance, that hurts. And if I were to choose something, I would choose Ex Machina. I would choose that this person, even despite a slim chance, has a second chance at redemption while holding all the burdens. You could even say it's even harder to continue living with your crimes and your stuff. So when I was playing Yakuza series, actually those are the parts that I love. Majima, right? Majima, Kiryu, they are the characters that run their redemption arcs. So naturally, it's more of a balance, but it leans towards brightness. And Kasuga, I disagree to some extent when people blind themselves and put their blinders on about, like, Yakuza 0 is when RGG really took off. Where like, oh, this is it. But they did a 180 after that. Like, Yakuza 0 was, you know, in the mechanical department maybe, and so what, and like, not so what, but and so, yes, the quality was great. But when it comes to story, almost after Yakuza 0, they changed the tone of their things, and I would argue that was even bigger over time than Yakuza 0. I think there's a lot of, like, a bit of a echo chamber when it comes to Yakuza 0's, like, loud, niche, hardcore volume. But ultimately, the people who are playing the game that aren't loud and they like playing the game, I think the Kasuga saga is far higher in reception. So, and it might have something to deal with a slightly brighter and hopefulness, because when you're playing games nowadays, you could argue that people aren't as happy anymore. And I talk about this a lot, where video game preferences is a form of escapism. And as much as I love Persona games and also Like a Dragon games, how they talk about consequences and moody things, I talk about those things a lot, like depression, existential crises, scamming, maliciousness, and discrimination, racism. That's the core of much of my topics, and I use games and depictions of them as like Persona games, for example. However, we have to keep in mind that's what makes those games niche. A lot of times that's what makes these games still niche until they become slightly brighter. It's not that brighter is better, it's more so what I'm doing here. Your target audience may have a slightly preference for brighter things, not as dark as the things. And I'm still arguing that in terms of people who have played other Yakuza games, they're still leaning towards the darker side. So it can still be like, oh, this is a little too bright. However, it's nowhere near the preference of legacy players who are like hardcore, like give me all that depresso stuff. Like I want melodrama. I want like unnecessary violence that are, and maybe necessary violence is what they would say to sell the brutality of organized crime. And that is certainly a relic of 2009. Nowadays, I think the most casual audience who buy things, they like to see hardship, but they also like to see their characters, or these virtual characters, have a time to shine, like redemption. Like people who are very sad, they get rooted for, like Mine gets to be rooted for, and that's kind of what I understand about how they quote unquote retconned his death. It's a Cinderella story, and I kind of look forward to seeing what they will do with it. So that's kind of me though. And then when it comes to hardcore or softcore, honestly, ego, like this is kind of a bit of an ego lift situation. Like if you go to a gym, I can appreciate people who like to ego lift and like show off how impressive they are. For myself, I'm kind of too old for that. And for myself, I actually am fairly soft. I'm a pretty casual person when it comes to like how, I mean, there was a bit of rage bait. Like for me, there are parts of Kiwami 3, like I can kind of see the old DNA, and I've already gone through most of the gauntlets, like 100%ing. Like back in the day, the older games, the achievements require you to legitimately sit there and do the 100%. Like Yakuza 5's 100%. Whew, boy howdy, sitting there doing the rooster fighting stuff, like spinning the stuff or getting everything of everything over and over again. We did all that. It's good enough for me. I don't have to do all of those things. If they go and do them again, that's fine. I'll do it. Like I enjoy the experience every once in a while. But I'm a softie. I'm a fairly big softie. Like from soft games, whenever someone says, don't you want the reward for the challenge? Yeah. I already do that. I don't do it in my video games though. Like I don't need to do it in my video games, especially single player experiences. Like if I wanted a challenge for myself, I would go out and try to help people with their depressions. That's what I do on a regular basis. I try to encourage people to keep on studying, you know, go and have a chat with them, make sure that they're excited to share their progress with people. Beth is here. That's really wonderful that they're trying to learn Japanese. Like those are the challenges that I find most rewarding, talking to people. So if someone is coming at me and say, oh, don't you want your video games to be super challenging so that you can get reward? And I can appreciate if that is what gives your life reward, right? Like that's great. My reward does not come from video games being challenging. The most challenging things for me is talking to other people about video games. Like I play video games so I can do this most of the time. Like how do we make people happy when they play video games? How do we tug at their heartstrings and then give them what they want? Like that's people pleasing. I enjoy that video games is kind of an element of that. So when I think about when I'm playing a video game, I often think about, oh, what kind of players would be playing this game? Like, oh, this part is interesting. And the reason why I play video games now is because video games is a lifestyle. And I can use video games to communicate with other people. So like when someone says something like, oh, I'm a really mechanical forward person and I love the hardcoreness of getting slapped down, should really consider a FromSoft game, right? And I was like, oh, I don't want lots of yapping and stuff. Still starting to sound like a FromSoft game. So this is how I indirectly recommend things. I observe things and then you can line up your preferences and see if there's more things on for you than against you, right? And when it comes to budget and high fidelity, I expected a really large budget experience, honestly. Like, if I had to be really solid, my expectations, they okay, maybe not too much, maybe a little bit more than Sega. And this works to the detriment, honestly. I, somewhere in the back of my head, I had a feeling that maybe Sega would, like RGG would surprise me in this territory, but I was right on top, if not a little bit more on the budget friendly side. This was a budget title, and it pretty much hit the budget title. I'm still a little bit I still appreciate it that Dark Tides existed, and the Morning Glory stuff, that was wonderful how they did the Morning Glory stuff. And then the spin-off potential is worth its budget sufficiency, for sure. Like, if there's anything they could change that would dramatically create an impact, divisiveness, with the least amount of budget constraints, a constraint, is to dedicate your stuff to a character that was otherwise determined to be deceased, Mine. And they did it in a spectacular way that was so minimalistic that it kind of leads that budget friendly thing, right? How do you get the highest impact on budget? You change a pivotal moment. Not all the little TLCs and bell whistles like, oh, let's change Rikia's hairstyle, like the casting, right? There's a recast for Rikia, and then Nakahara got a recast. Those are great, but they probably took up even more budget than simply writing one scene where Mine survives. So, pretty budget oriented. It was right on top of what I thought it was. Typically remakes and stuff, I have some hotter takes a little bit near the end. Now, for easy listening, heavy, honestly, this is where I think that's what it was middling to me. I'm on the other side. I was expecting music to not be compromised, like heavier hitters, like a remix, an iconic like theme coming up more often. Like, I was thinking of music being a forefront in this. So that was a big miss. And obviously here, despite Sega's attempt to spin off, yeah, I was thinking of spin off. For sure. How they executed it, obviously, was at odds because they were being preservation. So this is what created my divisiveness. They leaned so hard on preservation despite wanting to spin off, and that's where I had mixed feelings. I'm like, oh yes, like we got something interesting, like they're gonna take it in a different direction, and now I look forward to playing the next game because I can always play Yakuza 4 remastered again to compare and contrast. But no, the game spent like 95% of it trying to preserve it. And then that one blip made me excited. So that's kind of how to wrap it up, right? And I got a few hot takes here. There are a few hot takes. What was it? Maybe I shouldn't go into it. It's okay. I think I covered most of the things. So you can kind of see the scatter thing, right? For the most part, the biggest issues, one of the biggest issues, I was not on board. I was not on board on one of the biggest issues. And then most of the stuff lines up with what Sega was planning, or at least within my expectations of what it is. But there are some divisiveness. Like, I think they kind of lean a little too hard on some of these. So I know this is my attempt to try to organize all the information. So you can kind of see that legacy players pretty much, I would say, represent the bulk of the negativity against Sega's approach, because Sega took a different, like RGG took a different approach. Then you have mixed feelings from newish players, but largely they're semi-favorable. There are certain properties that give it redeeming qualities from a legacy group, so that's where you get the ultimate idea that this is a 6 to 7 game, like a 6 to 7. Oh, and here are some hot takes, right? Hot takes. One hot take that I didn't touch upon, we'll add a few here that I want to make clear, so that I don't want to, I want to own these. It is more like here's my free sharing of my opinion, and I hope that maybe we'll have clarity in the future. Spin-off, please. That's a hot take from me, right? Casting is based on performance. I'll let those individuals interpret that. What I have said so far is about the casting. Oh, you know what? There is one other thing that I didn't consider here. And to me, there's still one more factor that I totally forgot. And that is voice acting, or more like dialogue. So heavy is like yap. Give the yaps, right? We have yappy and to the point. So straight to the point. I totally forgot about this. To kind of sideline the hot take that I was making. So for me, we got the legacy. I think legacy peeps are more like in the middle. I almost feel like they have a slight lean towards straight to the point. Not so much the yappy side of things. I think casual players are even more so straight to the point. And Sega, for this one, I think it still leans towards the left side. If in a yappy, when it comes to yappy, it's pretty yappy. And for myself, like, I don't mind yap. In fact, most of the time I'm yap. Like, I could sit there and watch well-written dialogue over straight to the point any day. I was actually expecting an expansion of the most yappiest parts of the game, but it didn't happen. And here's the thing, because I like vocal performances, or I like performances in general, so the visual fidelity and the performance, but we already talked about visual fidelity up here. It's too restrictive. Like, another hot take is that casting is based on performance, right? And we're talking about casting is based on vocal performance. And also, this is also restricted by fidelity. So these are hot takes where whenever the reason why I'm addressing why is casting is based on vocal performance hot take. There's another issue in this game which it deals with the greater politics. So there's a political issue, political and cultural issue when it came to the casting. And that's why this is slightly a hot take, because I'm only evaluating it based on casting is based on vocal performance, and it is also restricted by fidelity. So whatever can be seen by the cast, their vocal performances and stuff, comes with the idea that there are restrictions by the visual fidelity and the budget constraints, as well as the bias of thinking about geopolitics, cultural and geopolitics that weigh a lot on people's perception of their vocal performance. Like for example, a vocal performance can improve over time. When someone dislikes someone's person, right? This is an ongoing thing. This has been ongoing. It's not only this game, but it has been exacerbated by this game, where there has often been a very loud voice that deals with the cultural and political concerns about the game outside of it. So the casting, there's been multiple like controversies dealing with casting, and that's imbuing the cultural and political issues that somehow bias the vocal performance and possibly even the restricted nature of what they have to work with, right? And these are a couple of hot takes, right? And spin-off, please, is a hot take. Spin-off, not retcon, right? That kind of thing. Those are kind of hot, quite a bit hot. Do I have anything else? No, not really. I thought we ended on a little bit spicy. So, and there's one little customary routine to end these segments, and it's typically an internet thing. This is where we provide ratings, right? And when I played this game, I feel like the ratings speak for themselves. I would say, so here are the ratings. How I perceive the ratings on the archetypes. So taking these into account, you can see a visualization of this. So when it comes to the ratings, the legacy player would likely give it a 6 out of 10. So it's arguably going to be one of the weaker efforts in RGG. I think the newish player will give it probably an 8 out of 10. And for myself, it comes as no surprise. I think this is a 7 out of 10. Right, in case people like to generalize all the things I said in like 3 hours time, or I think we spent like 2 hours this time. 2 hours time, those are the numbers that represent, right? And this is a little bit less messier than before. Usually these things go, I would have like little notes everywhere, and then there will be like multiple layers. So we're gonna try to do a less is more type of approach in the future. If I had a concluding remark, right? Let's do like a TLDR. We'll throw in a personal TLDR here. My TLDR is I am like not for me, and not for me in the way that too similar. So maybe we could say I'm not the target audience, because for me I wanted change, not enough change. Or we could say too similar. to be a little bit more positive. Too similar. Change the storyline. Or change the content. Right? Change the story, write an alternative path. I'm all for that idea. So many of the changes did not do that. Love language. Right? Language is great. Multi-language support. The too similar may also factor into business as usual. This is business as usual. Yeah. And a business as usual, more like a yearly release. Right? So that describes my 7, right? It's too similar. When I mean not for me, it's too similar. I've already been biased towards trying to play the same thing. And as a personal share, I've said this before. This is my first modern remake. So other people have played many of their modern remakes now, like Resident Evil fans have played the previous iteration and then a remake. This is my first remake. So where I've played a game and then I played its remake. This is my first one and it's not for me. I already knew it was not for me, despite I still enjoy it because it's 7 out of 10. But most of the time, this is what I play the game for. I like to think about the social networks and whatnot. So I still get all of the value out of it. The idea is I understand that I'm not the target audience for these things. I'm not nostalgic. I don't like weighing on nostalgia. Nostalgia is insufficient to make me academically interested beyond what I'm already interested. Like, I'm interested in this game for different reasons, but for the game itself, it's too similar. And someone is gonna come and say, well, that's the idea of a remake. You want to keep it similar and then add on top of it. It's like, I get it. And that's the TLDR. It's not for me. But I'm not evaluating it on that per se. So it's not like I'm giving it a 2 for being what it is. I actually anticipated that it is what it is. My TLDR is I'm not the target audience. It's too similar. I know what they're trying to do, still too similar. And I can acknowledge that other people prefer that, right? But there are other divisive choices that they made, and I like it for what it is different. Actually, the most different thing that they have done recently is multilingual support. And of course, this is a business as usual entry. I think I said relatively the same things with Pirate Yakuza from last year, nearly a year ago, right? So that's kind of it. That's what the 7 represents. It's a remake. I enjoyed it. It's not going to blow my socks off. In order to blow my socks off, it would have to exceed my expectations. When it's in my expectations, it's a 7. Which is above average. I scale on 1 through 10. So 5 is average. This is an average entry. How did I get 7 for myself is what I expect from SEGA and how it lines up. Not on its scope. Like, I'm not saying, oh, this isn't a Like a Dragon 9 game. This isn't a Like a Dragon 9. It is meeting my expectations. These are my expectations. And there is a stipulation, like up here, you're arguing for preservation. That is a slight nod. So I'm gonna concede some of it does involve being a remake per se, right? preservation is technically a property of remake. So I will concede that there is somewhat of a factor of preservation, but you can preserve and innovate at the same time. It is possible. Final Fantasy Remake, right? But these are cherry picking, so I'm gonna prevent myself from entering the idea of someone accusing me, oh, well, you're just cherry picking the best examples against the worst examples, etc. So outside of that, it is possible, but I'm not expecting it to be. So my rationale was, I imagine they would still preserve while having a focus of innovation, right? This actually wasn't my major issue. I disagree with the major issue that other people have. So these things have different weights. And for myself, I understand that when I'm buying a remake, the reason why I place Sega's, my interpretation of Sega's priorities or RGG's priority is that's kind of what I expected them to be doing. And in the green is my own preference. So what I actually think is the most realistic expectation is what I think RGG is. So this is where I think RGG was aiming for. And the divisiveness is what I see from all the other ones. And then my personal preferences is to give you a score of what would a game look like if it pandered to me. Like if RGG said, oh yeah, you know what? This Maku guy, he knows what he's talking about. And he has good taste. So if look at what happens. If Sega decided to follow my preferences, it would be a divisive game. Especially given how newish players demand, in my opinion, and legacy players. Like if they targeted me, so if this game targeted me, right? They would be having a field day because it wouldn't satisfy. It would kind of be in between. So maybe it's still going to come out as a 7-ish. It would still come out as 7-ish. That's why it's a 7. If they targeted me, I would think that there's a chance that it would still come out as a 7 because all of my preferences are in between a lot of times, the two, or divisive one way or the other way. So that's my attempt to say, hey, here's my personal experience. I actually think Sega aimed for these things, and that's what I think created the score deficit. 6 out of 10 or lower from legacy players, 8, maybe 7 to 8 for newish players and uninitiated players, like players that are just crazy and decided I'm gonna start with Kiwami 3. It's very slim though. It's very small. Sega is playing at the idea that they re-release 0, 1, and 2 to encourage 3 as a thing. So refreshing 0, 1, and 2 was how they are trying to resolve that problem. Like, how do you get into a game in the middle of it, right? Quote unquote, in the middle of it. You can play the game and then go backwards or forwards. To me personally, it's irrelevant. I think people are smart enough to be interested in both prequels and sequels. So if you started with Kiwami 3, you can think of Yakuza 0, 1, and 2 as prequels, right? In fact, I kind of view it this way. The prequel trilogy is 0, 1, and 2. The middle is 3, 4, and 5. And then the sequels, the New Hope, the New Age, is 7, 8, and soon to be 9. Kind of like a Star Wars reference. Sorry, I'm making an indirect Star Wars reference. Or we can do a Star Trek thing. It's like the prequel, in my opinion, is more like the OG, the original generation. Still really good, but contentious. The middle of the pack is like next gen. There's a lot more substance that were built on the OG, And then the following stuff is like a refinement. Maybe like Deep Space Nine or something like that. It's a little bit more endearing, and I like most of the stuff. Right, Star Wars might not translate very well in this example because people are very strong about that. The Star Wars release schedule was not in that order. It was the OG was the middle group, right? The prequel came after, and then the New Hope is for a new generation, or like the newer trilogies is for a new generation. Yeah, I like this format. It's a little bit dodgy in places. I'm gonna try to make it as streamlined as possible, and then we'll add one last section, which is going to be the hot take section, maybe something a fun TLDR at the end. All of these things, I think most of my thoughts are here. The reason why I'm gonna do it this way is because I found it dissatisfying to basically say what's in the game. I think I'll leave it up to other people to find out what's in the game, right? Sometimes I could list like a few examples, like for example, how many sub-stories there are, how many mini games there are, or what type of combat system it is. But I think I'll leave that up to mostly all the other people who are covering these things professionally, right? Or like they're doing it for a living. They can tell you like, oh, this part is fun, or like this game has like 4-button action controls, or it comes with less sub-stories and compare numbers. I think I'm moving away from that. I like doing this quite a lot. I can do this for days. How can I create a system where there's a visual representation, and then there's the way I laid this out is so that I can appeal to the bipolar nature of internet questions. Is this game innovative, or is this game preservative? It's preservative, right? Does this game add things to it, or do they trim things, right? So you can get those, but then there's resolution in between. So now you can sort of say, okay, so if you're leaning towards this, it's kind of towards that. So we might start switching up the color scheme and whatnot to make it a little bit more identifiable, but I like this representation. This is closer to what's going on in my head. So whenever someone says, hey, do you recommend this game? They're asking yes or no. And my answer, oftentimes, I would say 95% of questions directed towards me when I'm in a position of experience, as in I have a lot of experience with something, it's never a 1 or 0. Like, to me, it's never a 1 or 0. However, that doesn't mean I should avoid and not answer those questions. When a stranger meets, they typically want to ask bipolar, binary questions. I often call them double barrel questions. That used to be a thing. It's a gun metaphor, obviously, because of other things. But double barrel questions it's either yes or no, it's either good or bad, it's either the best or the worst, it's either lazy or exciting, it's either cheap or expensive, right? These are the internet hustle culture net speak. And I wanted to situate it like that. And now my attempt to make this different is this is how I view things in my head. So whenever someone asks me, hey, do you have any recommendations? Would you recommend this? I'm like, yes and no. Can you tell me a little bit more about yourself so I can understand where you are, right? In which subgroup are you? If you constitute a new subgroup, I will try to match you with the most consistent subgroup so that when you say something like, I like darker tone games. I'm like, okay, can you tell me a little bit more? So then I can like go to my glossary of video games and could suggest various things. And the moment I suggest various things, they are attached to examples. Like this game has been told to be very Japanese oriented, right? And how is it Japanese oriented? I haven't wrote any specifics. All of these things like yappy, canon, heavy, they all have specific examples attached to them. But I'm not going to go over those examples. I think it does. It can kind of do a disservice to RGG. I've already played the game, so you can watch the game if you want. If you're talking about very specific examples. However, in these reviews, much like other editorials and journalists, they're largely spoiler free. Like you can kind of see that the vast majority of what I said, and I'm going to be very apparent about all of these, they're usually very spoiler free, like minimally spoiling the game. The idea is we're talking about behavior now. How would you feel? How you make your decisions? I focus on executive function, so usually it profiles an archetype, right, a perspective, and then you can inform your own decision. And this is more my approach to, if someone asks me, do you think I would like this game? Here you are. Like, are any of these things listed in a binary state interesting to you? And then here's the relative target audience. And I gave you some relative target audience so that you can measure yourself to the community. Like, what I mean by that is, if you're new and you're like, this is gonna be my first Like a Dragon game, what do you think it's like? Like, if I start playing this game, what are the type of people and their preferences? How do I get caught up with the mythos of the game? Well, here are some preferences. There are some newish players that represent a very large population now, and then the legacy players, which represent a very large population, and together they probably represent the large majority of the target audience. And RGG is trying to strike a balance most of the time on catering to either one of these groups, then a mix of these groups. So if any of these things sound interesting to you, like if they kind of describe you, give it a go, right? As opposed to me trying to predict, like, you know, probe every single person, like, oh, but you like this, but not this, and you kind of like this. It would be very difficult for me. It's not scalable. I do love conversation though. So this is where I would end my bit, right? If you're gonna watch this later, right? ありがとうございます。感謝、谢谢, right? 感謝。Thank you very much. You are more than welcome to come on by and follow along if you want on my next game. The next game will be Persona 3 Portable. I'm gonna start my second legacy, which also is Sega adjacent. We're moving on to Atlas. And the reason why I pick Atlas is because multilingual things related with its subject matter. So we're going to start our Persona legacy. So you're more than welcome to follow along, or you can wait for these type. I will have a video in the beginning and at the end that tries to summarize this very nature. Try to keep it spoiler free, right? Outside of like allusions to other games. And yeah, you're more than welcome to come on by and yap, share your hot takes, talk about where you line up on this. Obviously, this is not factual. Perspectives and archetypes are not factual. They are correlations that if I, right, for example, would be selling a game, the marketing and the optics would represent this, at least in my opinion. And that's kind of where I wanted to stop. I end the sentiment because you're always free to come on by, yap, talk about how your perspective combines X, Y, and Z, and you can play the game still, right? That's it. That's kind of a win-win. I get to express what I think of the community at the moment, what I think the developer and or publisher is prioritizing, and we can compare notes. are always welcome to do so. And that is kind of the whole idea of focusing on executive function and behavior. Because we make decisions, we try to be satisfied with it. I can play a very, very terrible game that is not marketed towards me. Like, for example, a game that's not marketed towards me, a lot of people would say it's a pass because it's terrible or etc. I play a game for academic enrichment. Largely games, movies, and books are a way to connect with other people. And I play games to get closer to other people if they can. So if you're one of those people who I have spoken to over a length of time, you can kind of get the picture. I yap a lot because that is what I want to do for being online and sharing my thoughts. I want other people to be encouraged to do so in a respectful and welcoming way, because you're more than welcome to disagree with me on most of these things outside of the existence of these issues or quantities. The things that are in red are true, as in they have already happened. The things in blue-ish, on the blue spectrum, are what I think is the pattern of behavioral preferences that you notice from observing the red. And then the green is my personal opinions, the things that I pick some specifics regarding those behaviors. I didn't add any game specifics because I think you can find those, and they're there for you to discover. I think RGG and any other game developer and publisher would have it no other way than having someone point people that would want to like their game in the direction of their game without compromising the nature of it. And then of course all of my games, my play-alongs, right, my playthroughs are available on YouTube, provided that it doesn't violate any of the TOS for the game. Like, I'm not even sure if I can play Persona games on release, but as far as I know, RGG is fine with playing the game on release, but it takes me much longer than a launch period to finish these bits. And for that, I hope that it is transformative enough to represent contributions to them. I like that people get to make informed decisions outside of the influence of mere exposure, and then choosing by their agency to want to be interested in something. And that's why I decided to take this approach and refined it over time. I've been doing this for over 2 years now, so I've gone through some refinements. You're more than welcome to come on by. Otherwise, my main motivation to doing all this is self-reflection. I'm testing the limits of my understanding and my investment in people, not necessarily the game is a bonus. Like, I'm invested in RGG, right? I invest in the people that make things. As much as fictional characters can take a life of their own, I think it is very important to keep in mind that people are motivated to make things. People give each other privileges. People offer privileges and, lens into their minds. And this is my attempt to get lens into mine. This is what I think about most of the time when I'm playing a video game. I think about how am I enjoying this game, but what does this game can serve for another reason, and who is this for? That kind of thing strikes my fancy. When I read a book, I say the same thing. I'm like, that's an interesting way to write this particular paragraph. I wonder what the author's motivation was to do this. Film direction, language learning, communication. That's what we're focusing on here. So I know that was a really long outro, but yes, welcome anytime. I'm usually language learning from now on, but the next game is Persona 3 Portable, and then we're gonna run through the Persona Legacy until next year, which I'm expecting Stranger Than Heaven to have some sort of announcement. Until then, 大家下次见。はい、感謝观看。はい、皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.